ladies and gentlemen, and welcome. Some of our guests are coming onto the main row. Take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, as well as stay in the shuttle. Also, a small reminder to please put your mobile phones on silent mode. Thank you so much for starting in the next few minutes.
nations will make a home. A home is made with our loved ones and their dreams. The joyful minds of children frolicking. The wonderful bond of relationships. That's what makes it. Or read it, Skyline. After all, it is you who turns a house into a home. If the home loans, who makes a friend in your journey to making a house a home? With a nice life and a return, why not? Only money to us to get on the level, and I know we are in the only United India Insurance Company Limited, a name synonymous with trust, resilience, and protection. For over 8 decades, it has stood beside individuals, families, businesses, and institutions, safeguarding dreams, securing livelihoods, and powering India's growth. Established in 1938 and nationalized in 1972, United India Insurance has evolved into one of India's leading public sector general insurance companies, delivering comprehensive risk protection across motor, health, property, marine, engineering, crop, liability, travel, and specialty insurance. With a strong nationwide presence, an extensive distribution network, and a customer-first philosophy, we serve millions of policyholders with innovative insurance solutions, seamless digital services, and front-close support. As India advances towards a brighter future, we continue to embrace innovation, strengthen partnerships, and create value for every stakeholder. Guided by the vision of Insurance for All by 2047, we remain committed to making insurance more accessible, affordable, and inclusive. United India Insurance Company Limited. At United India, it's always you before I.
and gentlemen, requesting all of our guests outside in the pre-function area to please kindly enter the main hall. Take your seats, make yourselves comfortable, and please to put your mobile phones on silent mode as we're starting in the next few moments. Thank you.
Passion, courage, and a burning desire to win. That's what it takes to be a champion. Million hearts beating as one. What a journey it has been to build a legacy, to create a history. We began where all stories begin. At home. And that's Casa Grande's legacy, brought to homes. Where a million such stories take root. It takes passion, vision, and courage to build a legacy. Casa Grande, crafts and millions. From the ones who know us, to the ones who never will. It lies in 221 platform nuances. Our vocals ingredients, our kids with fuel free of chlorine. You'll find it in EV tracks and waste, so your vehicles never run out of charge. This is the way.
Casa Grande is Chennai's first cruise. 22 years of trust. The legacy built with Black Number 1 in Chennai. Top 2 at South Africa. Top 7 in India. From one city's vision to presence with six. They don't just want homes. They build a standard to their family. That's why Casa Grande is Chennai's first choice. Which is why it shows so much.
Some journeys begin with a sprint. Began the trains. Defend the doors. Defend the braces. People point. Clarity. Care. And conviction.
We run Aditya, which is a technology-driven company which gives priority to data, people, process, systems, and then to execute. As a customer-centric company, to make the customer's life easy, we have built a product called Aditya.
Our promise is visible across communities of our company. Supply, control. Every project is a proof of thinking. Reviewer. We are not like a real estate company chasing electric vehicles. We are a corporate institution built by professionals with over a decade of work experience, operating with trust and passion. Every location is selected. Every unique area is created with tomorrow's values. Not just today's values. Welcome to the field, and extend an invitation to join the community. Design, a future only, from clear documentation, the systems are designed for simplicity, transparency, and trust.
In the 7 years, our plan is to go public, to build Aditya buildings and Aditya towards the globe and go IPO by next 7 years.
Aditya is not a brand. It's a team. One that believes in doing things right. Consistently and together. make it feel like this and their dreams. It is you who turns the dreams into a home. These daily home builds always a friend in your journey of making a house a home. It means working your time for your mother, finding a way of family and growth, and another way of coming to help you out. I'm going to make it and I can live really on the as part of the world. To the real life of the family and everything.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We request everyone to kindly rise for the Tanaka Awarta and invocation ceremony. you kindly be seated. We sincerely thank our partners for making today's summit possible. Our presenting partner, the Association with Potential Developers, our associate partners, Naveen's and Mindspace REIT, our banking partner, State Bank of India, our insurance partner, United India Insurance, our academic partner, Sanatya College of Architecture and Design, our industry partner, KI Chennai, our television partner, Pudal Padamalai, and our digital news partner, The Federal. Let's give all of our partners a big round of applause for their continued support. Ladies and gentlemen, cities are not merely collections of buildings. They are living ecosystems where people work, dream, innovate, and build our futures. Today, the real estate sector stands at one of the most exciting phases: manufacturing growth, global capability centers, smart infrastructure, sustainable architecture, AI-powered construction, luxury living. All of them are rapidly transforming India's urban landscape. Tamil Nadu continues to lead this transformation through progressive policies, infrastructure investments, and world-class developments. At London, we believe meaningful conversations create meaningful change, and today's summit has therefore been curated to bring together policymakers, industry pioneers, architects, financial institutions, urban planners, and technology experts on one platform. Throughout the day, we will discuss the trends shaping tomorrow's cities, explore investment opportunities, and understand how innovation is redefining the future of urban development. We hope today's conversations inspire fresh ideas, meaningful collaborations, and lasting partnerships. Once again, welcome to the Hindu Real Estate and Urban Infrastructure Summit 2026. We shall now commence our inaugural ceremony. To begin this auspicious occasion, may I request the dignitaries to please join us on stage for the ceremonial lamp lighting. I invite Mr. Arvind Nagneet, CEO of the Hindu Group, and Mr. Sundar Kumar, Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu, to please escort our other dignitaries. Our presenting partner, Mr. Aaron Eman, Managing Director, Casagrande, our association partner, Mr. Manikandan, founder, and CMD of Digital Developers, and our chief guest, the Honorable Pudal Kumar, Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Government of Tamil Nadu. Request you to please grace the stage. We shall now begin with the lighting of the ceremonial lamp. We welcome our dignitaries and request them to please do the honors. To formally welcome everyone and set the tone for today's summit, it is my privilege to invite Mr. Sundar Kumar, Chief Revenue Officer of the Hindu, to deliver the welcome address.
Honorable Minister, Monikandan, Alvin Navneet, all our distinguished speakers, panelists, industry leaders, ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you. Good morning. It's my pleasure to invite you all to this day-long summit on real estate and urban infrastructure. So, the deeply honored by your presence, housing and urban development are central to Tamil Nadu's next phase of growth. And we are grateful that you could join us today. A conclave summit like this is come at the right time when Tamil Nadu's position for a big growth, Chennai being the epicenter of that growth. The boundaries that once defined Chennai are changing. We're going outward, we're going upward, and we only hope that we grow smarter. Urban planning is extremely important, as important as the housing industry. It's often debated, will housing grow first or will infrastructure grow first? In my opinion, both have to grow together so that it can be a sustainable city. We have huge corridors coming up. The GST corridor, the OR, the ring roads, metro connectivity is growing extremely well. Thanks to this, there are several GCC companies, different industries like automobile, pharmaceutical, logistics, that are setting up various factories on the outskirts of Chennai. When this happens, housing also gets a big boom because people have to live, work here, and the city expands so much. It's absolutely critical that we have connectivity and smart connectivity. Why I'm saying smart is because we can build roads, we can build highways, but if it doesn't hold well behind monuments, even that's not good. Which means that we need to be doing this smartly. So one of the responsibilities that we have, the newspaper that started in Chennai, we have chronicled Chennai for 137 years. So we wanted to get all the experts into one room to discuss what are the different policies, what should we do for the next phase of growth, how do we do this better. So we got the industry in, we got huge ministry players in to discuss and debate what we can do better and how can we live much better, not just today, but for the next 10, 20, 30 years. What we do today is going to affect even the future generations, the quality of life and how we grow. And that's what we're going to be discussing all of today. So I hope all of us will be able to contribute to this to build a better Chennai, a better Tamil Nadu. So we thank all the sponsors, all our partners who have made this possible for us. Once again, welcome all of you to the summit. Thank you.
Thank you, sir, for opening remarks. It is now my honor to invite our chief guest, the Honorable Kadabir Rajkumar, Minister for Housing and Urban Development, Government of Tamil Nadu, to deliver the chief guest address.
Respected representative of the Hindu groups, distinguished industrial leaders, ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to participate in the Hindu real estate and urban infrastructure summit 2026. I thank the Hindu group for inviting me as the chief guest. With your permission, I would like to continue my speech in Tamil. இந்த முக்கியமான மாநிலத்தில் என்னுடைய தலைமை வீரர்களாக அழைத்த இந்த இந்து குழுமத்திற்கு எனது மனமார்ந்த நன்றியை தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். நாட்டின் வளர்ச்சியில் முக்கிய பங்கு வகிக்கும் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் மற்றும் நகர்ப்புறங்களை குறித்து விவாதிக்க இத்தகைய உயரிய நாடை உருவாக்கியிருப்பது மிகவும் பாராட்டத்தக்கது. ஒரு நாடாளுக்கு வளர்ச்சி அதன் நிலையான கட்டணங்கள் மட்டும் தீர்மானிப்பதல்ல. அந்த கட்டணத்திற்குள் பின்னால் இருக்கும் சிறந்த திட்டங்கள், வலுவான உள்கட்டமைப்பு, தரமான குடிநீர், சாலை வசதிகள், பொது போக்குவரத்து, பசுமை சூழல் மற்றும் மக்களின் வாழ்க்கை தரம் ஆகியவை உண்மையான வளர்ச்சிக்கான அடையாளங்கள். தமிழ்நாடு இன்று இந்தியாவில் மிகவும் வேகமாக வளர்ந்து வரும் மாநிலங்களில் ஒன்றாக திகழ்கிறது. உற்பத்தி தொழில்கள் வளர்கின்றன. உலகளவில் நிறுவனங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டை நோக்கி வருகின்றன. புதிய முதலீடுகள் அதிகரித்து வருகின்றன. இதனால் வீடுகள், கடைகள், பொதுப்போனார்கள், சாலைகள் மற்றும் நகர்ப்புற உட்கட்டமைப்பு அமைப்பின் தேவையான தொழில் வளர்ப்புகள் உயர்ந்து வருகிறது. இந்த வளர்ச்சியை திட்டமிட்டு வழிநடத்த வேண்டிய மிகப்பெரிய பொறுப்பு அரசுக்கு உள்ளது. அந்த மாநிலங்களின் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்களின் தொலைநோக்கு தலைமையில் தமிழ்நாடு அரசு மக்களின் வாழ்க்கை தரத்தை உயர்த்தும் நகர்ப்புற வளர்ச்சியை இலக்காக கொண்டு செயல்பட்டு வருகிறது. எங்களுடைய நோக்கம் வெறும் கட்டணம் அனுமதி வழங்குவது மட்டுமல்ல, நாளைய தலைமுறையை பெருமையாகவும் துரசு நகரங்களை உருவாக்குவதே எங்கள் நோக்கம். வெளிவந்தால் தண்ணீர் தேவையான நகரங்கள், ஓடை வந்தால் தண்ணீர் தட்டுப்பாடு இல்லாத நகரங்கள், மக்கள் பாதுகாப்பாக வாழக்கூடிய நகரங்கள், முதலீட்டாளர்கள் நம்பிக்கையுடன் வரக்கூடிய நகரங்கள், இளைஞர்கள் வேலைவாய்ப்பு உருவாக்கும் நகரங்கள். எனவே உலக தரத்திலான உள்கட்டமைப்பை உருவாக்குவது காலத்தின் கட்டாயமாகியுள்ளது. ரியல் எஸ்டேட் துறை என்பது நிலங்கள், கட்டடங்கள் சம்பந்தப்பட்ட தொழில் மட்டுமல்ல, அது லட்சக்கணக்கான மக்களின் வேலைவாய்ப்பையும் உருவாக்குகிறது. சிமெண்ட், இரும்பு, மின்சாரம், போக்குவரத்து, வங்கி, காப்பீடு, சிறு மற்றும் பொது தொழில்கள் என பல துறைகள் வளர்ச்சிக்கு அடித்தளமாக உள்ளது. அதனால்தான் ரியல் எஸ்டேட் வளர்ந்தால் பொருளாதாரமும் வளரும். இன்றைய மாநாட்டில் வெளியான நகரங்கள் உற்பத்தி தொழில் வளர்ச்சி, ஜிசிசிக்கள், ஒருங்கிணைப்பு நகர்ப்புற வளர்ச்சி, செயற்கை நுண்ணறிவு, சுற்றுச்சூழலுக்கு உகந்த கட்டுமான உள்ளிட்ட பல முக்கியமான தலைப்புகள் விவாதிக்கப்பட இருப்பதை அறிந்தோம். இந்த விவாதங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டில் எளிதான வளர்ச்சிக்கு பயனுள்ளதாக இருக்கும் என நான் நம்புகிறேன். அரசாங்கம் மட்டுமே வளர்ச்சியை உருவாக்க முடியாது. அரசும், தொழில்துறையும், பொறியாளர்களும், கட்டிட கலைஞர்களும், நிபுணர்களும், பொதுமக்களும் அனைவரும் இணைந்து செயல்பட்டால்தான் உலகத்திற்கான நகரத்தை உருவாக்க முடியும். தமிழ்நாடு அரசு வளர்ச்சிக்கு தேவையான அனைத்து ஒத்துழைப்பும் வழங்க உறுதி கூறுகிறது. முதலீட்டாளர்கள் நம்பிக்கை, மக்களுக்கு தரமான வாழ்க்கை, இளைஞர்களுக்கு வேலைவாய்ப்பு, எதிர்கால தலைமுறைக்கு நிலையான வளர்ச்சி, இந்த 4 நோக்கங்களையும் முதன்மையாக கொண்டு நாங்கள் தொடர்ந்து செயல்படுவோம். இந்த சிறப்பான மாநாட்டை ஏற்படுத்திய செய்த இந்து குடும்பத்திற்கு மீண்டும் ஒரு முறை எனது பாராட்டுகளும் நன்றிகளையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கின்றேன். இந்த மாநாட்டில் நடைபெறும் கருத்துக்கள், பரிமாற்றங்கள் தமிழ்நாட்டு வளர்ச்சி, புதிய சிந்தனைகளும் புதிய வாய்ப்புகளும் உருவாக்கும் என்று நம்புகிறேன். இந்த மாநாட்டின் மூலமாக நாம் தெரிவித்துக் கொள்வது மக்களுக்கு அடிப்படை தேவைகளை செய்து கொடுப்போம் என்று நாங்கள் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் எங்களுக்கு ஒத்துழைத்துள்ளார். அதன் அடிப்படையில் நாங்களும் இந்த அரசாங்கம் நாம் முதலமைச்சர் என்ற முறையிலே நியாயமான கோரிக்கைகள், மக்களுக்கு தேவையான அனைத்து கட்டமைப்புகளும் உறுதியாக செய்து வருகிற அனைவருக்கும் எனது நன்றியும் பாராட்டையும் தெரிவித்துக் கொண்டு உங்களுடன் என்றும் உறுதியாக இருப்போம் என்று உறுதியாக கூறிக்கொண்டு இந்த வாய்ப்பளித்த அனைவருக்கும் நன்றி விரும்புகிறேன். நன்றி.
A memento to our chief guest, the Honorable Policymakers. Mr. Ivan Admit to present a memento to Mr. Ivan Allen, Managing Director, Casa Grande. of Save Group to present an mentor to Mr. Malakandam, founder and CMD at this developers. Thank you so much to all of our lecturers, ladies and gentlemen. Let's acknowledge them once again with a big round of applause. We request you to please be seated in the audience. Thank you. Every good story has a beginning. The Casa brand that story began right in Chennai. This city didn't just witness its journey, but laid the foundation for it. Chennai nurtured its vision, fueled the growth, and gave Casa brand the confidence to evolve from a homegrown brand into a company with a strong national presence and an expanding global footprint. As they have grown in the city over the years, they also had the privilege of becoming an intrinsic part of its skyline and the lives of thousands of families. The film you're about to watch is a heartfelt tribute to the city that made it all possible. Ladies and gentlemen, as a celebration of Chennai and the enduring bond between Chennai and Casa brand. Can we have the video, please? Since this brand exists, Chennai empires the time of time to only become more itself and unshakable, high-tide and stability. Colonizers came in their response. That's not something new. It's a chemical domain. The windows began to filter. And when colonial tourist of architecture styles and buildings, they took it to families. Something older existed, right innovation, transformation, and the temples, the police level, campus level, living institutions, and this is identity. Sunday, Marina, the second largest baseline in the world, was the city's obvious attribute. These were never breakthroughs, they were the foundation. The Church of Asia, the capital of London, and now one of the country's fastest growing technology destinations. Chennai was the pillar with that cycle, simply as fact, after year, and Chennai's famous and unique style, never its culture to its diversity, it was inspired in a simple stable with nested connected. The community wasn't an afterthought, because of influence, endowment, and trust, and actions, Chennai was a city of single-family homes and shared projects, Manipur, Bengaluru, Janaga, Chittika, Bali, and Nagapattina, as the boundary was extended, that old, as the outer corridors emerged, the almost reached circle of the new generation beyond. Their ambition, certain of them seemed the great effort, yet their overall need of love and change to be new someone. To know their relevance, to live within a community, not reason, this organization, Chennai Skyline, has to remember itself. The time the city to all visitors, time the city it visited, a symbol in that organization, the time in terms, across the land and depth of the city, in every direction you can search, elsewhere, here and now, and the land, friends most are stable, the world which recognize innovation, not as a future, but as a habit, beyond other decades, and a final step. For over 2 decades, we have worked across the city, departments, villas, white spaces, workplaces, communities rising in every direction together. And when the first hand over, that was never repeated. It was a long 5 years journey indeed, and China has had the honor of having a inside view to it. Real estate today is no longer driven solely by land and construction. It is being shaped by evolving customer aspirations, infrastructure growth, digital innovation, and sustainable development. In our first session for today, we explore how the industry is preparing for the next decade of transformation and what the new blueprint for Indian real estate looks like. It is a few moments, ladies and gentlemen, as we set the stage for a very fast discussion, and as the day follows, we have lots of interesting conversations in store. Give us a few moments. Thank you. My name is moderator, Mr. Ivan Agnet, CEO of the Hindu Group, who will moderate this insightful discussion in conversation with Mr. Aaron Amin, Managing Director, Casablanca, as the chairman of South India's most influential real estate companies. A first-generation entrepreneur, he has led Casablanca's remarkable growth across multiple cities on an recognition for its visionary leadership, customer-centric approach, and commitment to innovation and excellence. Let's welcome him on stage with a round of applause. Mr. Agnet, over to you.
Audible? Good morning. Welcome, Mr. Aaron. Thank you so much for coming us this evening. Thank you. And it's always wonderful to partner with you. Thanks for the support. Let's start right here. We started Casablanca in 2003 with a small team. And the vision really was to bring better professionalism into real estate. Congrats for crossing the massive 10,000 crore sales value milestone. Looking at the next decade, what will it take for your leadership team to successfully scale from 10,000 crores to 25,000 crores or perhaps even more?
Sure. Thanks so much. Thanks the forum, thanks Hindu for this event. So these are the questions event which I think that we have. It's coming to a specific question of what it would take for us to move from where we are today to a pyramid and the sciences. The principles and the value systems which we stick to. We believe that every home buyer who is buying a home in India, if I were to base purchases and the money, the amount of first-time home buyers exist today in India, which will exist for the next couple of decades, I would say. I think that it's very responsible work we do. I think it's like committed to this 1% who is a home buyer to ensure that ultimately the home will be given. And when it takes on it starts living. And the family of that home buyer actually blesses us. That is the really biggest tragedy which will help us propel. And the next thing that helpful is that the home buying is extremely emotional purchase for people. But at the same time, people are exposed to value to the international amenities, grades, qualifications, guidelines, and so on and so forth. So ultimately, to keep getting better and better for them in terms of comfort and lifestyle and prestige and pride and ease and all these things are getting attached to home buying. So as long as we're focusing on this one particular aspect of home buying
promotions, I think they will be the first trajectory. The underlying business aspect would include expanding diversifying across various cities. Because Chennai is a great support system for us. Chennai is a backbone for all of us, I would say. But if you have larger aspirations, they have to move into bigger cities. They move into cities like Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune. We set our office in Delhi and Mumbai today. We set our office in Dubai and so forth. And that's where we have larger volumes. If you see any of the pan-India larger developers, they would have a presence in about 4-5 large cities. All these things together help people. And I got that we have added more verticals per se in terms of industry housing and so on and so forth. All the things also help people. So these are the key reasons, I would say. Yeah, I heard you speak about diversification, expansion into. But most of your response focused on the customer. Yes. So you are the customer, and I've heard you speak in other forums that who does today are far more informed and aspirational. Yes. Compared to even 5 years ago. Right? And Casablanca has always positioned itself as a value-driven brand. From your perspective, how has evolution in customer expectations changed the way developers approach creating value, and how has Casablanca adapted to continue delivering meaningful value to homemakers? Absolutely. Yes. It's been a stable change in the last so many years if you were to trace the expectations. About 25 years back, if the builder delivers the home without any serious otherwise repercussions or any violations to a building, or to deliver in a reasonable time, was supposed to be a blessing of those days. Things have changed. It's a case of RARA's coming, a lot of very strong regulations have happened by the government, which is very good for the industry and good for us, good for Hondas per se. I believe that he has come through a circle change. Today, a home buyer is quite aware. Information is available to him on our fingertip. So, today, when he comes to ultimately buy a home, he is evaluating multiple aspects of the project, the builder's credentials, the locational advantages of the project, the hours which could be in the project, the specifications which we give in an apartment, to the lower maintenance of a community, because actually otherwise you do fancy amenities, the prices goes up and again it gets very difficult for him to ultimately spend his pocket about 10,000-15,000 rupees per month, etc. So all these aspects is evaluated. He has traveled a lot more. He has seen the larger better developments which are happening across the globe, across the country. So we see all these things. So he's really nitpicker today. Beyond ultimately he still wants to have value for the home which is buying. And Casablanca is very content because we believe we are a value player. How much of a team we believe we don't have value to that home. So we have started to ensure all these components that we have taken care of. From the amenities to everything. Beyond that, something that steps beyond him buying a great home to ultimately having a good living experience to go through. So we've done a lot of things. He would rent the house someday. We have a renting guarantee. We have a resale guarantee for him. We maintain the community for about 10 years. Other companies so that ultimately the community's value remains intact. Beyond that, we provide something called the customers' community lifestyle experience. We engage the communities. Today, the communities in what is the size of a village? 500 houses to 3,000 houses used to be a village. And today we do not have any village. So we ensure the whole community, the village impacts so all through the year, building events, festivals. We don't organize things for them. We tackle the whole association conduct. So all these things have become the varied aspects which are today the home buyer is expecting. And you will be on the course to ultimately deliver value. And everybody who is committed to that course, I think will keep doing well. So we spoke about the business, we spoke about the customer. But let's speak about how buyer interaction behavior is changing. Today's buyers are increasingly making multi-floor property systems work selling. Right? An invisible buying through AI and virtual tours becomes the norm. How do you maintain the lasting trust that is traditionally driven in home purchase? Of course, things have changed. All of us are family divorce and the family gatherings. All of us are sticking on with our respective homes and we are so antisocial, I would say. The whole culture, the whole people, the shift has happened in the last 10 years. It's quite scary. I do not think it's a nice thing. But having said that, if this is what has happened to other people and all of us are culprits to this cause of phone taking us away from our social interactions and so on and so forth. It is easier for us to ultimately deliver what we want through our phone. In the sense, today we have an option to buy a home without even coming to a site. Not if you're sitting in Singapore in Dubai, even if you're sitting in Chennai. The options are you go to our website, click on our products, see the location percent which is shown in multiple directions through a normal camera. You go inside, get a sense of how today's current site looks like. You come into our warehouse on the video which is being shown in terms of how the warehouse is, also the millions of walk through site. And then they have our sales representatives handling all your queries and concerns and thoughts and doubts and this over a video call. So you see the location, you see the product, you see the person that the scientist today in terms of actualities, etc. Then why would somebody necessarily have to take an effort? Of course, it's a really expensive buy. So ultimately, after many times what's happening today, he swipes the card, pays the booking invoices, and then comes to site on his bill. Ultimately, so that's what is really happening. So actually, having said that, if he himself doesn't want to keep it as emotionally interactive with our home buying, it's okay. And having said that, let's look at any of the other products we buy today. Affordable. You don't have to necessarily go to a shop, you can buy online and you can buy all the things. But still, you're really connected emotionally to the phone, the car, you can buy online. So all these things are coming. So I don't think the necessities of keeping it very emotionally connected to the home buying will cease to exist. Unfortunately, because of the all that behavioral changes that happen. But having said that, anybody who still wants to engage more with the brand is not trying to go the post-handover. Because we believe home buying is, we don't let the customer off. After we hand over the keys to him and say, you live. We live and we travel with him in this journey of his lifestyle in the house. So that's how we kind of keep it very connected. So buying doesn't necessarily have to be connected with what is my submission. I heard you speak about when you go out for dinner, everybody's on the phone, often happens at home. Different people in home often don't have a meal together. Even if a meal is watching TV, somebody's on social media. So my question really is, and this is the problem that I see. How do I ensure home design helps in getting people together within a space they live in? Is it possible workouts? That is present power. Actually, what we have done, so within a house, within a building, where people interact, etc., to create some spaces, it's a little, maybe we have to have an influence there rather than having more and more of the common spaces. Today we do much larger balconies. When you balcony is a space where you just go to stand out. Today we ensure there's at least a perfect figure there. So you manage the woman, ultimately have a couple of minutes or 10 minutes or so to interact with the parents to have a coffee together or whatsoever. I think they will bother to do that. And the children also possibly interact with the parents in a play area which we have. We have shuttle courts, we have tennis courts, we have sports courts, and so on and so forth in many other communities. And that gives a relevance. But I tell you what we have over. We've ensured our communities are not standalone residential units which are islands. We've ensured everybody interacts. So through the common corridors, spaces, seating spaces there, seating corridors in every space, etc. Swimming pool areas, to the big areas, to all the play areas, to the tourist amenities, and the way we conduct running our communities per se in terms of how we organize various events. Today, I want to tell you something, I'm so surprised because some of my friends actually do want to come for a Diwali party to my house or something a little bit tricky. Because there's something happening in their community, maybe the child is, performing there or whatsoever. And there are a lot of friends there already. And they are quite well settled there. It feels quite annoying sometimes for people who live in these independent houses because we don't get to really have the kind of social interaction per se. So that's what's making it beautiful. A very large community, I would say. And if there are builders who are trying to take effort like us to possibly get them to even interact post and the next step will is run the community, engage them. I think that's a lot of meaningful value we deliver. So, Fabio, so I have a bunch of questions for you. I would like really short answers to these questions. Quick choices of 5-word answers. Sure. My first question is, the high-rise or the villa? Which one is the true future of urban living? absolutely high risk. Absolutely high risk. There's no way, hybrid societies can exist without high risk. Actually, it's far more healthier. 100 acre suburban township or a 1 acre ultra luxury farm city development. 100 acres township, that's what we do. That's the reason that 100 acres township, because it's far more meaningful, far more valuable to the amenities and facilities and so on, other than a very, don't mind the word, a scope value and, city-centric apartments. We are right, and then we only get 5,000 rent, so we'll speak there. Corporate culture or entrepreneurial class? Entrepreneurial class, anyway. Entrepreneurial class, because actually there's quite an excitement in people's work. Corporate culture gets very boring when you get people it's not for us. Actually, we don't believe in that. And I think people have to entrepreneur after 35 years of running. I think your family has been the corporate culture that entrepreneurial chaos defines. And of course, you need to interview some level of corporate culture, but I'm saying if the entrepreneurial spirit and the excitement and energy doesn't exist, everyday's work doesn't feel happy. Remember, first line, rather third question. If you are not born of homes, what would you be building? Building, maybe making, can I use the word making building? Don't put the whole lot of stuff on a stand. Actually, I used to do a lot of other things, but I will be doing something entrepreneurial always. Something which keeps my energy levels going up. So is there a secret cook hiding there? Do you cook at home? Do you cook for a family once in a while? Yeah, I do that regularly actually. The family watching checking when they have a cook rice, but actually I'm a good cook and I would have done that actually. The point is actually I'm going to be doing where your passion is actually, where your passion is. And it was food for time. This can hold it, touch people's lives actually. Actually I want to just say that the homes were provided cater to a normal middle-income family by and large. And we're very proud about that. But the guy who's brought for us sometimes in kitchen, gone for 5-6 years, he's an again told, the first time he's buying over his father's never had a good day, only had the house in his 6-4 down the kitchen, he comes on his bathroom, and he finds daughters about 2 house which is bought a 50-lakh home. You have a house 150-200 that's coming down from kitchen. And they can just always have beyond that. And this family so probably shows a swimming pool. And all this is very fancy, right? Very fancy. And that takes so much time and when you go there and see that you say, okay, this is your business worth doing. That's what keeps us going. Fantastic. So in the welcome address, my colleague Summa spoke about is it housing first or interest first? On a personal related infrastructure, we are building vertical high-rises and massive townships in the outskirts of major cities. Our split infrastructure, be it roads, water, waste management, often struggles to catch up. How much of the city building burden is now falling directly onto the shoulders of private developers like Kasatran, and how do you navigate that? See, I believe that all of us have a joint responsibility here. It's quite unfair to possibly start pointing everything at the government per se. All our conducts are also have to be socially responsible to the others. So I believe that both have a role to play. We are quite proud. When we do large communities, there is no way we can define the locations we do, which is possibly the suburban locations, etc. There is no way we can expect to emulate the water supply in a sewage community. So we do our institute plant, we have gas plant, we have water treatment plants, we have sources of water, water of the water, we try to bring in from nearby sources, and so on and so forth. But actually, dividends have given roads for kilometers, ultimately for the location to be good for us. Obviously, it is also with the selling intent for the location to be good for us, but ultimately, we have to build the infrastructure of the prices. So I don't have any complaints whatsoever about the fact that government could be slower or faster. I think tomorrow is something we all can be very, very proud of. We all can be very proud of the number 2 police state for a long time. I think the good work has been done by the various governments in the past whatsoever. And now it is a responsibility collectively for the companies and the
therefore, both the government and the industrialists have to do that. And that's only one gets considered because we also have a social responsibility towards the city which is giving us a bread and butter. Yeah.
So you touched upon in terms of governance and success of government, there's a fair amount of consistency in policy making, which is important. Speaking about consistency and consistently delivering consistency, as developers expand into new markets, one of the biggest challenges is gaining customer trust and delivering a consistent experience. Casagrande has expanded across multiple cities, which you alluded to in your first answer, and internationally as well. In your experience, what is the right way to scale while maintaining the core values and identity of the brand and the company?
Sure. I would say the right way to scale is actually every city has their culture policies, etc. Unless we do understand that the culture laws of every city is different, you cannot really do a great loan, actually. And they understand people through that. I think the best way I would be to do that is to ensure you have a true micro level of every city, because every city behaves differently. Chennai is different from Bangalore, which is different from Hyderabad. They all solve for this. But as I say, culturally, it's quite different. Actually, if you pick a city like Hyderabad, that's so vastly regimented. It's quite mind-blowing that they don't mind making a don't throw the stuff and don't because of vast complaints. Then where do you go from there? You go all the way to a city like Pune. Pune is quite similar to Chennai. I don't know what's the connection in terms of the color of people live and stuff. So we ensure that unless we understand the home buying mindset of every people beyond the escaping. And today that also is very conscious of stepping around after time and we do one, two products, in a sense of how the market operates. See whether they are able to identify this every organization has a DNA. Otherwise, they doesn't DNA can be mapped to the city, we can succeed, we don't even pursue further. Too few products will make sense. And after that, we ramp up volumes in terms of how to really build that. So I believe it's like you have to build decentralized as a residential developer, understand the nuances of the city, understand the mindset safety, and then play to that market. You cannot go and copy paste on what you have done in one city across every city, thinking that's the best. There's very hard to do it. You have to adapt it and get customers and the whole business model. I think that is quite amusing, and I could say that they're running some 6-7 companies. One is a Casagrande Chennai, one is a Casagrande Bangalore, one is a Casagrande Hyderabad, one is the people also definitely is changing, and we have a customer service. And I believe that's the core effort which has to go.
I'll pick you up on that. I mean, I found this Hyderabad example fascinating. Let's imagine I'm a stranger. We got the flight and we're colliding by the bus. We don't have a. So if I were to ask you, what is the difference between Chennai, Bangalore, Hyderabad, Pune, Bombay, and Delhi? In Bangalore, without necessarily using a real estate construct, how would you define the identity and differences of the cities succinctly?
Okay. I guess I'm one line. I want to say one line. Okay. So, Chennai doesn't have to serve everything. Hyderabad has to serve everything. And Pune is like a remote business island, but it's a small miniature version of Mumbai has been. Bangalore has so much of flashiness of what the newest space people are very proud of having run from Bangalore, and it's the most happening city in the Pune culture of that, and the Hyderabad and everything whatsoever. So, we're going to proud of mindset of people. That's Bangalore's that's fantastic because I think that's a people to enter business and have business to do. I understand the whole business cycle. I'm going to put a barrier on Chennai. I'm going to put a barrier on a different category. I'm going to put a barrier on a totally different mindset. He will be so much more ostentatious, so much more showy, conceived. Nothing wrong with it. Nothing wrong with any of this. Just kind of people are. So would it be fair to say somebody who can afford a 1.2 crore home in Chennai will buy a 1 crore home? Somebody who can afford an 18 lakhs home in Hyderabad will buy a 1 crore home? He's not a 1.2 crore home. He will still bring one of his own
look at this journey from 10,000 to 25,000 crores or beyond, so beyond traditional residential spaces, we are seeing the rise of warehousing, co-living, and data centers. If you look at the next 10 years, do you see these alternative real estate asset classes becoming disruptive revenue drivers for the Casa Grande portfolio? Of course, the big line is for every city. I mean, we can do good about home studios, etc. But ultimately, better office spaces don't come in, better hotels don't exist, better infrastructure, better industry sheds and neighborhood sheds don't exist. How does this affect local economy? There's no way. Housing space will live in local economy, actually. On the contrary, I would say that these businesses have to do very well. Watching this and observing this from long time, irrespective of whether they have competition, they just come out office spaces in the next year, and about 8 million square foot. Industry that isn't getting there for a long time. They are just auto manufacturing plant, telecom is in the workforce and employed, so that. So, we believe that as a developer, when we get into real estate, industry integrated, across the various verticals like residential, commercial, industrial, hospitality, all these things which are a serious real estate competency. It gets difficult for you to expand and grow, and I think a developer should become a responsible building rental buyer. Let me tell you something is happening. This thing now, what is being put out by the residential. Then what happens to all the economic growth in terms of hotel setups? So China understands the scale of China is far higher number of hotels. They have no hotels today in India. So what happens to that? So somewhere we should not disrupt the independent plan of every real estate location in terms of what should be done there. And accordingly, if you have portfolio whatever you want, you should do that. So that's why I'm going to continue to do about 30 to 35% of our total portfolio in the long term. Today it's about 5 to 8%, but I know about 30-35% is what I see. So a couple more questions. I'll come to one of your favorite questions about people centricity. Many people who join you, after they join you, say really gone places because you don't take them up on conferences apart from having a good work environment. When people talk about real estate, the conversation often revolves around practical projects. But behind every successful company is people. How important is organizational culture in building a sustainable real estate business? And what does it mean for you to be leading the bunch of people you do? Also, people will go. I mean, I think that's what we understand what's happening. Maybe they understand the real estate, but they don't understand it well. First, people come first. I say, before we run my customers, the employees come first in terms of how do we possibly see them. We see them as family, part of us, part of the whole culture. I come from a very humble income background. I have multiple places. I think I have something to talk about, etc. So, those are the concepts which are very good. I like to break it down to ultimately create a newer concept. I believe today's economy, today's generation would expect and demand a lot more rationalism within including something in an organization which connects with them. If we go beyond the routine of concept of salaries, relationships, and the people with the SME companies with talent, I would say probably we talk about computer companies with the average of over 1,000 people every year. So I think we take great joy in trying to realize such opportunities. But beyond that, they believe that they are family. So we have a lot of policies around that. Our medical benefits are the highest in the industry. We have common thing that we cover so much. And because we have an employee person, in fact, people say that I have a company now, 10% is already coming to the employees as we are listing now, hopefully. And that's what we have done. And we have very unique policies. I can take 100% one if you don't mind. If there is a benefit of any one of our employees, okay, the spouse gets half the salary for 10 years, and the children's school education is paid off till the 12th standard is completed. So, the point is that actually we do a lot of things for everyone. I believe we are one big family together, we are chasing a larger dream, and we also spend time with very little money. If you can inspire people of a culture and spirit in people and truly make them feel valued and truly make them feel proud of one year, they actually get proof of money. Whatever Casa Grande is today, I would say is very hard on and also it is the people, so many people behind me who studied much more than me and who do the company good program. Sometimes we fail them with time, but I guess they know that, but that's how we are built. Thank you. Well, my final question is about legacy core value. As you put up for the public markets, and the next decade of hypergrowth, what is the one non-negotiable core value from those early days in 2003 that Casa Grande will never compromise on, no matter how large the company gets and no matter what's at stake?
Sure. So, I would balance it out with two things that I can just say. I would say the core of the company is coming from the word, simple word, fairness. We understand this word. We don't want to be treated unfair and we don't want to be unfair to anybody. So fairness is the core value and we approach everybody, home buyers, employees, government, investors, financial partners, legal partners, everybody with utmost fairness to point that if there's fairness in this and there's a larger good and we have a larger vision, we can keep pushing this. The second thing which has not changed actually has been constant innovation. We have every year turned the business totally upside down. And we're trying to tell the city last year what we will do is totally different work. And we believe constantly servicing it's not by a top-down route or a goal which is doing innovation. No way. I believe the 7,000 people working in the system are asked to think innovative. Unless we have innovations and top-down areas, it has to be something very small and it will be very large. And I will speak for that. As long as we keep innovating and we being very fair and we have a larger vision, I'm sorry. And we have a larger vision and a larger purpose. Not two things. Larger vision and a purpose. I think God willing skies will limit and hopefully God should take us through. So fantastic. I think 2028 to 2025.
Yes.
The Hindu group turns 150 in 2028. I look forward to both the events. Thank you. And as a good industry practice, you and I have wrapped up our session with 30 seconds today. You have downloaded our session well as a founder. Thank you so much. Thank you. I want to tell you, you just put this point. Very interesting fireside chat to continue. Thank you so much, Mr. Arun, for sharing your valuable perspectives, and thank you so much to Celebrate for moderating this discussion. Ladies and gentlemen, we now move on to our next session, our panel discussion. Our topic is the new breed triangle, manufacturing, GCCs, and real estate. As India strengthens its position as a global manufacturing hub and global capability center destination, the demand for quality commercial spaces, industrial infrastructure, and integrated urban ecosystems continues to grow. This panel will examine how manufacturing investments, GCC expansion, and real estate are working together to reshape Tamil Nadu's economic landscape. To start off with this, we would now like to invite our moderator to take the stage. We have with us Ms. Andrea Pita, Deputy Chief of Bureau Coordinator, The Hindu. We would like to welcome her onto the stage. We welcome our panelists, Ms. Kanchana Krishnan, Commercial Head at a distinguished leader with over 25 years of experience in India's commercial real estate sector. Having held leadership roles with JM, Colliers, Knight Frank, and DTZ, she has advised Fortune 500 companies, multinational corporations, global capability centers, and strategic real estate decisions. We welcome her to the stage with a round of applause. Our next panelist is Mr. Julian Francis, Associate Director of IMC, leading the Chennai office business and industrial logistics business across India, with over 2 decades of experience in commercial real estate and a proven track record of delivering landmark office developments and market GCC transitions. He brings deep expertise in shaping India's evolving workspace and industrial landscape. Please join me in extending a warm welcome to Mr. Julian Francis.
development. Welcome, Architect Arun Prasad. Panel is Mr. Subhash Saran, Senior Vice President, Leasing and Business Development, Customer and Commercial, with over 23 years of experience in the commercial real estate sector. Having held leadership roles with the Singers, Embassy Group, Tata Guarantee and Customer, he has managed to lead the involving commercial leasing, strategic partnerships, and the growth of world-class business destinations. Welcome, sir. And I will hand over the panel to Ms. Sarah.
Thank you. Good morning, all of you. We have a wonderful panel here today. Welcome, all of you. We are going to discuss multi-sector growth and what it means for the property and real estate sector in Tamil Nadu. So, I'm going to start off with a general question because we are the first panel for the day and we can set the context for the rest of the day's proceedings. Tamil Nadu is known for its manufacturing base. It has the highest number of factories. It is already the largest urbanized state in the country. It has its footprints in the service sector for a long time, and it is also known for its agricultural activities. So, starting off, I want to know from Mr. Julian, how do you think, what is the way forward for Tamil Nadu's development from here?
Good morning, everybody. Thank you very much indeed for putting out such a fabulous summit for today with multiple topics, more engagement and innovation for the state. Coming to the question, Tamil Nadu has always been unique because, like you said, manufacturing was dominating in the very early stage. I mean, agriculture, manufacturing, and then came services. Today, if you see, Tamil Nadu has services more than 50% of the GDP is through services, followed by manufacturing, which is around 30%. And I think around 31% is agriculture today. But what I say is we don't compete with each other. In fact, manufacturing and the services sector kind of complement each other. Tamil Nadu has been very unique, the kind of skilling it has done, the kind of educational institutions which it has nurtured and then grown for the time to come across. I think we have a unique base. So if you have a BMW as a manufacturing plant, you have a BMW GCC operating in the city. You have a Renault Nissan as a manufacturing plant. You have a Renault Nissan for GCC operating. You have an active GCC. So that way, I think the manufacturing and services are complementing each other really well. And the way the GCC strength is growing in the country, the way Tamil Nadu or Chennai has I think 10% of the absorption in that, I think we have a great opportunity to multiply and then go to 20 or 25%, which will increase a lot more skill into the state. And manufacturing, I think there is more opportunity for us in electronics, EV, pharma, advanced manufacturing and everything, because we've stabilized the basic automobile and what is required, the textiles and everything. I think now we have to go to the next level of advanced engineering, electronics and EV and pharma. Thanks.
Thanks, man. What I back to what Julian just said, I think we have a very unique combination of not being only the ITES, city. Given our demand is driven by ITES, manufacturing, electronics, automotive. So we have a very good combination. If you look at this year, this half-yearly 2026, if you look at Chennai as a city, the city has done almost about 4.6 to 4.7 million square feet of absorption. So it comes from a combination of all industries put together. So we have a very distinct flavor compared to larger cities like Bangalore or Hyderabad, which is predominantly driven by ITES and technology. To bring up the GCC feature into this conversation, out of this 4.6 million that the city has absorbed in the last 6 months, 45% is absorbed by GCCs in Chennai. So last 5 years alone, we are seeing, especially after COVID, that's the only good thing that COVID did. I think after 2021, last 5-6 years, we are seeing a tremendous growth as far as office, industrial, across all asset classes. I won't restrict it to only GCC and office asset class, but we want to pick up Tamil Nadu as a state. I think it's a combination of all industries. We have seen robust growth across. We have seen the best of funds that come into the city. So far, it has been a very good, we're expecting the next 2 years also to be good, despite the fact that, Rita, we don't have much quality supply in the city. We will see good supply hit the market only in the next 24, 36 months. Despite that, I think to start off the event, I would say it's all glory, and we see robust action as far as real estate is concerned. And Mr. Amit Prasad, you are from Coimbatore.
Yeah.
So please tell us the perspective of the Tier 2 cities.
Good morning, everyone. I'm happy to be part of this celebration. Just spoke, two of our panelists have spoken about licensing industry. We have great future in Tamil Nadu, and our trajectory is good. If you look at the GDP, is much better than the national average. Our per capita income is very high. We are going to a 1 trillion economy in another 2-3 years. That's all good. But as an architect planner, the city is an urban sprawl. What do we do with the city? The growth of city is inorganic. And to tell you, in Chennai, 30% of the population lives in slums. How do you build them up? So we can grow, we have good industries, we have good talent pool. How do you balance this? This is very, very important as part of real estate. And Coimbatore, we are happy because there are only 20% of people in the slums. We are a little more advanced in Chennai in terms of planning. And currently, we have great demand for our IT field. Currently, I'm doing something for IT funds, so there's great demand. And we need lots of research companies also come. So my concern is only about how to bring the have-nots up when we grow together.
Mrs. Sadiq, I want to look up before you move to school. I think, as Arun said, since we brought to Coimbatore as a topic, I think Tamil Nadu also has the advantage of having a very aggressive Tier 2 or 3. None of the other states, all the states have Tier 2, 3, but the kind of Tier 2 and 3 like Coimbatore, I don't even want to call Coimbatore Tier 2 now because that's the kind of growth that we see. Coimbatore, Madurai, Trichy. And I think, despite the fact that you said growth follows infrastructure. Welcome to India, maybe we don't have a choice. But I think despite that, as policymakers, I think we will have to bring in the kind of infrastructure. Infrastructure obviously follows growth, so it's important to do that. But positive, like last 5 years have been extremely positive as far as the state is concerned. Over to you,
I couldn't agree more than this. The focus for Tier 2 cities is the need of the hour right now. We, as a developer, both follows infrastructure, the side effect of the byproduct is the cost going up. In the past 5-6 years, as a developer, we are seeing a high cost in terms of land, materials, raw material supply, etc. It's almost the same everywhere, but the returns what as a business gives differs from city to city. We recently launched a property in Bandra. We are extremely successful in it. We reached 100,000 square foot. That shows the demand for buying, and that is making us thinking about the next commercial project. It's a commercial project. We do have residential project. I'm particularly talking about commercial because this is about GCC. And demand is very high. Now we are adding about some other opportunities in other Tier 2 cities. So that is there. And yes, after COVID, we have contrary to the popular belief, in fact, the absorption has almost doubled. And we are happy that it is being sustained for the past 2 years. But 8 to 9 million square foot or 9.5 million square foot, we are checking in it. So probably we should look more into this and get them into this more.
Okay, thank you. Ms. Partner, you spoke about GCCs. So does Tamil Nadu have that space, what is the kind of space that GCCs look for? And is such a space available in the state to the required level? Because Hyderabad has a lot of space and the supporting housing infrastructure too. Do we have that in Tamil Nadu? So I'll answer it in 2 parts. One is from a real estate angle, and one is from why India is such a has an edge for GCCs. So for any organization or any industry to set up shop in a city or in a new country, what are some of the major parameters that organizations look at? Availability of talent, cost of talent. Availability of real estate, cost of real estate. Government support, physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, obviously civil infrastructure. So when I look at all of these, Tamil Nadu and Chennai is on a favorable spot. Will you ask me if it is the most favorable spot? Perhaps no, we are, as somebody said, we have still some miles to catch up. The city still has a lot of appetite to do 12-14 million square feet vis-a-vis a 9-10 in the last 3 years. So from that aspect, we are still very, very favorable destination for any GCCs who are setting up shop in the city. That's from a real estate angle. What is it from a country angle that's making it so lucrative for organizations to set up a shop here? Only 4 major reasons are Rita. The cost arbitrage and the talent superiority. A. B. It will be your very friendly government policies, good regulatory framework. 3. The widespread digitization. That's a very important component that you can't take away from a country like ours. And the 4th most important is the country has actually become a value creator. 20 years, rewind and go back to the early 2000s, you will see India seen as a support center, as a center for PPOs. All these back office were coming in. Today, it is looked at as a R&D hub, as a GCC hub. So these are all largely because of talent availability, real estate availability, and the cost of that we are able to afford. Between India and US, look at the arbitrage. If India is at X, a US or a UK is almost 8X. But we have actually gone past beyond the cost. Cost is an important aspect, but our talent, superior talent has become our biggest USP, coupled with other aspects. That's the first answer. The second answer to answer your question is the supply available. As far as other cities are concerned, to pick up Hyderabad where you lived, Hyderabad is also, in terms of supply, we are seeing some kind of, because of the robust take-up, we are seeing some strain in relevant parts of the city. Chennai also has the trouble. In the last 2 years, Chennai has this trend, real estate folks will agree. We are always 4 years supply plus, and then there is a dip. Then we go through 2 years of lull. I think developers here will have to start pouring more concrete, Julian and Sabri. I think that's what actually keeps Chennai at the back foot, because consistent supply is very important. For real estate, the raw material is buildings, and consistently, if you are able to, bring that, supply into the market, despite the fact that there may be cycles of good, bad, and the ugly, I think the city can do much more. And I very strongly believe, I've been in this business for about 2 decades now, and I very strongly believe that the city has more appetite. Today, Hyderabad is doing about 12-13 million square feet. There is no need for Bangalore. Bangalore is already crossed some 23 million square feet, and Chennai is still between 10-11, which is good. So if the space is available for this is one important component. Availability of continuous relevant supply in the market. If you say GCC will not go to all micro markets. I'm not getting deep into real estate aspects now, but GCCs would want to be in OMR Zone 1, Alavaram Road, Non-Punimali Road. They have certain pockets. Like in Chennai, they have across all cities, they have certain pockets where they want to. So bringing in relevant supply into the city is important, but obviously somebody will not bring in the land prices of city. Yes, but even the top of the land is high, everything is high. So then there is a balance that we need to bring in. How we are going to bring in the balance is what we are going to discuss on this. We'll come to that. Mr. Julian? So on the manufacturing side, we just spoke on GCC, and then we understand that more space is available. With regard to manufacturing, I think places like Hosur or Krishnagiri are developing faster now. There's a lot of investment focus on these places. So how do you think the movement of manufacturing sector in the state and the demand it is creating? Is it moving to the smaller cities and towns? What is happening?
First, add on to what Anthony said on the GCCs, like you rightly said, today has become a value creator, and they are originating ideas. We are not only executing other people's ideas, India is executing our own ideas, so we are becoming innovation centers. So we have very high-end, Gen Z inclusive, sustainability, ESG focused, and sustainable power focused kind of assets today. And Chennai has kind of slowed down in this race. Chennai is a 100 million market today, 100 million square foot market, I'm saying. If you look at Pune has touched 100 million. Gurgaon, Bangalore is close to 100 million. Gurgaon and Bombay is inching towards 200 million. So India has crossed a billion square foot. So if you look at it, Chennai, which was supposed to be leading or be at least in the top two, is kind of slowed down in the supply part. That's what Benson also said, I think. Going back to your question on the manufacturing, I think the state has done phenomenally well in terms of creating plug-and-play kind of infrastructure for manufacturers. And they have always identified that, what is the new manufacturing which can be attracted to the state, and what kind of system has to be provided for them. So, like you said, the Shoolagiri industrial park which is there, it is brilliant. If you travel across the country, look at Pune, Bombay, NCR region, Hyderabad and everything, the kind of infra what Tamil Nadu has created with multiple ring roads and multimodal park facilities, the way your freight system can operate, the number of ports which are there, etc. It is kind of aiding all these manufacturers. Tamil Nadu has become so. I think looking at GCC and manufacturing, what we have done for manufacturing, I think now we have to see and focus on how we can do it for the services also. And the second part of the question, when you're talking about tier 2 cities and everything, I think, again, touching upon what Kanchana said, I think Tamil Nadu is divided into 4 quadrants. Every quadrant is performing. Every quadrant is contributing to the GDP of the state. So, if you see whether it's a Kathmandu or Madurai or Salem or Tiruchi or Coimbatore, everybody has their own unique business which they are pushing very hard, and they are succeeding in it also. And the manufacturing state has been always supportive in all the states by creating multiple industrial parks, which is going to help them quickly set up the business and scale it. Today, what it requires is that's to see now, because again, the touch point of land and everything, they have to see which are the lands which we can 100% utilize, not utilize, secure it, how we can enhance it, repurpose it. And then look at global models which are there on even more smaller clusters, MSME clusters and everything, and how we can enable it. Not only the larger acreage projects, even for the smaller ones.
So you see the smaller cities seeing more traction?
They are already seeing a lot more traction, and I think it will definitely grow only in the future.
Mr. Samesh, I just want to ask, what is the scope for integrated development? See, if new investments are coming up in Kuchipudi or Hosur or the smaller towns, Teni, places like that, how do you see development of the social infrastructure there, hotels or restaurants, entertainment areas? What is the scope of development of this infrastructure in smaller towns?
Very interesting question. I would say, I think we are moving in that direction. For example, take Thuthukudi. The integrated development of FDIs that is coming in Thuthukudi is bringing more opportunities to hospitality industry, housing, commercial office spaces, housing, across all real estate verticals. Opportunities are more. So one simple example that we see. I think we should focus more on China doesn't. China doesn't. And they create a industry within that. They call it as a commercial district. You have everything. You have everything really around commercial district. And more interestingly, they have product-specific commercial district as well. For furniture, this is the toys and this is very it's very, very interesting one. Can we replicate that in India, especially in Tamil Nadu? Yes, we have a lot of opportunities. We have also, we have Thuthukudi, we have Trichy, we have Maharashtra, we have economies from that. I think our governments or the policymakers must focus on that. That will bring in a lot of opportunities, not only for the state
developer would you look at integrated development?
Because whatever we have said, almost all the developers are in this like Arun said in his previous, this is like the synergy we can create is opportunities for synergy we can create is we would definitely want to be part of those developments.
So Arun, as an urban planner, what would be specific inputs that you would like to share for such an integrated development?
Before I do that, I would just like to speak about manufacturing. So we deal with lots of clients, and the clients look at two things. One is the land cost, and the other the labor is. So we go into interior from like Musuri we have done, Musuri. So land cost and the labor and force is there. That's where the manufacturing is. This is the non-commodity industries. So what is happening is Tamil Nadu is developing evenly. So look at Karnataka, Bangalore, and Bangalore is good location and develops. Look at other cities, it's not developed. But Tamil Nadu is spread. Look at Kochi, Madurai, Salem is a good growth. So it's spreading. It's part of this thing. And it's about the integrated development as an urban planner. Again, the land price dictates development. Unlike China, the land belongs to the government.
They can shift a city overnight. They can decide the city has to have this particular manufacturing unit. But in India, you can't do that. So land dictates. For this, we have a master plan. But then we don't have a detailed development plan. When you have a detailed development plan, in that it dictates the roads. This area is for housing. This area is for service industries. This is for manufacturing. So what will happen? You'll have a sort of planned city. So our planners are behind regarding the growth of the city. So unless we have a detailed development plan, I think none of the cities have detailed development plan. All we have is a master plan just showing certain directions. When you have detailed development plans, I think the growth regarding industries and the city will be good. That is what we need to do.
Okay, thank you. Another quick round from all of you. Your inputs, all of you have touched on this, so though not in detail. Land cost, I think that's an issue that all of us are grappling with. So when land is a finite commodity, you have multiple sector growth, multi-geographical growth. What is the model of development? How innovative can we be it private developers or the government, in making best use of the land and keeping it at an affordable rate? A quick answer from any of you.
I'll go ahead. The only model which I see is land pooling, which is being successful in Gujarat. The reason is, in land pooling, all the owners come together, they become partners. So the developer doesn't need to invest. You only create infrastructure and again give back to them with the share. So what happens is, the owner gets back his land with an upgraded cost. So you don't have fight among saying that my land has been acquired and all. That is the only solution. Land pooling is the only solution. And in this, government should formulate a policy, like under ERA, to form land pooling. So you can do 1,000 acres, 2,000 acres, easily you can do the land pooling, because the landowner still owns his land. After development, the value has gone up. And government can take 10% for them. The developer can take 10%. The road infrastructure go 18%. Still there'll be land. And then what you'll see is a developed city. And you'll have a planned city. That's the only solution I think it can be done.
Okay.
Because nobody has money
else?
to buy 1,000 acres of land.
Right.
Land pooling, like Arun said, is one way. But see, the sign of land price going up is a sign of demand being high, business being good. So I won't see it as a problem, but we have to start looking at innovative solutions on how to tackle it. Land pooling is definitely one. The other one I would say is we should look at long lease along with the government, because if land is getting expensive, the capital required for that is going to be higher. Government can always keep land on a very long-term lease, and a developer partner or a private partnership can be formed, where there can be complete capital outlay by the private partner to develop. It could be for manufacturing, it could be for office, it could be for an integrated city, what you said, and the state can always hold the land. So the land doesn't go anywhere, and it can be a long lease. I'm talking about 66 years or 99 years, and there can be equity for the government as well. And Tamil Nadu has done it with, I think Titan many years back, Tata Realty, DLF, Ascendas, all these lands are like long lease plans which I've done. So I think long lease model will work very well because it unlocks it very faster. Legal diligence is not an issue at all. It can be made permit ready so the construction can start up immediately. I would say long lease from the government itself. Yeah.
I think if the developers are saying, I think, yeah, that's right, because that's the most scarce commodity. And you must understand that this is a demand supply business. Okay, higher the demand, obviously all prices are going to be inflated, and the moment you know some infrastructure activity is going to hit a corridor, prices automatically go up even before the whatever the development comes into the city. So that's something. I don't know if land pooling can solve the issue practically. That looks very good on paper, but I'm not sure. I'm doing the devil's advocate here. But what Julian said, public-private partnership, government can open up few lands, and the kind of growth that the country is seeing, and especially Chennai has a much more larger opportunity. We are still not completely leveraged the full opportunity that we have in this. That's one thing that we should definitely do, because increasing the FSI is again a very tricky thing, because increasing FSI will have to support infrastructure. When infrastructure doesn't support, you can't increase FSI and create an infrastructure mess in the city. So we can't go tall like what Hyderabad is doing, because infrastructure will not support the city. So I think opening up of lands, government can open,
But Tamil Nadu is one state where land is owned largely by private players.
Correct.
Yes,
Yes.
it is not government owned.
Yes, and I'll tell you probably in terms of a different asset class. Look at an asset class like industrial. The kind of land holding that the government has given for the biggest factories, be it the Nokia, be it the Foxconn, be anyone electronic. But that's the only way you can solve the issue if you want to go robust, and if you want to be like if you want to tap the complete demand, Preeta, I would put it that way. Otherwise, there is no one answer for this question. I actually should say there's no one answer for this question.
True.
Yeah.
Would you look at more of a vertical growth for any sector? Do you think that would be a solution?
Yeah. Before I answer that question, just adding to that, the last point is right. There is no one solution to this land cost inflation. This should be addressed from almost all angles. From the government, while I agree, but again the problem is Tamil Nadu don't have large land banks as in a government pocket. It's mostly held private and individuals, very close to heart, sentimental values, etc., etc. And as every landowner, they also want to see the potential and see to maximize that potential, which is perfectly okay. How do we address that? Probably we might also need to expand our city limits or growth infrastructure to the corridors which are not very favorable or accessible right now. That way you are increasing the supply for the demand. And as a developer, probably I'd go on a limb and say, if it's a large land parcels, somehow the developers still do a good business by probably doing a mixed use, liquidating some quick money to run the engine, and some long-term investments in the like office space. That's okay. The real challenges on the small land parcels, especially within the city or along the main corridors. So this needs to be addressed in various angles.
Right.
And Preeta, if I have to answer, take up from Sabri, 12, 13 years back or 10 years back, if we say Sholing and Allur, it is not what it is today. People would have had different opinion about moving in, setting up office, moving in and with your family, whatever. So the city has to expand. There's no other way. We have already expanded. We have gone up to.
So, do you think we will see more growth in new development corridors, or would it be an extension of the existing areas? Like, would it be Chennai and surrounding areas, Coimbatore or would it be, a completely new development corridor?
Evolving corridors is, I would say, only extension of Chennai. So suppose I say I'll take it up in between Chennai and Pondicherry. If you say I'll put up an IT park, at least in the short term and medium term, I would say you will not get traction. It's going to be a very tough task because similarly how the tier 2 conversation is going on. I mean, will tier 2 become like tier 1? We don't know because tier 1 has almost all the facilities. Most of the if you see the senior folks in a corporate, most of them are in tier 1, families in tier 1, children are studying in tier 1. So what is the incentive for them to go to a tier 2 and a tier 3? This is a very standard, I think I've been answering this question for the last 10 years. This is a standard issue for most of them when they want to move to tier 2. So I'll stitch it with your first question. Then it has to become an integrated development. So integrated development is possible, but it's a long shot. It's not going to be very easy, and it is also primarily driven by demand. So whatever is possible, emerging corridors. Now PTR is catching up. I wouldn't even say PTR is an emerging corridor. So some things like PTR, something like beyond Siruseri, something beyond Mount Punamali Road. Those are some areas where we can expand. Otherwise, there's no way you can fix this issue.
Yeah. Thank you. Mr. Julian, I just want to check with you your views on sustainable development. How sustainable can development be either expanding existing cities and development hubs or new corridors? How can we make them sustainable?
Sustainability is a separate session. If you ask me, it's a very wider topic. When I started my career, my first pitch was that we have built 0 square footage. Take office with us, because we were a new developer, 22 years back, and we have never built any building. The only differentiator was sustainability. We said that we are the most sustainable building, green power, and we'll plant solar, USGBC rating, everything we had 22 years back. So that was a huge differentiator when I started my career itself. But today, if you see, without sustainability, no developer can operate in terms of the office. So the office sustainability and ESG requirements which are there is now cascading into your manufacturing. With the sustainable development goals which are there, which all the larger manufacturing units are also following, offices are also following, and that has trickled down to a certain extent in the residential space as well. So retail again follows a little bit of what the office does. There also it is there. When you talk about cities and everything, that's completely different. It has to come from the corporation and the planners and everybody, where they try to incentivize people to do sustainable, because you're talking about an independent owner developing, a community of apartments developing together, a developer putting up apartments, a developer doing an office, an end user putting up an office, an end user putting up a factory. So that comes from a policy level, what you're asking. But sustainability is here to stay. We have to be very mindful of the resources what we have, how we use, how we recycle. So that is very, very critical for any business if you look at it. Yeah.
Thank you. Just a point here. Tirupur is a city which is now boasting of, self-sufficiency in power. The amount of wind energy that the industries in Tirupur generate far exceeds the consumption of the city's power. So there are, silent models of sustainable development, developed cities.
No, 100%. There are a lot of, I didn't know about it till you told me now. So there are a lot of models which are available in different countries within our own state, which we can see how it became successful, what kind of template it is, how we can modify it, how we can codify it that people also adapt. And main thing is you have to incentivize people to adapt to it.
Yes.
So that's where the policy comes in, where people feel that hey, let me do it, I'm getting double benefit. From the state as well, from the corporation as well, for me also on the costs and savings and things like that. Yeah.
Thank you. Mr. Arun? Yeah.
Sorry. Last week I had a very interesting learning from a very normal conversation that now the domestic air conditioners are manufactured with a definite limit of 24 degrees Celsius. They cannot go down. I vaguely remember hearing this a couple of years ago, but I didn't know that it has been implemented now. So as a developer, the question that followed me was, what is it, when is it going to be implemented in the industrial sectors? Like or office spaces or warehouses or industries. Probably Arun will know a better insight on this. So if I'm putting in spot, sorry Arun, but if you have any answers to that, you might add to this.
No, actually, normally other states have ECB code where energy you have to, other states have, we don't have. Tamil Nadu has not established it. But the basic idea is we reduce a carbon footprint. So I would say lesser of the evil. Even if you reduce a little bit, I think you're better off. So every decision you make, where you have to reduce a carbon footprint in manufacturing, in construction, in movement, in energy consumption. So every little area, like building heating, we use good glass. So whatever process you do, you try to reduce your carbon footprint, you are there. And the world is only developing towards it, step by step by step. Yeah, and sustainability is a very gray area. To quantify it is very difficult. It is a conscious effort about us, how do we do it. But on the long run, we'll be there. I mean, we have to be there. There's no choice. The whole world has to.
That's,
Both Mrs. Sabarisharan and Arun just wanted to quickly touch on this because the previous session, we spoke of how, developers, you build kilometers of roads and, the related infrastructure when you do a project. The transport-linked development is not a concept which is matured much in our state. So just want both your thoughts on that because we are fighting for metros, we are fighting for flyovers. The infrastructure development also triggers growth in an area. So how can we look at transport-linked development?
You're right. We are right now not very evolved in that area, the transport targeted destination growth. But I was happy in I think 2-3 years ago when the government introduced additional FSI in the metro corridors. That is one great initiative by the government, which again addresses the land cost problem indirectly. So we should think about more. But in the current scenario, the infrastructure, I'm talking Chennai. Coimbatore is established to an extent when compared to other tier 2 cities. When I'm coming to Chennai, we still have certain pockets of Chennai left for growth or connectivity in that matter. Classic example is Sholinganallur today. And we are still lagging till Siriseri belt in the IT corridor. But Porur and MPR is fairly covered. But still there is a lot more to explore. I think we are in that direction. Probably speed and efficiency is the need of the hour.
See, this whole thing depends on the government, Urban Development Authority. So they have something called master plan, which they are supposed to do. From master plan, they're supposed to do detailed development plan. And now we have come something called satellite cities. For example, if you take Chennai, we can have on the north, the west and south, all three interconnected by mass transit. So if this is done as a document, automatically city will grow. Now what is happening is the Urban Development Authority doesn't prepare a plan. It takes like Coimbatore just recently we had after 20 years. By then the city has grown 10 times. So I think the Development Authority should move forward. For that, I think they should have private partners apart from the government. Only then we can develop and we'll have a planned growth and promoters can invest on that. And that the first thing what they do is the transport corridors. That is, we have the mass transit, it could be MRT, LRT, so many transport corridors are there. And based on that, that can develop, but that is not there. So what is happening is now it's organic. Whichever road is there, people just go. And whatever the land price, based on that, people build. So there's no planned approach. That's the reason. So it starts from the government and then private. Because from private, we cannot push the government.
Mr. Arun, before we open the forum for questions, we have discussed so many things now, land cost, transport, development of manufacturing sector, satellite townships, different things. What are your specific inputs that the government can do as Tamil Nadu moves towards development in very new emerging manufacturing sectors, in GCCs, in development of commercial spaces? What are specific inputs that can sort of bring in a very balanced and still a sustainable growth in the state?
As a planner, I'll say two things. One is we should move from low dense high rise to high dense high rise. Tamil Nadu is low dense high rise. So what happens is spread is more. We need to go like Kerala. The ecology, if you see in Kerala, I mean, they allow them to go to 60 floors, 70 floors because they want to save ecology. One is we have to increase FAR. That's one. And next is we have to do away with the master plan. Have a master plan, but don't have many uses. The land dictates the uses, because if I have a land, I will decide what to build. So just have industries, open spaces, agriculture, and have mixed land use. So it could be commercial, retail, housing. So it develops problems. So I think these are two areas where I think government should intervene.
So we can open the floor for questions.
Hi, good morning. It's really refreshing. Thank you, The Hindu. I have two questions. One is, Tübingen was a sleepy village in Germany way back in the 1800s. Today, it is a global center of excellence in the medical equipment industry. Now, my question, I think he touched upon Tuticorin. What is it required for us to speed track or to fast track to promoting, like I could see only Tenkasi as one. So what is it really required so that, we reduce the congestion in Chennai? Number two, I see a lot of inventory lying around in the commercial office space, thanks to work from home. What's your take on it? Thank you so much.
What was the second question? What was the second question?
See a lot of office space inventory, lot of inventory available, so what does it require, thanks to the work from home?
Thank you, sir. Regarding your first question about Thoothukudi, it's almost most likely the government's policies and the robustness from the government. I think our policies are okay, good, to pull the foreign investments to create such satellite towns and satellite businesses. I think we also need to improve our policies on scaling up businesses for those investors who comes in. We have excellent FDIs that has come in the past few years, decades. From 2000, for the past 20 years, we have seen a lot of growth in terms of GDP and everything. Scaling business policies, ease of doing business, all this is required, but mostly it's a government job. Once they take the first step, I'm sure there are a lot of promoters, a lot of investors, a lot of developers who will take 5 more steps towards it. That's what is happening in Thoothukudi. Second question about office space availability. I'm sorry, I beg to differ with you that there is a lot of space availability there. In fact, I think I mentioned the same forum before. It's the vacancy levels of office spaces today has come down, despite the fact increased supply. We have crossed 100 million.
I think to answer your question, the city's vacancy now, Sabri, is at about 11%.
11%.
That is the average vacancy of the city, and vacancy across markets where clients want to be. We call it relevant supply. Those areas like your OMR, Perungudi, your Pallavaram Thorepakam Road, or Porur, Gindi, there all it is in a single digit. It is less than 5-6% in most of the markets. That's what when we started the panel we were saying, that we want to have the stability in supply. It's not that we have supply for 4 years and then we go dip for 2 years and then we come back. Chennai has been in that trend.
I think that's the trend in Chennai.
Yeah, that's a trend that we have. So to answer your question, supply is actually shrinking in almost all relevant micro markets.
Just to add to that, to give a perspective for all of you, pre-COVID, Chennai is always in that range of 4 to 4.5 million square foot absorption per annum. whether it's tsunami, whether it's storm, come what may, floods what may, we are stable at 4 to 4.5 million square foot a year. Just before tsunami in 2019, we touched about 6 million. We were very happy that the industry is going up. Then then COVID hit, and the questions about what is going to happen to office spaces, are they going to get converted to apartments or hospitals or assemblies or whatever. Then in COVID also we did 5 million square foot. Chennai did 5 million square foot. Sir. So we see consistency, and by 2021 and 22 we touched 9 million square foot. It surprised the industry people as well. We are also surprised. We touched 9 million. The demand went up. Chennai's supply has come down, and like Kanchana said, we see this supply coming down every 4 years. And we also want to pour more concrete, but it's not that we don't want to, but the various factors involved in it. So to answer your question directly, it's a myth that we have a lot of space available. It's actually contrary to that. Thank you.
And to put in Coimbatore, we have demand. There's so much demand for office spaces. They're short. And they're asking, we want immediately 1 lakh square feet. We're not able to give. So it changes from city to cities, I guess. Probably Chennai is huge.
On a lighter note, Coimbatore landlords don't want to sell land, sir. They just want to sit on it.
Take one more question.
Good morning to all panelists. Currently, we see the trend that there is more of housing for premium and high premium sector. Can any of the panelists throw some light on affordable housing? Like previously, the government used to focus on LIG, HIG apartments. So, if you can throw some light on affordable housing, it will be very helpful.
See, affordable housing, only government can intervene because land is very expensive. So they have the rules saying that if you develop more than 2.5 acres of land or 10%, the private developer has to give it for the LIG, MIG. But even that cost is very high. So in this, we need government to come into picture, give incentive to private developers to keep the house average at 10 lakhs, 5 lakhs, 6 lakhs. Only then we can provide housing for the poor. Currently, we have this problem. And government is doing certain projects, but that is not enough to meet the requirement of the city, the population. So I think we need some intervention through government subsidies. So what they're doing is, for slums, in slum areas, they give small amount to, to enhance the whole house by giving 2 lakhs, 3 lakhs, they give a small amount. But large scale projects are very few. Actually, they're doing, but looking at the land cost, that itself is high. It comes to minimum 20 lakhs, 30 lakhs. No developer can give it 4 lakhs, 5 lakhs.
The price bracket for affordable housing has increased.
Even if you do 1 bedroom, minimum 15, 20 lakhs will come. So we are looking at poor, the minimum they need 3, 4 lakhs, because the government gives subsidy of 2.5 lakhs, they'll have to put 2.5 lakhs. So somewhere, the only solution is doing precast at a large scale. Methodology of construction, large scale, which government should give land and subsidize, and you can do. I think in Dharavi, Mumbai, they're doing it. Because land cost is high, I think the Adani groups is doing that. So that's good.
Thank you. Again, question to Arun. Arun, wake up.
Yeah, can you say?
Yeah. This mushrooming retirement homes.
Yes.
So it's now popular in Chennai. I think it's copied from Coimbatore.
Yeah, it's copied from Coimbatore, yes, true.
Okay, but Coimbatore is still mushrooming. Day by day I'm seeing the advertisement and so what is your take on that? The price is not affordable. Sorry to say, bear with me. In comparison with Coimbatore to Chennai.
Okay. When Chennai is not affordable or Coimbatore is not affordable?
Chennai is not affordable, sir.
Oh, okay. Then come to Coimbatore.
No. My question is now, how far it is, what is the percentage in terms of percentage in real estate, the retirement home segment
I cannot give you in terms of percentage, but Coimbatore is well known for it. Yeah. Most of the children are in US. and the children are in the US, so parents are here.
Correct.
So they don't have to, that's why it's growing in Coimbatore. Coimbatore, one of the reasons the climate is very good. And there, if you can't afford, you can rent it also. There's an option of, instead of buying, you can rent it also.
That's right.
So that's why you can do it.
Even Chennai people are investing in Coimbatore for retirement homes.
Yeah, because climate is good, no?
Climate is
Yes, good, and it's spread out, and most of the retirement communities are in the peripheral areas where you have lots of vegetation, natural views, mountain views. That's the reason.
Thank you.
Retirement communities are also defined by the services that they offer.
Hi, good morning.
Right on time. Oh, okay.
Sorry, one. In this session, you are mentioning about expansion from the boundary wise, maybe Chennai or to Pundamalli and all those stuff. How far is your assessment with Chennai to Pondicherry? See, Pondicherry is a union territory. Chennai is a big city, and the investments for Pondicherry development as such is being limited because of the proximity side of it. Maybe people see as a 2.5 to 3 hours journey. But Pondicherry also had a previous experience of inviting PPP model. I don't think it has been successful. Your lights on that. And number two, maybe as a big brother, Pondicherry needs also some kind of development in their work. So I would like to have your opinions on
that. It's in between Chennai and Pondicherry. It's not new that few developers have tried their hands, but we have not seen that kind of traction that's come that far. See, it's a demand supply game. Real estate or anything is a very demand supply game. If there is demand, developers will go. There's no two ways about it. But if you're able to generate that demand, so far, to answer your question, we've not been able to see supply, demand go beyond Julian Sirisiri. That side is Oragadam. So beyond that, we don't see demand go. It is also driven by multiple factors. It is not only the land availability. It is also about physical infrastructure, social infrastructure, availability of opportunities, employability. So it could be few years away. I'm not sure, maybe 10 years or so, I don't know. But yeah. So it is completely demand, sir. If there is demand, we can go. But to answer your question, in the short term and medium term, I don't see that happen.
I'll just add to what Kanchana said. I think Pondicherry should play to its strength. Pondicherry is very well known for people who drive from here, relax, go there and come back. Work on the hospitality side. How you can make the city more welcoming, tourism, how you can increase that, make the city decongested a little bit more. How to increase the tourism percentage which is there. And second is you have fantastic medical colleges in Pondicherry. How you can increase the medical tourism over there. How you can healthcare related life sciences kind of parks which can be coming over there. So I would say that you should think of Pondi, what is the strength of Pondi, and using those, you have to roll out your strategies, because you can't take something and plug it in and say that can we also do this. It takes a lot of time, and over a number of years, Chennai has grown, I think, over the last 30-40 years. So I would say hospitality, great idea for you to grow. Healthcare is a thing. Life sciences is growing a lot with the engineering colleges, and this one you can do that. Office, very small entrepreneur, startup kind of a thing, because the volume what you need for an office can't be serviced today. Probably tomorrow it can be, but today it can't be serviced.
We'll close here. The panelists would be available later. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. Can we have a round of applause for all of our panelists? And thank you so much to our moderator, Ms. Soundarya Preeta. Check. On to our next panel discussion, This one is titled Beyond the City Limits, Why Peripheral Chennai is Becoming the New Investment Destination. As we all know, Chennai's growth story is rapidly extending beyond its traditional boundaries. Infrastructure expansion, improved connectivity, industrial corridors, and affordability are transforming peripheral locations into thriving residential and commercial destinations. Our next panel explores why these emerging corridors are attracting investors, developers, and home buyers alike. To moderate this discussion, I'd like to welcome on stage Ms. Sangeeta Kandavel, Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu. We'd like to welcome our panelists, starting off with Mr. Naveen Kumar, Managing Director of Naveens, who leads one of Chennai's most respected real estate companies with a 37-year legacy of excellence. A civil engineer, MBA graduate, and industry leader, he also serves as Vice President of CREDAI Chennai and is actively involved in shaping Chennai's infrastructure and global growth vision. Welcome, sir. We'd also like to welcome Mr. Jerry Kingsley, Head of Research, India and City Lead Capital Markets, Chennai at GLL, with over 21 years of experience across office, industrial, capital markets and data center real estate. A respected industry leader and sought-after speaker, he is widely recognized for his expertise in real estate investment, market strategy and business leadership. Welcome, Mr. Kingsley. We also welcome Mr. Habib W.S., Managing Director of RWD and President of CREDAI Tamil Nadu, with over 3 decades of leadership in real estate and infrastructure. A respected leader, he has played a key role in shaping South India's real estate landscape through innovation, institution building, and sustainable growth. Welcome, sir. Rounding out our panel is Mr. Gautam Agarwal, Chief Operating Officer at Casa Grande, a dynamic leader driving the company's growth, operations, and product innovation across the real estate value chain. With over 11 years of industry experience, he is recognized for his strategic vision, execution excellence, and a commitment to creating innovation and sustainable living communities. Ladies and gentlemen, a round of applause as we welcome our panelists, and over to Ms. Sangeeta Kandavel. Thank you so much, Paloma. A very good noon to all of you. I welcome you all to the Hindu Real Estate Summit 2026. So before we dive into the session, how many of you have already started buying homes or started moving to the peripheral part of Chennai? How many of you here? No one. So no one's got a... Okay, I see one hand there. Anyone this side who's moved to peripheral part of Chennai or purchased? And I see 2-3 hands there. Yeah, so this session is for all of you. So let's get into the session directly because we're heading for lunch also. I would like to start with Jerry. So Jerry is a good friend and he's been tracking the real estate sector in Chennai for a very, not just Chennai, Tamil Nadu also for a very long time, almost more than 2 decades. So Jerry, everybody keeps talking about this word peripheral Chennai. What exactly is this peripheral Chennai? Because Chennai's geography is quite massive. So which are the areas that would fall into this peripheral Chennai category, Jerry?
Yes, Sangeeta, good opening question. And as a context, what I thought was, I just put up a map. Everyone is familiar with Chennai, but just for everyone's reference on how the city is growing, right? So just as a fact, close to 65% of all residential launches have all, if you look at the last quarter, has all happened in the outskirts, right? More than the city because there's very limited availability of land and the prices, we'll hear from Habib and Vishwajit also. The land prices within the city have touched astronomical heights, right? So there was a question in the previous session about, affordable housing investment. So city is definitely growing in the outskirts, and what we would call is this is definitely the peripheral areas of the city are definitely the engines of growth, right? So all of us are from this city. We know the city quite well. And if we break down the growth corridors which you see in the map, right, you've got the southwest areas like Oragadam, Maremale Nagar, Chengalpet, where there is heavy auto and auto ancillary activity which is happening. And then in the south, the IT corridor currently is still Siruseri, but if you look at residential, the hotspots would be, Kelambakam, Tiruporur, all these areas are witnessing very, very high residential investment. And if you look at west, areas like Sri Parambadur, Tirumalai, right? Again, you have auto ancillary, electronic clusters. And not to leave north, areas beyond Madhavaram, Redals, these areas are also seeing a good amount of growth. Sangeeta, I'll just take a minute and just also explain why we are seeing these activities, primarily because of infrastructure activities, right? So everyone is well aware of the outer ring road, right, which is currently, fully operational. So that is something which we see here. We've kind of plotted that in the map. And then you've got the Chennai peripheral ring road, right? So that is again going to be a next hub for growth. So as the city expands, with the extended metropolitan area, we are definitely seeing more hubs emerge, different satellite towns emerge. And to analyze which are the areas which will grow and how do we kind of invest would be something which we can discuss in the next 20 minutes.
So Gautam, you are one of the developers in the peripheral areas. So what profile of customers are we seeing? Who is investing here? Are they NRIs or are they people who find the city to be expensive and they're moving out there? So who is investing, or are they people who are looking at expanding their homes outside the city?
So what we have seen, Sangeeta, over a few years that first of all, I would like to name these areas as new growth corridors. So these are the new growth corridors which is going to drive the city expansion and the economy of the city going forward. So these areas, we have seen the recent trend of a shift from an investor-based demand to an end-user-based demand. We have seen around 40 to 50% of our buyers in these new growth corridors are sub 40 years, which means it's their first home, and they are able to buy a home, it's their first home. So obviously the trend and the demand is shifting towards more of a end user off late for the last 6-7 years. This is primarily because of the infrastructure development. What we heard recently, that a lot of roads are being planned, road expansion. CMRL is playing a huge very important in terms of how people will commute over a few years. We've also seen that 40 to 50% or around 55% of the people are from the city who are buying. So people are moving out of the city, maybe closer to the employment and closer to the employment. So of late the demand of consumer in these areas they want to live closer to the employments, and as the manufacturing and ITS service are expanding to the new growth corridors, so people want to stay close to their workplace. So that's what is driving the demand in the new growth corridors. And also, I believe that the preference of people and what they're looking has gone beyond a home, and what people are chasing today is a lifestyle, which definitely the integrated townships and the bigger projects in these new growth corridors definitely offer a much better lifestyle, and the amenities and the whole living experience are far better in these locations as compared to the earlier location, which used to be the little on the outskirts. So I think the demand in these corridors are coming primarily from the end user. We have seen a lot of shifts happening from the earlier areas and to the new areas because of primarily the closer proximity to the employment. And people are okay to shift to these areas because it is easy to commute, because infrastructure is far better and traffic is much easier as compared to the city. So this is what we have seen, Sangeeta.
So any specific sector that's driving the growth, Gautam?
No, it's all mixed, Sangeeta. I mean, it depends on the pockets where we are talking. If it is on the south, it's predominantly IT, ITS. If it is to the west, it could be automobile manufacturing. So, and if it is to the north side of it, it is about warehousing and transportation, those kind of sectors. So, depending on which pocket of we are talking, I mean, there are different sectors which drives the demand. But more or less, the demand has been balanced. And also, there is a good investor demand still continuing in these areas because they offer a lot of value for the money. And there's a great appreciation potential in these areas in the coming years.
Thank you, Gautam. We'll move on to Mr. Habib. Mr. Habib, you also represent the developers community. You represent Credai Tamil Nadu. So every time there's a boom, the first thing is you get a lot of middlemen coming into the business. You get a lot of brokers. There's a lot of false information also that people misguide each other. So what should an investor be cautious about, especially when it comes to investing in peripheral Chennai? What should they be cautious about?
Thank you, Hindu. Thank you, Sangeeta, for having me here. It's always been a pleasure to attend the Hindus event. So, ask your question is the genuinity of okay. So it is not about So you see a lot of ads. It's not driven by marketing. Like Chennai Miharigil, either next Anna Nagar, அப்படின்னு சொல்றதெல்லாம் I think doesn't work out. You will have to see where the actual movement is. I would actually give you some 5 points where. How you have to choose the periphery. It is number 1 is the employment drivers, where the industries are moving, where the IT parks are coming, where the GCC is happening, manufacturing hubs. We'll have to check that, and then you'll have to align with it. Number 2 will be the infrastructure. So you will have to see where the metro is happening, where the good roads have been happening, ring roads, rails, whatever is there. So you will have to really map with it. And then see, the real potential. The third will be the, Chennai has a master plan. The third master plan I just read yesterday, it's like getting grade by year, but we already have a master plan, so you'll have to check whether the zones are all part of it, So, you are in alignment with the government plans. So, without that, you will not be able to do it. So, you'll have to be alignment with particular thing. And the fourth will be like social infrastructure. You should have schools, colleges, hospitals, workplaces. It all should be there. You cannot be or a car place. So you will have to somebody promoting something you cannot. So these are things you will have to do it. And the last one will be that it is the regulatory clarity. If the zoning is right, you have a proper CMD approval or DTCP approval, RERA, all those things you need to check. And the legalities you'll have to check properly. So I think these are things if you can just map it properly, and probably you have a great place to buy the property.
Naveen, Gautam spoke about NRIs and all the other set of consumers. The most important consumer today is the Gen Z. You cannot live without them or stay away from them. They become a part and parcel of everything now. So, what kind of houses are we, first of all, are Gen Zs okay moving to the peripheral part of Chennai? And also, is the industry factoring in issues, because Gen Zs don't want houses like how the previous generations wanted, like the millennials, their fathers and grandfathers. So, what kind of houses are we building for Gen Zs?
Excellent question. Thank you, Hindu and Sangeeta, for having me here. First of all, when we talk about Gen Z, are they going to move to the periphery? See, moving to the periphery, there are a couple of reasons that drive you there. One is, of course, cost being one, but a side factor of that is also lifestyle. I think our panelists also mentioned about how the quality of development, the amenities that come in these developments, the features that are packed in, that kind of helps the decision to move to the periphery. Doesn't matter which generation you're in, there is a little more incentive for you to move outside. I mean, if you look at history, going back to the 1950s, Adyar River was kind of the boundary. People going outside Adyar River was, you're going outside the city was the talk, and up to Adyar River was still periphery. I mean, it was still Georgetown and that part of Chennai. and then even places like Mambalam and Mylapore were considered periphery back in the day, and Nungambakam and T Nagar didn't even exist. Okay, so that evolution, and people moved because Georgetown and the Broadway was not broad enough. Georgetown was congested. There was no, back in the day the requirements were, 2 bedroom, 2 bathroom and a car park. Now that's when people started moving a little further away, and now the requirements keep increasing as quality of life improves, as human development index go up. People start seeking better amenities, better features, and today in terms of design incorporation, in fact some of our products, we keep experimenting. Nothing is cast in stone because it's fluid. We keep experimenting. In one of our projects we reduced the kitchen size to accommodate the Swiggy, Zomato culture, and in another project what we did, we threw in an extra room for them to do whatever they want. Something like, let's say someone wants to pursue music, we threw in an extra room which could be used as a studio. So there is an experiment also from the developer's end. I'm sure every developer is trying something or the other, and 1 or 2 things stick and the others fade away with time. But these are some factors that developers consider, because today's Gen Z are the buyers, and the average age is about 35. So people are buying today. I know Gautam can correct that number, but people are buying, youngsters are buying. There are people who are 23 who's buying an apartment. So,
and how much are they spending like?
Again, that's proportional to their income levels. But what is also changed is the money set aside for lifestyle expenses has definitely increased. They are, back in the day when salaries were X, people would set aside even half of that towards a home purchase. Today that is definitely shrinking to maybe, I think, 35, 40, 45%. I know people who are still spending half, but there is a definite transition there.
Gautam, would you probably like to add some to whatever he's talking?
I think what I have, we have been seeing this trend, and I think one of the important shift is happening because today the younger generation, we call them Gen Zs, have a little more affluency with them. As compared to the home buyers of yesteryears, the average used to be 45, 50 plus. That's the age we used to see. When even my father, grandfather, and anybody used to buy at that age. But today, we are also seeing buyers at 27, 26, 27, 28. So definitely they are considering buying a home at a very early stage in their life because the earning opportunities have been good and they are making decent money. And obviously I agree with Naveen that they put a lot of importance and to the lifestyle what they are going to get. It is not like if this project is a little farther from the city or on the periphery, anything and everything will be bought by Gen Z. So I think the responsibility and the challenges to developers have become a little tougher because they really choose a project or choose a home or a community which offers them a good life in totality. So it is not a home which is seeked by Gen Zs, it is a lifestyle what they choose. So that's what is for the developers to give them a lifestyle which can match their expectations. So this is my addition to the question, Sangeeta.
Thank you. Mr. Habib, you spoke about infrastructure has to grow in all these locations. So as of now, what is the scenario? Do we have sufficient infrastructure in all these places? And what suggestions would you give in terms of infrastructure? What needs to be done to enhance all these locations?
Yeah, I think infrastructure requires a lot more things. As a developer, we really make some great apartments, great projects. Our townships are all really great. We give everything. Once you come inside, it is all great. But how you come inside, the roads, and most importantly, in the peripheries. We're talking about peripheries, right? So where is the water? We allow them, source their own water. There's no absolute drainage in any of these places. And worst is there's no electricity also. So there are projects where we finish, where we complete and then it is there for like, even 6 months, I still know, lot of buildings are operating in gensets. I mean, so, it is ridiculous, right? So I think these are things not now. The government has to do many things towards
But
that.
now with the new government in place, have you already made any representations or something?
Yeah, we are meeting. We did meet the CM and the housing minister and the people, and we keep advocating also from always. But to answer your question, I think we need some 5 important measures to be done immediately. Apart from whatever I said, the metro line has to go quickly. Chennai needs definitely second airport. Parandur, I think these talks.
We need a second airport or Parandur?
I don't know. We need second airport, but I think we have gone all the way. Parandur has been shortlisted and done everything. Metros all planned accordingly. Then suddenly you cannot change it. Okay, so that is very, very important. And we need to complete this peripheral ring road. This is outer ring road, and then the peripheral ring road, which has to be completed, and then the east-west connectivity between these. If this is all done, probably that will actually add a great thing to that. And then a lot of industrial and logistic corridors have to be created. And as I said, this this water, sewage, electricity, the infrastructure has to be done in priority. I see future as integrated townships. People want to be in a place where they work. The office, the homes, residential, everything has to be in one place is what you will do. So in short, right now what happens is development comes first, the infrastructure is next, but it should be the other way around. The infrastructure has to come first and then the development has to come next. Okay? Yeah.
So Jerry, since he mentioned about townships, Mr. Habib mentioned about townships. So if you look at every metro in India, it has its peripheral growth. For instance, Navi Mumbai for Mumbai, we have Whitefield for Bangalore, we have Gachibowli for Hyderabad, Dwarka for Delhi. And if you look at international markets, for example, cities like Singapore, Shanghai, Dubai, they've all expanded through planned satellite districts. So which model do you think will be suitable for Chennai? Because Chennai is very unique. So which model will work out for Chennai? And what do you think should Chennai adopt to?
Yes, Sangeeta. Habib kind of pointed out a few important parameters and I'll probably build from there. You mentioned about cities like, global cities like Singapore, Shanghai, and other, mature cities, comparing that with Chennai. And Habib also mentioned how the activity should grow. If you look at some of the cities in India, it's always been very organic, meaning it has been random developments which has happened in different locations and infrastructure has actually followed it. But if you look at global cities like Singapore, where Jurong has been developed, or Shanghai, the outskirts, and Shenzhen, different industrial locations, Pudong, it has always been infrastructure led and master plan before the actual growth, right? However, the cities here has always been very organic and we would say probably reactionary, right? And more growth focused, right? So that is something which we have seen. And what we've also analyzed is when you are retrofitting infrastructure into a densely populated area, it is going to cost at least 10 times more than actually planning a zone and developing it, right? So you're trying to do something which is like putting the cart before the horse, right? So that is something which we have to keep in mind. So when we are looking at developing cities, infrastructure growth is something which is very important. And when we look at, for example, if we take the metro development, that is going to play a very, very important role. The airport Kilambakam stretch, which is going to be proposed, which is about, I guess, 16 kilometers. Kilambakam Chengalpet, which is again, about 27 kilometers, which is proposed. How the North Chennai has actually come into the importance after metro came, right, is a good case in point. Areas like Madhavaram and Vimko Nagar, right, how these areas got connected well. Along the Chennai-Bangalore highway, we need to see how the metro will probably grow there from Punamalli all the way to Sungavachatram. And also Coimbatore to Avadi Pattabiram, right? So how that stretch will evolve, right? So if you see the diagram there, one is on the left, which is called the organic sprawl, which is more a mistake, right? Where different zones come up and then, randomly different hubs of growth emerge. But a better way of doing it is to have a planned satellite district where we identify zones and try to, build infrastructure around it, right? So transit-oriented development, as we are kind of planning for the next master plan, that becomes very, very important. How the transit hubs can grow, where the outer ring roads are. And many of the cities, without naming, if you look at it, have become monolithic employment zones, right? So you have a lot of concrete parks which are there, but not enough infrastructure, very high premium, ultra luxury zones without any infrastructure, right? So siloed zoning is what we are seeing. So when we are looking at master planning, when we are looking at growth, maybe for the next 10 years, where Chennai is going to probably compete with Shanghai or other global cities, how do we look at infrastructure which is already proposed? How do we integrate them? And many here spoke about townships, live, work, and play, right? So those concepts become very, very important, Sangeeta.
Thank you, Jerry. So Gautam, what is the biggest misconception about the peripheral Chennai?
I feel the biggest misconception with a word which is used as a misconception is isolation, right? So many times.
But isn't that true? It is quite isolated, right?
I'm answering that. So though isolation means that you are far from the city, you are inaccessible to the many facilities and amenities, many facilities and civic infrastructure and social infrastructure. So there is a misconception about that people consider that is an isolation. But what actually it takes is, I'll give you an example, Sangeeta, in the forum is, there is a place called ORR, which everybody knows. The beauty of that location is any part of the city, let's say Adyar or Ananagar or any T-Nagar, which are the established areas of the city, you can reach half an hour, to any of the part of the city. So that's the kind of connectivity which ORR offers. And what people have to look going forward is, I think they have to balance between the ecosystem and the travel time. So the travel time from any of these locations would be half an hour to 45 minutes. And the history says that if you were having this discussion around 15-20 years back, I'm sure the Sholingalus of today and Koros of today we would be talking about periphery. And the history has proved that city grows faster with the employment and with the more economic activities happening. So we have, I would suggest the home buyers to look in complete picture like what the ecosystem is, what the travel time is, and do not consider a location as isolated just because today it is half an hour travel and tomorrow things change. So, the biggest misconception is only travel time and the lack of civic infrastructure, and real estate development definitely brings growth. That's a proven trend, and any part of the world, this is proven that when the real estate development happens, unfortunately in India, infrastructure follows real estate, but the ideal is to real estate development should follow infrastructure, but however, so the ecosystem is more important, I feel, than the travel time, not the distance.
Thank you. So, Mr. Naveen, are people moving to peripheral areas because they want to, or is it because they have to? Because prices are very expensive in Chennai city. So, what's the exact reason?
That's an interesting take. I'll break it down a little bit because do they have to or want to see? Like I said earlier, there is a lifestyle element one. Predominantly, what dictates where you go is where you're employed. Your employment dictates, and even within that, so that narrows it down to the last 5 or 8 or 10 kilometers. And then the school of the children of the household determines, the last kilometer, which has
far are you willing to go from that school? So these two are predominant reasons for you to go wherever you're going. And then the advantages that it starts showing up. This is a world-old phenomenon. I mean, when I was living in New York and Manhattan, it was okay living in a very small studio, probably one-fifth of the size of this platform as my studio. Today that would cost $4,500 a month for a 50-year-old building, 70-year-old building. If I was okay going 20 minutes further away, I would get a nicer one-bedroom apartment for the same money. And if I was willing to go 45 minutes or 60 minutes away, then it would be a really nice townhouse maybe. So there is a question of lifestyle, and then what is that? What priorities? What are your priorities? Is it, are you okay traveling 45 minutes to an hour to your workplace? I mean, someone is not going to, willingly going to commute for 90 minutes a day. So definitely price is a factor, no two ways about it. But again, which periphery you're going to will be determined by your employment.
Mr. Hadi, you spoke about water. So the next big gap in the real estate sector is going to be because of water. Even today, people in Sholingalur, if you look at Sholingalur and surrounding areas, people depend on tankers and other things. So how sufficient is peripheral Chennai in terms of water? Do we have adequate resources in that sense?
I think the next big thing in real estate is not enough, I would say, water. But we live in Chennai, where we are blessed with so much of rain, so much of water is there, and there are so many, I don't know the count, so many water bodies. Apart from your Chembrambakkam, Pudal, and other things, we have still a lot to do. In fact, in Pudal, when I was the president of Chennai, we did a lot of lake restoration. We know the importance of it, and so we have water. It was just that water management was being bad. But now I think things have improved, as you say. Of course, we don't see any more new. However, those Indian cycles, summer lines, but now people are leaving the lorry just as a number. I think that is now a thing of the past. A lot of efforts have been taken.
What has changed? If you could probably tell us what is
so now we have desalination plant. I think the only city in the country has in India is Chennai, and that's because that became since we didn't have a thing, we had a desalination plant. I think all the reservoirs have to be done properly, water management has to be done. We have to truly there are more than thousands of small water pockets which is there. And there are it's already restored now. I think you can see a lot many. So these things are important. Now, from a developer's perspective, when we do larger development, we have to be there part of it. You have to zone it well, you need to have the proper rainwater harvesting. But rainwater harvesting has been done well across all of the developers' projects. Government is also done, but still not enough. A long way to go we have to do. Recharge things have to be done. Even that is also done, but it's still not enough. I think if we can just do this, I don't see a problem because Chennai doesn't have, we are not in the Middle East where we have the same. We have ample rain, we have so much of water, just that management, if done properly, I think the government takes it seriously as an infrastructure. So I don't see this as a challenge, but if you address it properly, I think this will be done. And I think we don't take it very this is issue. For me, I don't feel that respecting real estate for the troubles. I don't have to think about water security is the most important. If we can just that will be good.
Alright, so Habib sir mentioned that Chennai gets abundance rate. Sometimes it becomes overabundance also. We face a lot of floods. We have two problems. September to December, there's too much of flooding. You know what happened in Velachery and multiple other locations. And during summer, it's like over hot over here. So this question is to both Gautam and Naveen. So as property developers, are you factoring in all these issues so that peripheral Chennai does not become another Velachery or another West Mangala, so that things that happened in 2015 and 19 does not get replicated over there?
Yeah, so
real estate developer, I mean, we take a lot of efforts in the, I mean, and cognizance in the planning stage that we take the highest level of floods, recorded floods in Chennai, and we go 3 to 5 feet higher in terms of our level so that our projects are secure. And I mean, we take a lot of efforts in planning the water movement and water evacuation within the project so that there is no chance of any flooding. We take care, I mean, we go as per the necessary approvals of environmental agencies and the PWDs to assure that, I mean, property will not get flooded. And I mean, in terms of heat, we take a lot of effort. I'm sure that's true for all the developers. We take a lot of efforts in designing the blocks and the units so that it aligns with the wind flow and it aligns with the path of sun movement so that the homes are not having enough heat and there's a proper ventilation which happens which improves on the home. But at the same time, a real estate developer can do only so much with the land which they have. Now, I would request to the government bodies to plan the proper, the water movement so that the area doesn't get flooded. As a real estate developer, that's what actually we can take care of in the land what we are building. We can definitely make sure and we are making sure that the project is fully secure from any kind of flooding and overflooding of water. But what is happening outside the project is actually what the government should help in proper movement of water in case of any floods and how the areas should be flood resistant. So I would request to the government bodies from this dais that please facilitate the measure which can mitigate floods in the suburban, the new growth corridors, because that's what is important for the city. Just one point, I'm just going to take your own example, West Bangla. I think I'm a 6th generation West Bangla mind. So some authority can speak there. West Bangla was never flooding until about a few years ago. So what happened was there was some infrastructure. So what went wrong there? Yeah, so there was some realignment of the sewage system. The kind of meant water which was flowing out of West Bangla started coming back into West Bangla. So waters output, especially when there was severe flooding, what they started to, it's only in the last 15 years this has happened, not before that. West Bangla was always, and traditionally also, West Bangla has been an agricultural village. You cannot be an agricultural village and it's going to flood every other year. I know for others it was agricultural village. I know for a fact it was one between 1970s and my great-grandfather moved and then what almost the 1960s, 70s, it was still agricultural. Only then development started happening, so there was no flooding until the 80s or the 90s. Hardly something could be up to your shin level or something at the most. And then there was the drainages were not properly engineered. I've been bringing this up. And which year was this? I think there were two actions. One sometime in the early 2000s and then subsequently again in 2021 thereabouts. So two actions happened, but after that it kind of flipped the situation where West Bangla got flooded. It's just poor engineering. It's also what Jerry pointed out, rightly, retrofitting infrastructure into existing developments. You will not only the first tenants, you will also have to make a lot of compromises. You may have to end up choosing lesser of two evils at every given decision point. Therefore, you'll be taking a sub-optimal infrastructure decision, which is what's leading to all this. So, without a doubt, like Gautam rightly placed it to the government has to provide a plan for this infrastructure way ahead of time and then move the crowd line In fact, if we look at our master plans, Arun from the previous session did talk about master plans. Our master plans are in place. They're fantastic. Master plan 1, fantastic. There was Maragana Township and then there was Tirvalur. These townships were there on paper. The problem was they remained on paper. They will talk about detailed development plan and then execution of the detailed development plan. These two pieces were missing. In fact, I will go on to even criticize the government. Instead of focusing on development and infrastructure, they started focusing on licensing how many square feet should a developer build. And they started policing how much deviation can there be. A building is going to build one more floor, even if the worst case scenario, 2 more floors instead of 6 is going to do 8. That's 20-25%. Let's park that aside and focus on getting the infrastructure for the next 25 years or the next 50 years. You do the planning for 50 years, do the infrastructure for the next 25, rather than focusing on whether it is 23 feet or is it 24 feet setback and the build 14 days over it. I think that's where the CMDA has utterly failed, I would say, on this forum. I have no qualms in saying, rather than focusing on developing the city, they focused on how many is 0.2% extra giving or leaked. Of course, there are also other factors which the new government is addressing, because when licensing is a place where you get to do other things, not to be camera. But this is where the government should be. CMDA should be specifically focusing on implementing your master plans into DDPs, into actual micro projects. Not the approval, you can outsource to AI can do it. So that's that.
So Mr. Bhatta, would you like to add to whatever Naveen was talking about?
Yeah, so I think the government's job, the CMDA job is to actually see how the city is developed. But rather than sitting and giving approvals and they're missing a whole lot of time that they have moved. I've seen many cities that sometimes when I look for a practice today, they will give approval and make it proposed. I think the big mess is that they need to account a few agencies like good applicants and empower them and give them. And then because of that, the nations practically lock and fill and finish them. Don't give anything. So I think I don't know the but I think they're very lucky. Because CMDA have to be focused on how do we improve the lives of the citizens of this city. So, the quality of life has to improve. I think, why should we all go abroad and when we have such a diversity? And I think the time has come for the government to focus only on that. The efforts around, I think it is not enough.
So, Joy, this question is to you. So, if I look at Chennai peripheral, we have a lot of manufacturing and other companies over there. So, can Chennai aspire to become India's version of Greater Shanghai, where manufacturing and urban development can go together?
Yes, Samita. So, definitely, Chennai accounts for close to 30% of Tamil Nadu, to be holistic, for about 30% of India's automotive exports. So definitely, as a city, as a state, there is a lot of promise. But if you look at cities like Shanghai, they've adopted, not the siloed development of building isolated industrial estates, but holistically developing industrial cities, right? So that is something which we need to focus on. And I say that it is three-pronged, three specific segments. One, building mega townships, right, which is not only about industrial clusters, but also look at blue-collar workers, mid-management, how do we accommodate expatriates, right? And if you look at any of the Chinese city, the commute time is not more than 15-20 minutes, right? But if I ask Sangeeta, if somebody is working in a factory in Sri Perumbudur and even staying in Pundamali, right, you're looking at least 1.5 hours
because of travel, right? So how do we cut the travel down is something which is important. Many of the senior colleagues are there, Nirmal, Kalpana, all of us have seen, for example, how Mahindra wants to be group, right, as an integrated township, right? If you look at how industrial allotments are done now, we are looking at giving land allotments to big industries to set up zones. But what is important is how do you kind of give a holistic development? We were doing some research for a French tire manufacturing company when they set up the manufacturing plant. The biggest challenge was employees not having social infrastructure, right? So when you are looking at promoting industries, we need to look at providing, as Habib said, best-in-class education for children, right? That becomes very, very important. If you look at how IT corridor developed, the reason why so many IT companies came was because there was an American school, right, which was set up much before any of the IT parks which came, right? So good quality education, top quality healthcare, right, and residential, of course, at affordable pricing along the industrial zones, right? So that becomes very, very important. It's not a question of having capital to build. Habib and Naveen here will also agree. There's enough capital providers who are willing to back developers who are putting up, holistic township. If you look at Mahindra, there's always institutional capital which backs them. So it's not capital availability which is a challenge, but when zones are developed, look at 100, 200 acre projects which will not only house industries but also look at holistic development of healthcare, education, malls, and other support infrastructure.
Also, one of these questions to you. If you look at Bangalore's peripheral growth, you just spoke about traffic and a lot of time. If you look at Bangalore's peripheral growth, despite the growth, the traffic condition has become worse. So what should Chennai do before it's too late? What are the things they should factor in?
So again, it's about infrastructure development, right? So Chennai, if you look at IT, it's going to be 3 zones only: OMR, Mount Ponnamalli Road, you've got the radial road, which is there. So we should look at how infrastructure can support beyond the arterial road. So the primary thing would be expediting the metro work activity which is already under construction, and also expedite all the proposed zones, right? So that becomes important. And then decentralizing growth, right, which we have again spoken in this session. Take the concentration out of the major zones, right? If you look at Mount Ponnamalli Road, there are so many IT parks which are coming up, but that infrastructure can hold only so much, right? So how can we kind of go beyond that? Same as with IT corridors, same as with radial road. So it's about improving the grid networks. How do we improve the arterial highways, expediting metro work, and decentralized master planning, right? So these 3 would be the recommendations.
All right, Mr. Naveen, you can take it.
Yeah, I think metro. Okay, so now 2 lines, 3 lines on the way now. But these 3 lines in plan 5 years back, right? And still it is not over. Now, government should think where is it moving? Very well in 2026. See where the growth is. Now, see, that doesn't go in the plan list where, because it's happening developing no planning. I think we need to learn quickly. You just follow metro on lines is good. Like, many of us, I used to go to Hong Kong and where that was everywhere when I used to go there, yellow line, blue line, it's always good over, you have a no plan there. So make sure, this 5 lines are good enough. Make sure that you have no plans. If you can think now and start planning, and there are some other things, you cannot just depend on one. We need to create more satellite funds. So that would be great.
Gautam, what about traffic and how many of the projects that Council is doing?
I would like to add something to this. So I think the traffic congestion happens not because of growth. It happens primarily because of unplanned growth. So I think it's a question of what comes first, whether growth of an area comes first or infrastructure comes first. So I think Bangalore is an example. What you have taken has happened the other way. The growth came first and infrastructure, it's still coming.
So I think the right model for us to take in India is Hyderabad. I mean, they have done it very well. The way they have planned the infrastructure before the real estate growth happens is very nice. I mean, we here has a little half-blended campus, I would say. I think what should happen going forward is infrastructure should lead growth. So infrastructure should happen first. Connectivity, people travel time, metro, all these things should happen first. I would also think that we should invest and we should plan for integrated townships which are self-sufficient in nature, so that it can cater to various needs of a person, from housing to work to social infrastructure to healthcare to education. So once that happens, I think they will become self-sufficient pockets, and the need for travel and the need for communication reduces, which again helps in traffic decongestion. So now the question is, what is happening around our projects? So I mean, at the moment we are relying on the infrastructure which is there, and I think government is doing their bit to build the infrastructure in these areas, but there has to be more in terms of the metro. The future expansion of metro has to happen faster. Otherwise, I mean, city will grow and the infrastructure will follow that, and the same problem of Bangalore, or I mean, what is happening even in some parts of Chennai, the same will continue. So, I mean, this is what is my take on this.
Now we know it to you, and I think like peripheral Chennai, West Bangalore is also, there's too much traffic there, apart from your flooding.
I think, everyone has been talking, see, if you look at back the 91 census, Bangalore was about 32 lakh populace, whereas Chennai was about 45 lakh. And today Bangalore is, I think, was ancient was 1.5 crores, whereas Chennai is still at 1.3, 1.4. It's growing slower than Bangalore. And even if we keep up with Bangalore's pace of infrastructure development, we would have been fine. We are simply too slow. Like I said, the same way is focusing on approvals rather than development. Every government body is, I mean, there's a problem for the government also from other sections is you're dealing with public money, you have to be safe, but I think there is some amount of flamboyance that is required from the people who are driving these infrastructure growths. They will have to fund projects and push ahead in implementing this. That's one. And then again, improve quality of public transport. Your last mile connectivity is horrible today. I mean, when I go to London, Singapore, or New York, then again, I didn't even need a car. So I would walk onto the metro and hop in there and go. But here, in my office, I have 2 metro stations about 800 meters apart. It's impossible to get to the metro station. And this is on Mount Road. Now you can imagine if that's the plan of Mount Road in Chennai. Your last mile has to be there. Even with the infra in place. Improve your last mile. Improve the quality of your food. Today, no one's using the buses except for the free bus scheme for the women. I think then no one is using the buses because your bus quality is poor. Of course, I think the new initiative by our new CM is quite welcome. This is all buses are. You have to provide this infrastructure of transport of good quality to different strata of people. Only then are people going to use buses. There was in West Bangalore, there was this small bus service. The mini buses were flying, but I always found them to be empty. So it's probably a quality problem where general income level in West Bangalore was higher than the quality of the bus. I think that the service you're providing should match your audience. I think that the government, if they address this, will improve.
This is this last question, and this question is for all of you. Now that we have a new government, TVK government has come in, so what suggestions and recommendations would you give the government to make peripheral Chennai a better place to live?
So I would start saying that please plan infrastructure and areas should go together. I mean, that's what we have been talking about in the last question as well. So if infrastructure and growth happens together, the city will grow in an easier fashion, and I mean, the next growth story of Chennai will be seamless. I think
government should also incentivize or should also help developers to plan more of integrated townships and should, so that the decongestion and the need for travel reduces. Also, whatever infrastructure plans which are in pipeline, I think they should be expedited. I think it's happening, but it should happen faster so that, today what is looking an easy drive may not be an easy drive after 5 to 7 years if infrastructure goes slow. So my advice to government is, plan infrastructure before the growth happens.
What I think is infrastructure and protection infrastructure. You will have to not just do that, otherwise nothing will work. Also, you also have to look for I think what can be done. Just be moving for the right purpose. And then more investment, even more better, application. So that there are more investments coming, more factories, more things coming in.
So also, ever since the new government came and they've given out a lot of things that there's no bribe, a lot of things. So what's happening on that front, sir?
Just to close out, for the city is going to be very, very important. As all of us in the real estate fraternity, we are looking at one, the height of the building, right? Increased FSI, but the balance height of the building with the depth of drainage, right? And stormwater drains. Both are very, very important, which we all agree. So, the stormwater drain flood management infrastructure, that is one. Continue to fast track completion of the existing lines of the metro and the proposed lines. Look at social infrastructure, especially schools, hospitals, because both these asset classes are very asset-light. So if you look at any of the major hospital chains, they would not want to invest in land, invest in the construction. So to enable developers to, get land at a subsidized price, construction cost which is affordable, to promote social infrastructure and also look at power and water-related infrastructure for the city. Like I said, master plans are good, fantastic, but have strong implementation of the master plans. Don't go after low-hanging fruits like maybe the park or something. Go for the hardest, the most challenging items of your master plan, because all master plans are great. It's evolved with, great plans are put into developing a master plan. Now implement it. Go do the detailed development plan. Focus on implementing the master plan. Okay, you will be in a far better place than where you are right now. If only you implement the plans, go and implement the hardest items. Soft items are there. The items are there in the master plan, 25 parts are there. Go for real hard items. So what according to you are the hardest items of the plan? For example, satellite towns were the hardest. Back in the day, if you look at the first master plan and amount years, which was proposed in 1975, phase 1 was implemented in 1996. Phase 2 is yet to be completed. We are in 2026, 50 years later. So these are the hard items. This is what's going to decongest your city. This is what's going to improve the quality of your life. And we are talking about any master plan getting benefits. Because implement 1, implement 2. Third is may not be even needed and implemented 1 and 2 properly. So that's what I'm talking about.
Thank you so much, Pandis. We'll just open the floor for just 3 or 4 questions. Any questions? No, I know it's lunchtime. We can just take 1 or 2 and then we'll get to lunch. Okay, I think over there.
Good afternoon. training for Indian Institute of Architects, so I said that I have come up with a question. According to Sangeeta, who said, mentioned Gen Z around. Gen Z today is aged between 14 and 21. So if the last thing I know is that the Gen Z don't want to invest in real estate. If they have to because they want to be fine. The problem is if they invest in living life they need, it is not going to be afford an affordable housing right now. In general, this is my comment. And the communication and here in this conference room, on the government, please include the architects also along with them. We are pushing the government is not going to do. And the political systems that are being mentioned in basically investing in peripheral area. As the government mentioned that people have to know India and know what to. Okay, that's a secret. Probably the politicians, IAS officers, and developers like you might know. So, a common person like me, how do you know the secret of India and know other? Please let me know.
The second question first easy is for the master plan map discussion. In fact, I know you reached out to the Institute of Architects. I think if I'm not mistaken, if not, I will extend have someone reach out to you. So there you go. You're asking that question. So that's one. And what was your first question again? See affordability. See, Chennai today, I mean, very comment on the area planning was also very concerned also being a question to comment is Chennai is one of the more affordable markets in India as we speak. So, yes, that's one step. And today, your housing finance companies are giving you a lot of loans. It took about 90%. Instead of getting your iPhones and your Royal Enfields in your first 3 months' salary, that is all that it takes to buy a house. Because Royal Enfield costs you about 3 lakh rupees and an iPhone Pro Max is a lakh and a half. 4.5 lakh rupees and twice over is 9 lakh rupees you are under taking of 2 or 3 bedroom apartments. So I think affordability is not the problem. Most of you are spending your money is. Of course, that's a personal choice, it's a lifestyle choice. It's an affordable choice.
Just to add, India within the circuit, so one on the right note, please read the Hindu. Talks about a lot of infrastructure projects which come up. Thank you, and also, if you just, I wanted to map at the beginning, if you're just aware of existing infrastructure projects, if I may ask, paragraphs, Chennai peripheral ring road is coming up, which areas it is intersecting, or even the outer ring road, which is there. Not just awareness, all of the existing infrastructure is going on for your investment, which you can look at least for the next 5 to 10 years. Any infrastructure beyond that, a lot of moving parts are there. Just keep track of the existing infra projects that will give you a fair understanding on where to invest.
Gentlemen. So let this be the last question. We'll head for lunch. All the panelists bring you around to answer all your queries.
My name is Kirti. I'm focusing on digitalizing the construction industry. Been around for 10 years after working in Singapore for 30 years. I agree with everything Mr. Naveen said about foreign countries. And I really wanted to, it's not a question, it's a comment. I think the panel was spot on. They talked about corruption, they talked about the poor planning, the execution. The country has to move forward. I'm a Chennai. I haven't lived here for more than 30, 40 years. I come back to see my city. It sucks. Let's all work together, make it better. Thank you.
One last question. Anyone? Yes.
Good afternoon. This is a person representing today. I just want to understand whether we can talk on long-term impact when the petition is given to the new government. And what is the viral media, whether the localites, people there in and around Perugudi, Solingallu, or Palikanai, the people, not the media and the you can throw some lights. Thank you.
I think Naveen is model for this. I mean, in Chennai, I think that was you put on the new problem or something. So, thank you, sir. See, Rams are first and foremost, okay, preservation of ecology cannot be compromised. Let's keep that in, that's a given thing, first and foremost. And certain various forums, this political mass is already protected now from about the part of 20 years. 2007 and that's political mass about 700 hectares. Okay, is already protected. When I say hectares, there's also some confusion. Hectares is about 2.5 acres, I think 2.47 something. So keep that in mind. So 700 hectares, 1,700 acres is already protected. Subsequently, the government has proposed the addition of another 550 hectares, which is of course subject to ground truthing and that they have to study what is there, their lands and what's happening. That 350 hectares is something that's government has announced as wetlands and has combined these two 700 and 550, about 150 hectares or about 3,000 acres as a Ramsar site. Ramsar is becomes a treaty that an agreement that India signed along with several other countries in Iran. So this becomes a designated protected area. So the NGT had issued an order because there was a lot of uncertainty back and forth. 2-3 departments, there was interdepartmental communication had broken down. So the NGT, I believe, okay, again, it was not explicitly said, I believe the NGT got fed up and said 1 kilometer around this Ramsar outside. So outside of this Ramsar area, 1 kilometer, let there not be any development till you make a plan as to how you manage this Ramsar. Once you make the plan, this thing goes off. So we are talking of a 1 kilometer radius of a zone of influence measuring about 8,000 odd acres. So now there are two cases that are happening, actually three. One is a builder case which we will park aside. Okay, and then there are two other cases. One in the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court is that's more of a zone of action. Supreme Court is pulling up every state in India and asking why haven't you even marked the boundaries of your Ramsar site? Why is that ground truthing has not happened? In fact, Tamil Nadu in December of next year, 2025, said that 99% work is completed. And as of today, that's the status. Ground truthing is not complete. It's 6-7 months hence, and still that is status quo. And then there is another case which the Chennai and a few other developers, including myself, we filed for the arbitrariness of this 1 kilometer selection. Why is it 1 kilometer? Why not 1 meter? Why not 10 kilometers? So that's an arbitrariness in this matter. It's a matter is in the report, I think on the 3rd of August, I think it's in front of page 1, which is headed by the Chief Justice. And Justice Arun Murugan is also part of the bench. That is coming up on the final hearing on the 3rd of August. So, for existing landowners, is it a problem? No, the zone of influence is only likely to go away once the IOD is ready, once the plan is ready. It could take 2 years, 5 years, or like the project 50 years. Okay. So, there is the second piece where this is exactly our position with the Madras High Court, because one is this 1 kilometer is arbitrary, and two, if ground truthing from 99 to 100% takes more than 8 months, then how long? This is only step 1 of the entire process. We cannot wait infinitely, so the court should intervene. Is one of the prayers that we have certain done to the Madras High Court. We have a reasonable case on hand, but again, with court matters, you can
never say what's not that. So I hope I addressed you all.
Thank you, Navin, and thank you all for being a wonderful audience. Over to Colombo now. Thank you so much to all of our panelists and our moderators and Sangeeta. Let's give them a big round of applause. We've had a lot of food for thought. We'll have some extra food and we'll break for lunch. We'll see everybody back here for the post-lunch session at 2:20. Thank you so much. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to this very, very interesting event brought to you by the Hindu. Our post-lunch session will be an inspiring presentation by our academic partner. Architecture today goes far beyond designing buildings. It's about creating resilient, sustainable, and future-ready cities. To present innovative ideas that can redefine urban living, I'd now like to invite Ms. P.I. Subipada, the final year students at Vita College of Architecture and Design, who will be presenting on the topic of India's vertical forest cities, integrating skyscrapers with urban farming, biodiversity corridors, carbon sequestration, and cooling landscapes. Can we hear it for Subipada as she takes the stage? Can we give her a round of applause? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Subipada. I'm Subipada, and today I'll be speaking about India's vertical forest cities and how we can integrate our growing landscape with carbon sequestration, urban farming, biodiversity corridors, and cooling landscapes. Let me start with 4 numbers. By 2030, around 40% of Indians will already be living in cities. 13 of the world's 20 most populated cities are from India. And there are several clues that explain to 4 to 7 degree urban heat island and there is less than 1 meter square green space in Indian metropolitan cities per person. This is a data showing the change in per capita forest cover in Indian megacities like Bangalore, Ahmedabad, and Chennai. So, as our cities grow vertically, the question is, how will we grow vertically as well? Chennai is a very relevant place to ask this question. We have a hot, humid climate, India's sharp bursts of rainfall, cyclone exposure, and low-lying terrain. We also have increasingly dense development. At the same time, Chennai also has enormous ecological potential. We have our coastline, rivers, lakes, temple towers, road medians, and other open space networks available for greenery and landscaping. But here's the problem. Chennai's vegetation has declined from 25% in 2014 to 10% in 2024, whereas the built-up area has expanded from 36% in 2014 to 67% in 2024. This is a map showing the green cover in the Chennai metropolitan area in the year 2000 when compared to the year 2017. Some of this is being dealt with in the third master plan with a 20-year roadmap. So how can we do better? The issue is that these systems are often treated separately and not as one single ecosystem. Parks, water bodies, drainage, and buildings are treated separately. We have to become one connected green and blue system with standard enforcement, minimum green footprint requirements in every project, and most importantly, maintenance projects that are built into the green projects from day one. The Tamil Nadu Urban Green Policy of 2026 works towards climate resilient, sustainable and livable cities and was launched by the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu under the Green Clear Mission. So what is a vertical forest city? For me, the simplest definition is this. It is not a tower with plants added onto it. It is a building where architecture and ecology is designed as one system from the ground up. I break that into 4 major pillars: urban farming, biodiversity corridors, carbon sequestration, and cooling landscapes. urban farming, there are productive terraces and hydroponic bales in the facade. Biodiversity corridors have planted plants linking the ground to the sky through roof gardens. Carbon sequestrations have dense chemical masses absorbing carbon dioxide and filtering pollution out. And cooling landscapes have evapotranspiration and shading to cut the urban heat island effect. So let's start with the first pillar, urban farming. Instead of consuming more land for agriculture horizontally, we can use our buildings as productive landscapes that move upward through terrace farms, hydroponic systems, and community growing spaces. A great precedent for this is the Visionaries urban farm in Tokyo, Japan. So what they have done is incorporated an existing 50-year-old 9-story building retrofitted with around 43,000 square feet dedicated just to farming. And they didn't do this by adding it into just the facades of the roof, they added it in the ceilings, floors, courtyards, and facades. So going back to the previous slide, this shows how much profit they got just from this one project. And the profit margin is not just monetary. They use 95% less water for their day-to-day activities, including farming, and it's more than 400 tons more produced per acre, 70% more efficient use of space, and reduce transport emissions. So, more importantly, for something like that in Japan, not in India, we already have evidence that it can, or at least it can be started to. Actually, Kolkata World Western Markham is a residential luxury tower incorporating around 14,000 square feet of vertical garden spaces in a completed residential tower. The entirety of the plot has more than 15,000 square feet of landscape spaces. So vertical greenery is not something we have to import from Japan, Singapore, or Milan. We can just start it in Chennai, and it is already been started. Another example for this is Nana Foresta in Singapore, Bangalore. That is an urban residential structure which is integrated and developed around the idea of a buildable forest, vertical buildable forest, integrating trees, shrubs, and creepers, balconies from the architecture itself. This is important because projects like Olympus in Nana Foresta are one place where office organizations from parental builders to help build builders on a larger scale. So let's go to the second pillar, biodiversity corridors. Instead of isolated patches of landscaping, we should start native planting that can move continuously from the ground through buildings, sky terraces, facades, to the roof gardens. That creates ground to soil linkage. This idea does not necessarily need a building. We can start with small observatory towers and parks and medians or traffic signals. There will be standard planted structures that become stepping stones between fragmented green areas all over the city and public landmarks. The next one is carbon sequestration, as the dense planting of broadleaf native species to avoid carbon dioxide and carbon and capture particulate matter and pollution. Including this, helping the buildings become carbon sinks. The next one is cooling landscapes. Plants provide shade and evapotranspiration, and these canopies protect the facades from direct solar gain, and permeable landscapes reduce the amount of heat that roads and buildings absorb. So, this is so much shading, as you can see, these maps show the proposed global heat island effects for the areas in Chennai. This is our international president, known as Bosco Vertica, the first vertical forest in Milan, Italy. It's still tunnels containing hundreds of trees and thousands of little shrubs and plants that have been integrated structurally into the planting from day one. Irrigation was integrated into the building, and the species were tested for wind conditions, and dedicated daily maintenance keeps the crew alive. So, India cannot copy Bosco Vertica as this. We have to use native water species which are also cyclone resistant and without zero recharge pits or rain gardens that capture all monsoon water. This basically is a role as our traditional water tanks and today reverse landscape and groundwater recharge combined centuries ago. So have we seen this sort of policy change anywhere else in India? Yes, we have. In a village called Tiplanti in Rajasthan, the tree planting was tied to the birth of every grandchild, which means there are also They avoided human infanticide and also helped with deforestation. More than 3 crore trees were planted through this policy. In Mangalika, a village in Maharashtra, over 1,800 hectares of land is protected and aims to promote over 1 crore in sales of native bamboo. How is this possible in the Indian context? It is not easy, but it is doable. Let us have to add on structural loading, irrigation, monsoon wind and maintenance, along with the business structure from day one. I will suggest a simple roadmap. Prioritize, convene, pilot and scale. Identify the areas of greatest state or green deficits in each area. Bring architects, urban planners, developers and the government together as one. Pilot the systems of the management style, small towers and parks, in mediums, etc. Then request these results to shape incentives to a larger scale, like residential towers. Because as Indian cities continue to grow vertically, research should not be left behind at the ground level. Thank you everyone for organizing this event and to Savita College of Architecture and Design for giving me this opportunity. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. Bukada. Next we have Mr. M. Aldrich Bennett, also final year student from the Savita College of Architecture and Design, who will present water positive cities solving the urban water crisis through architecture. Aldrich, over to you. Can we give him a round of applause?
Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Aldrich Bennett, final year architecture student from Savita College of Architecture and Design. Today, I am presenting the topic on water positive cities, solving urban water crisis through architecture. With the example of Krishnapura Dam, Georgetown. So, this presentation explores how traditional water system can be reimagined through architecture and also urban design strategies to make more city into sustainable, resilient and climatic responsive cities. Water positive cities. Water positive city in the cities which retains water more clean water to environment than it consumes. It is important because nowadays cities are facing more problems like depletion of groundwater, loss of more lakes and rivers, and floods during monsoon seasons and water scarcity during dry season, and also we are depending more on extra water supply. So these water bodies are engineered to capture the rainwater and store it, and also controls flow and also supports the agriculture. Behind these water bodies also serve as a vital community space where culture, ecology and daily life are conversed. So in India, the temple times, structures and areas are our historical water architecture, because these are living water heritage which acts as a multi-functional space and also strengthens the community bond. So these are some notable ancient temple times around India which is associated with the temples, and also these are rainwater harvesting which recharges the groundwater, and also it supports the biodiversity and also serves the cultural and social spaces. So, coming to Chennai, Chennai is technically vulnerable to water problems because of flat coastal terrain and also slow natural drainage. So, the Chennai metropolitan area approximately covers 5,900 square meters with a population around approximately 12 to 13 million. So, in Chennai is connected by Coastal River, Cool River, and other rivers with some major networks of canals and some minor stormwater which is connected to the Buchanan Canal. So, due to rapid urbanization and loss of natural water bodies, we are getting more floods. Like some major events are like 2005, 2015 and 2023. So, this map shows the linking of rivers for Chennai city waters, rivers from Pala to Coastal, Pala to Araya to Coastal, and Cool to Araya. So, next, this graphical representation illustrates the encroachment improvement upon Chennai water bodies over different periods of time, starting from 1997 to 2006 to 2016. That was rapid urbanization. So our Chennai historic water system was carefully shaped by interlinking every lakes, rivers, ponds, wetlands, and rivers and etc. So how this works is these are linked by a web of feeder channel that takes water across the urban terrain, and instead of getting in isolated pockets. So the overflow from one water body to another water body is natural because of gravitational. So this also maintains the hydrological balance across the city. These temple tiles which is like as a decentralized recharge point because they are capable of capturing rainwater and store it, and also acts as a community space. So now the Chennai historic water network has been dismantled over the decades because of the unplanned urban growth. The encroachments have been consumed the lake beds, and margins, while this feeder channel once links every rivers and lakes. But now it has been built over. So as a result, this interconnection of water bodies has become fragmented, isolated, and it does not unable to function as a hydrological system. So because of this, there face lots of consequences like floods during monsoons, declining groundwater levels, depending more on external water supply, exploiting more inland heat, and also disappearance of vital blue-green public spaces. So due to rapid urbanization and loss of natural water bodies, the state is getting severe day by day. So as according to the study, the flood inundation can be increased up to 33%, and urban sprawl and continuous rainfall occur together. And also today, most of the cities are covered with impervious surfaces like concrete, roads, buildings, so that the water cannot soak into the groundwater and it cannot reach us the groundwater. So what happens is the water gets running into the wells and causes waterlogging issues and also flood issues. So every year, 2.5 million people are at risk in the cities like Broadstone, it's a very dense development. So they face repeated inundation, disrupted livelihood, and degraded public health. Broadstone is the oldest city, and also it has a dense urban fabric. It has continuous building footprint. It has very narrow streets. The streets are covered with hard surfaces, and there is not that much open and green buffer spaces. So I thought this as a night study, which is a Krishnappa Tank, which is a part of Broadstone. This Krishnappa Tank is 300 years old, and also once it served as a vital water terminus. But the current state of this Krishnappa Tank is being dry and being neglected rather than using it as a water body. So this Krishnappa Tank is surrounded by a dense urban development. The Krishnappa Tank measures about 60 meters in length and 47 meters in depth and 3 meters in depth. So the capacity of the tank is around about 8,460 cubic meters. So this Krishnappa Tank current state highlights the need to transform this into the sustainable blue-green public space so that it can manage water, improve environment, and reconnect it to the community. So what are the concepts we can integrate? First is rainwater harvesting through the roof type. Since Broadstone has very dense development, there is not that much space in the ground to store the rainwater. So that instead we can catch the rainwater in the roof type and rechannel it to the restoring plants. Next is groundwater treatment. We can treat the groundwater through constructed biofuel stations so that we can use that water for landscape purposes. Next is we can replace impervious services with permeable payments, biofiltration, and also trees to store the water runoff. And also we can restore this Krishnappa tank through ecological and also physical intervention, transforming it to a multifunctional space. Next is the water sensitive urban design. This integrates urban water cycle into our public spaces, landscape, and buildings. What happens is it Krishna Nayak Pond is a vibrant public space with lots of shaded workplace, constructed wetlands, with a lot of community gathering spaces, and also with lot of cultural activity happening over there to reconnect the community to water. By reconnecting the community, the water infrastructure will get visible and automatically it will enhance the security of our water, improve the microclimate across the city, and also the process social inclusion. This is my proposal to the Krishna Nayak Pond. This proposal shows how traditional water system can be converted into a water crystal water buffer urban water common. By combining with rainwater harvesting, recharging groundwater, permeable commons, constructed wetland, and also public space design. So the objective is not only to conserve the historical temple land and also make it as a functional infrastructure for flood mitigation, water security, ecological improvement, and community well-being. So I have implemented amenities like parking, food courts, gazebos, shared walkways, constructed wetland with integrated seatings, temple. This is associated with the conservation of the temple. So I gave pujari houses and temple floods. These are some plans for that. And also these are the events occurs during the festival time and also during day and evening times. So what are the benefits of Krishnapad tank restoration? We can mitigate the flood and recharge the groundwater, and we can enhance the public space, and also reclaim the shared water commons for recreation, ritual and community life, reconnecting residents with the cultural heritage. We can maintain the microclimate, and also we can create habitat corridors that bring native ecology back to the city. So as a conclusion, temple tanks are the resilient infrastructure because they are capable of recharging groundwater, buffering floods, and also close the neighborhood. So Chennai Restoring Water Network is a proven template for capturing, restoring, and reusing the water within the city. So this, by restoring this Krishnapad tank addresses flooding issues, groundwater recharge, urban youth, and public space shortage in one integrated design. So as we architects, planners, and policymakers must develop these kind of urban water programs as an essential public infrastructure for climate resilient cities. Thank you.
Can I give our students a big round of applause for their presentations? We'll just take a few moments to set the stage before we dive into our next panel discussion of the day, which is titled Land as the Next Asset Class. Just give us a few moments to set the stage and we will begin. Thank you. move on to our next session titled Building Economic Cities, Not Just Real Estate, the Future of Integrated Urban Development. Over the last few years, plotted developments have emerged as one of the fastest growing real estate segments in Tamil Nadu. Improved connectivity, expanding infrastructure, increasing investor confidence, and the desire for long-term asset appreciation have made plotted communities an attractive investment option. Our next discussion explores the factors driving this remarkable growth and what lies ahead for the sector. To my right, please welcome on stage Mr. Prince Philip, Civic Affairs Editor, The Hindu. Can I give him a round of applause as he takes the stage? Please welcome our panelists, Dr. J.P. Lakshman Agamal, Professor and Principal of the Samantha College of Architecture and Design, Chennai, with over 25 years of experience in architecture, urban design, and academic research. A distinguished architect, researcher, and educator, she is widely recognized for her contributions to architectural education, urban planning, and professional excellence. Welcome. We also welcome Mr. Arun Dalpi, Founder and Managing Director of Dalpi Medaki, and the Managing Director of GDP Urban Developers, a visionary entrepreneur known for pioneering luxury and branded residences in South India. With over a decade of experience, he is widely recognized for driving innovative real estate developments, senior living communities, and high-value investment-led projects. We also welcome Mr. Vipul, co-founder, Design Co-Lab, an architecture and urban practice focused on creating safer, more accessible, and inclusive cities through design. With expertise in gender responsive planning, universal accessibility, walkability, and public space design, and strong advocates for equitable and people-centered urban development. Welcome. Also at the panel is Sri Ravikannal, Deputy General Manager of the State Bank of India, with over 30 years of experience in banking, housing finance, and real estate lending. A seasoned banking leader, he has held several key leadership roles across SBI and is widely respected for his expertise in real estate finance and strategic banking operations. We welcome all our speakers with a warm round of applause and I hand over this session to Prince Philip.
Good afternoon, everyone. So, what we have on our table today, work is development, that's one idea. And then we have walkability, we have sustainability, social spaces on our table. So, and we'll start with new work. It's a concept, it might sound very new and newfangled, but actually this concept has been around since time immemorial. So every Indian any civilization, people have gravitated towards spaces where there's water. Livability quotient was high when people consider place, water. And then, must be familiar with this saying, okay, there's a bus stop nearby. Back then, people were okay with walking and all that, so if a bus stop was like about 500 meters away, it was okay. That was it. And then there should be a playground. And a little bit of nature, open space, and very important that the famous Araman, where the panchayat happens and all that, that kind of stuff. That's what has been developed. But now, in an urban milieu, things have become complicated. Anything gets complicated with time. The family gets complicated with time. As children grow, the needs grow too. So now, when you're going to design something, a space where you have all these three elements aligned, it's going to be difficult. So I'm going to start with this idea, and before that, I'll just frame some questions for the panelists, but I just want to do away with it as soon as possible, maybe like 15. I just want to use it as a talk for about 10-15 minutes and all that, and after that, I just want this conversation, this discussion to be free-flowing, where anyone can weigh in with their comment. Like if I put a question to one panelist, like others can also weigh in. But that actually just ensure that they answer quickly, concise, and to the point. So here we go. And this one is for Mr. Arun Dalpi. So I just wanted to paint a picture of paint a picture of what land work, play development looks like from a developer's viewpoint?
I think maybe in Chennai we are talking a little bit not aware of, right? So Gurgaon is one of the biggest example where they call it as little differently as ESC, where they bring social life, commercial and office spaces together, and this has been the way the entire development is. It looks fantastic. So people in real estate sector who've been trying to improvise, they keep doing this regularly, would be traveling and looking at various places, will understand. I think globally also any integrated township, let's take Powai in Hiranandani in Powai, Bombay or any other integrated township, this has been a methodology. Our own example is Mahendragal city, which is already there. So even before taking the picture, I think we have seen it, where entertainment is part of it. There is a mall space which is allocated, there is an office space, everything is being allocated. So one of the key challenges I think Chennai has in this entire thing is we are becoming so horizontally developed, we are not getting any land parcels to develop it properly. So especially plotting has become so prominent in Chennai, which has deprived of these kind of developments. So availability of land parcel has been challenged in Chennai, but rest of India, the development has become a common thing. So many more land parcels. There is no bill I would say there is no false arguments. Like you take one example. People around my government, when started developing, I think around 2006 and it became big as a road, now it's 20 years on. 20 years generally seen as a generation. One generation is passed without seeing the playground. The thing is, we've been talking about this global sports city and all that. It's really slow out of the box. So only 6 months ago they were talking about some movement happening and all that. Still nothing is clear. This is for quite some time. And if you take Chennai, the central part of Chennai, you have something like the Kalemana, you have something like that. 20 years is a long time. I think the government should have done something along those lines, maybe Kalemana, something along those lines, plus state events. People in November, they want to just schools want to host a huge gala event. They will do really so. They shouldn't have been allowed. No, see, I would put it more as a policy decision than it's only government to do things. See, there needs to be a financial viability to do these kind of stadiums, right? The other way around is like, say, if I allow taller buildings, technically the open space increases. The minute the open space increases, more playground and everything starts coming in. So if I look at any tall-rise building in OMR, it's part of the communities have almost all of the playing spaces. So maybe it's for international quality stadiums, but most of them are good enough for the kids to learn, have their own time. So almost all communities in OMR have their own playground, have their own spaces, everything is available. So one of the key challenges is policy decisions. So if you travel across India, I would say Chennai is the most dark city. Right? We don't allow heights at all. We think by not allowing heights, we are protecting Chennai's name. But by not allowing heights, we are destroying it. Because if I'm allowed to go 100 meters tall, right, suddenly my open spaces keeps increasing. Instead of 40%, it becomes 70%, 80%. So more and more open space increases, more and more green is going to increase, more and more ground is going to come. Right? So similarly, how are we going to stop giving approvals to layouts? So inside the city, none of the large cities allow you to do layouts. Right? Chennai is one place where even I have 2 acres of land, I can do a layout and get the exit. Right? So it becomes more a trader's mindset than a builder's mindset. Why are we called builders? Because we are responsible for building the city. We are responsible for building the nation. So there needs to be a responsibility for the developers to make sure this is not happening, and there is also a responsibility of the government to say, I'm not going to give approvals for these kind of layouts because I'm going to break it into 800 square foot, 1000 square foot, 1200 square foot plots. What development I can bring in future? If somebody is buying a 800 square foot land, they have to build edge to edge. So then how the water percolation is going to happen, how the drainage is going to happen. So we are blocking everything by creating these kind of smaller chunks of land parcels.
So this has to be stopped as a policy from the government, and there should be a responsibility from the builder community to say, I won't do this kind of stuff.
I don't agree. We are having a builder community among them. One really vertically aligned with the other open spaces around. It comes closest to this because you don't have spaces for the entertainment in your clubhouse. There's places to live out, and then also like you also have shops also. And the other gated communities also just bring in the neighbors and the residents have attachment for them, so they do have good business in it. But how about people outside those gated communities? Because if you take Oman, it's not just the high impact who's there, the Blink Road is there, so I'm quite familiar with it. And even if kind of gated communities do provide all these amenities and all that, and they have a responsibility of the government to also provide these facilities, and they should have come much earlier.
So I think the government has a policy of OSR, which is 10%, which is being gifted, it is being utilized for open spaces and recreation for rest of the people also. And OSR is never blocked only for the gated community, and rest of the people are allowed to come inside. So the problem is enforcement here again. So it is not enforced, these public spaces are given to public.
Exactly. There are a lot of issues. Generally, in fact, they would be very convincing also. This gated community, you're worried about children's security and stuff like that. But the OSR is go to others. What do you give back to the community? It's enforcement is very important. Okay. Now, actually, I have a question for Professor Lakshmi. Actually, you can talk about where you can get wrong, when you're designing the, workplay model. What model works and what doesn't work? Give an example or two from Chennai.
People workplace is a concept which is there from 1800s. If you look into the theoreticians of earlier, it started from Patrick Geddes to Windsor Hospital, Howard was done, the garden city concept, and the new urbanism concept is all people-centric. But in between, I think we were deviating from people-centric to we started for car-centric cities. So there the zoning and all has really put all of us apart from different places, and we started moving from one zone to the other zone. So that was the major shift of people-centric to car-centric. Now we are coming back after looking into sustainability and the new urbanism concept with walkable communities. We started thinking about walkable cities and the pedestrian-friendly cities, and also the recent concept of 15-minute cities by Carlos and all that we are bringing back, where the concept of TOD is coming very important. But again, the transit-oriented development is a very important concept, and again, Chennai actually is taking a lot of initiatives along with the metro stations. But again, the concentration is on the transit, not on the people. So for us, actually, the main concept should be people should be the first priority for any design. Anything the people should come first, then only the other things. So automatically when the people comes in, since we are talking about economy also, so their workplace has to be closer for them, and also the entertainment. So these are the three major things which we are putting together as the three triangles, and it has to work together. So there I think we have to, because even CMRL is doing a lot of last mile connectivity from the metro stations with a lot of feeder services and things like that. But still, there are a lot of gaps. So unless otherwise we finish these gaps and fill it up with people friendly, then it's not more.
Actually, talking about who should define development. It should be the user. But that's a development problem, because I can give you an example where when small bus was introduced in the research were not going to route. They were saying actually, if you're going to fly this bus on this route, it's not going to be connected for what's the learning us. Because you're just running it through maybe some place where it's just not available. So there are a lot of examples. You can't change the route, and they don't listen. Then after you solve the problem, apparently they're taking it off the roads, and the problem solved.
That is not solving the problem. They just transfer the problem to something else. Automatically, traffic congestion would have increased because they wanted to reduce that and to support the public transport, but they have not solved it.
I'll come back to you now. And so talking about people, residents, I think, Pavitra has done a lot of work in that area, and she's known for the Sterling initiative in Trivandrum, where the public space has been a point of focus, where it's brought on various stakeholders in the neighborhood, and something like that comes out of it. So I would just put this question to her. Man cannot live by, kind of needs topics as well, conversations and stuff like that. So very welcome is that, when you're talking about these three components, play and all that, very important is that. And again, those are the experience I like to know whether it actually has any impact on the civic status of the area when you create these public spaces.
So I think I want to just back up a little bit and speak about cities, right? So when we're thinking about cities, it's very hard to say that while 15-minute cities are still utopian to a large extent, right? If I live in Trivandrum and my best work opportunity is in Ananagar or far beyond that, I'm still going to go back for it. So it's going to be a little difficult for the city or, sort of the government to come around and say that, we are going to help creating 15-minute cities. Now, what they can end up doing is facilitate development that can provide a platform for any kind of development that is safe and equitable for all kinds of people. So you are looking for the government to provide the roads, to provide transportation, public infrastructure, public spaces, walkability, pedestrian infrastructure, so on and so forth, do the sewer system, do the drainage system, and leave. The people are there, where I segue to the question of Trivandrum, the people are ready to sort of occupy these spaces and then take ownership of them. The idea that the city has to put the roads and then therefore there is this not in my backyard syndrome, right? So we usually turn our backs to the roads that we live in front of. We're not so much so concerned about what are the kinds of infrastructure that comes in front of our houses. But then bringing people together, and then I think that Trivandrum project that you pointed out gives a great example of how people are just so inherently curious, right? We put up this exhibition, we didn't ask anybody, we of course got some government permissions for it, but that was it. We had about 1,000 people at least who walked in from the community. I called everybody in the city I knew, and about, 80% of them didn't turn up. But that 1,000 people who turned up were from the immediate 2-kilometer radius. And they're just inherently people who want to peek in and see what's happening in their community. And as long as, this was just before, the elections, there is this curiosity, are they giving 1,000 rupees there? There is this curiosity of what we are planning to do in this particular space. But then the idea that as long as you're asking them what you want from your own community, they have volumes to speak about the kinds of spaces that they envision for themselves. And this may be from the past, the fact that they played Gilli Danda on the road, or they played, traditional games on the road, so on and so forth. But there is history that I don't think anybody can come and say top down that come take this pedestrian plaza and now occupy it and use it how I envision you to use it. I think there is inherently cities have to be bottom up, and I think that gap in understanding that cities cannot be top down and they have to develop from the very people who inhabit it is the most important part of it.
There is a great observation, and another thing I would like to add to what Anthony said about sometimes some work is a great idea, but you can't realize it all the time. Like, when I come to work, I didn't find that if I want to work, I would be like, 4 hours if I was late. Because we have to do it.
You're a shop to buy your things. I'm saying that walkability and the pedestrian infrastructure is a non-negotiable. That is a court order. And we have the right to walk, which we apparently didn't know for so long, right? So we have the right to walk, and pedestrian infrastructure is the most important that the government should be putting in place. And like what Ma'am said, we should not be sort of prioritizing cars. The negotiation is not between whether a pedestrian infrastructure should exist or not. And you just lay a car and walk away. You have to be able to create the basics for the city to function.
And where I found out what to work on is about cost-effective transport systems, transit systems and all that. So, an intermodal, make it intermodal. So now, I got a question for you about financial models that promote economic cities.
There are various types of financial models. Since we are now in real estate segment, I can start with from the builder finance. So builder finance usually will be funding based on the project cost. So based on the project cost, we will be funding 30% of the project cost. And after the project cost, 30% margin from the builder. And it is based on this daily agreement and what is the collateral they are giving. Their own share of the builder share. It depends on that one. After the 7% of the funding, again we will be going for the 7% of the peak deficit level. Suppose 100% the project cost and 70% of the funding we are getting, 49 crores will be the loan amount and 21 crores will be coming from the receivable from the advance booking from the buyers. So this will be one of the huge benefits for the builders. So they can have the loan at the initial stage only. And also the getting asset-backed loan is there. In case a builder is going to be giving the total deposit ongoing project is unable to give us a mortgage loan to us. Under the asset-backed loan, we can give the alternative project. Alternative power plant we can give. Based on that, we can fund the loan to them. That is one concept. Second is the latest trend is that real estate investment trustees. Where the builders will be invested in their positions office malls. And as a small investor or individual investor, he can invest in that one without owning the property and he can have the profit also. So he can have the money without owning the property and manage the property also. And again, infrastructure investment trust is there. There also where the bank is funding there. And these two are the very useful, very good instruments where the builders can raise the funds or any promoter can raise the funds. Apart from this one, we are having a receivable discount. As per the revised organization methods, the corporate receivables for the promoter will discount and give the funds to them for the regular ongoing business activity. And as a cluster funding is, a group of similar form of activity like a car loan dealer. If you have a multi-car loan, is a company and there are many dealers in the city, we'll be going for the dealers, vendor finance scheme is there, and dealer finance scheme is there, where we can take them. So like that is there, and also whatever is based on this balance sheet funding. The biggest is the balance sheet funding based on the balance sheet cash flow, based on the full funding method. And the other traditional funding is night committees. Always night committee as per that one. Whatever the sales can is based on the 20% loans can be given based on the GST returns of the sales. So these are the various types of funding where we can give to the promoter.
This was a financial model like this coming from me. So why don't you, if you have a, funded a project where there are specific buildings or something like that, and with experience and all that, why don't you just extend a loan to them to start their own Malaya Kada? Own Malaya Kada. See, the thing is, it's actually extremely useful. If you really look at the Malaya Kada and all that, it's extremely useful in an 8-unit apartment. Let's assume that one space where they are selling essentials for those 8 households, not just 8 households, maybe the other households also will benefit. And what will happen is, in fact, you see this in 8 households. Because there is more promotion of their customers, the residents of the community. So they promote their stocks accordingly. They price things to know people will buy. Similarly, that will always help. That actually will help to keep the aggregators off the road, the peddlers. Because sometimes you see, anywhere you go, you always see them there in a hurry and a lot of accidents are happening and all that. But this actually could be some kind of an alternative. It actually really works. Yeah, definitely. I think if you actually should start to stay. Already that would be, funding it to see, there are very mandatory. Tenders that we have. Depending on the customer profile, the better profile we are funding it. Even in fact, the non-driver projects, less than 8 units, but the customer project, maximum up to 5% funding there. And driver projects more than 80 units and more than 5,000 or 500 5,000 square feet above.
or the person is funding it. So there is no risk factor. It depends on the customer, the track record, and their strength of providing the product. But then that will be following. There is no risk.
So directly I'm coming to you. So where is the responsibility young, does it young inside the gates and outside? Does it extend beyond the gates? I personally feel it should extend beyond the gates. Like for instance, when a developer sells a project and all that, invariably like they will advertise the fact that their amenities are nearby. But if you really look at it, yes, in spite of all these efforts to cover the last mile and all that, I think to take cities they are well connected except for the last 200 meters and all that. Invariably there's a problem. I vaguely remember it was not an initiative from the developer on OMR. I don't know the details I felt wrong with it. I think maybe the residents did it. That actually they had a ferry service. They do the ferry service and all that for the residents. Why not the developer do something like that and all that? And probably they also could, to earn, I mean, they can make it earn its keep by charging and all that. I'm sure people will be willing to do that kind of stuff. And also be engaged around the data committee or whatever, their project and all that, and develop the area. So you will be taking a weight of the government's part one. Plus, you can also act as a pressure group. And your thoughts on that?
See, everything falls back to the scale of operation. Right? So, what size a developer is acting decides how much I can contribute. Right? So, if my scale of operation is small, right? So today, most of the projects leaving the top few developers is at 1 acre, 2 acre, and few grounds. The minute you come to these kind of sizes, you will not be able to contribute to the society, or you will not be able to take much bandwidth from the rest of the things, because it is like my entire project itself is sub-100 crores. So where is the cash flow for me to support other things? Right? So when the developer starts becoming larger and larger, all these things will start happening. So if we take one of our projects, we go beyond the entire village around, we identify what is their local problem. We have already taken care of 3 local ponds, and we have brought it back to life. Because we are doing a 32-acre development, we have the capacity to do it. Right? So in one of the projects below the flyovers we are taking up, we are adapting it. Even in Poem now we are discussing to adapt it and do the entire Poem bank in our area. So when we have a scale, right, we will be able to do it. But if the scale is not there, we will not be able to do it. So everything falls back to scale. Right? So one of the key differentiations, whatever we are seeing in Chennai to rest of India, right? I'm not even comparing global, I'm only comparing apple to apple. Right? So the developer and the government work together. So that's where the area gets developed. So where I differ from the entire concept of being bottom up to top down, right? So any location which is developed is developed because of top down. So when the developer has a vision and government backs it up, so the scale helps you doing it, right? So if you go to Gurgaon, you will see what DLF has done to Gurgaon. Gurgaon is a town, it's a village, right? It's outside Delhi and nobody, it's full of farmland. And DLF made it to a place where it's of international standards. Right? That's a different thing. Go and see Manita Tikta. Electronic City developed first, IDPL developed next, Whitefield developed. Manita is not even in the reckoning. Suddenly, if you go and see Manita is more or less than any international thing, right? So, the vision of the developer backed by the government is the only solution where your entire problem. So, when you're talking about work, play, this one, right? Everything is present in Manita Tech. You have housing, you have office, right? You have entertainment, you have pets, you can work to everything. Right, so that is where the work play, your entertainment, everything happens. Right, so it has to be a developer-driven, backed by the government, and then people can come and participate to improvise. So improvisation is 100% possible by the local people. But creating a vision will not be possible because everybody puts an idea, it never comes to reality. And another important thing we have also learned is, right, restriction is never of premiumness. Today you go to Singapore, everything is stick and span and people don't split because there is restriction. Right? So where there is no restriction, there will be 50 responsible people. But there will be 20 irresponsible people who will go and put a shop in their roadside place and they will break the walking.
And then they will say, this is my right, I have been born here. So, do we have the guts to put the restriction? Right? Can we not look beyond right? You enforce it and say this, and the restriction is also, it's not only enforcement, there should be a very stringent restriction should be there.
Singapore exists, the country is not international the same world. In Singapore, if you apply the respect, there is fine. In India, respect, it's fine.
Yeah. No, but if you take same spitting, you can see in Chinatown and Little India. Right? When same Singapore, right? People will be spitting there. Because it is also the location, right? It says I can spit here. Because somebody is spit, so I can also spit.
Yeah, I know. They call it that broken window theory. The thing is supposing, kind of one window is broken and nobody's fixed it and all that. It's an invitation for others to throw something and play. That's what is happening if you really look at, somebody comes backwards, then it's not evidence and all. Because people, it's a tool for others to pick up and other how else you can come. Everyone does. So there's one thing, I must add on, add to it. This Walmart is a very curious thing. Actually, it's a situation where it's like, inviting the guests. Okay, government, kind of allowed the construction to happen there. And Bharat is also testing on it. The guests arrived, and when the guests is there in our living room, and then I think about the Coke. Okay, I'll go get Coke. I'll get T-Coke, kind of a thing. The guests are there, but then I don't know the Coke is not there, then the guest is running around with Coke. So when I have the Corona, I'm not talking about, larger engagement with the community for, something big. I'm talking about basic communities. Walmart took such a long time to have basic communities. Like I'm talking about your water supply, your storage, and the problem was that the water tankers, there was exploitation. See, look at the garden effect.
That's what I'm trying to say, right? When there is a vision which comes from the developer and government backs is the exact word I'm using, right? So when there is both the things are there, I'll take the same example, you go to Hyderabad. Okay, they want to develop a new area. Right? The developer and the government have a conversation, they decide this is going to be the next area where they're going to bring in. Government will write policies, the policies implements, right? There is additional FSI which has to be given, additional height is given, so the developer can make money and the land is bought, the developer pays for it. Right? When the developer pays upfront for it, the government provides the infrastructure. So it is the conversation between the businessman and the government happening. It shouldn't happen in silos, right? If you take Chennai as an example, it is silos. A businessman wants to do business, he says, hey, I want approval, I want this favor, I want a favor, I will come to you, otherwise I won't come to you. Right? So, but it has to be as a community, it is not a silos, it's a conversation. Can a businessman and the government have a conversation where government doesn't think this businessman is going to exploit me? Right? So, this maturity has to come up, where both the parties have to work hand in hand. The time when both the parties start working hand in hand, I think we will see a very similar development. What is happening in the rest of India will happen in Chennai also.
And but I got a question. Actually, we're talking about pedestrian spaces now. The pavements, it's called like that. And sometimes we also have the slogan saying that it's rather another people. I actually slightly disagree with that. Who are the stakeholders of the street and what all can be done? I mean, it's just when street is not just walking. And if you really look at the streets support and all that, a lot of interesting stuff happen there. It can be, you can, drive cultural, movements as well. Streets, protests, And could you tell me about, is there a situation where, one stakeholder is pitted against another, whereas while both of them have equal right to the street? I mean, this is very important to our topic also because that street is, wide spaces for walking and, kind of for, activities, fun activities and all that are important for our mental and physical well-being.
Sure. So, if you think about a footpath right now, let's paint a picture. So now you are at, for example, Kotur Gardens, the road that goes towards next to the lake, right? Just after the bridge when you cross, you take a left and there is a road. And the Clover by the Sea apartment is on the same road. I don't know how many of you are familiar with this context, But that road, despite having a footpath and a 3 meter, 4 meter, very wide footpath, you wouldn't dare to walk on that road despite the footpath post 6 p.m. Right? So just that cement and mortar and curbstone does not make a footpath. Right? There is a character to a place that Pondy Bazaars, for example, offers. I'm saying old Pondy Bazaar and the new Pondy Bazaar. In both contexts, there is something about creating place for a place to be safe. Right? As a woman, I wouldn't walk. I wouldn't allow my nieces and nephews to walk by themselves. But I would not be as hesitant to walk, let them walk, or let myself walk in Pondy Bazaar. And what in your pictures that you probably painted in your head, the physical difference between these two is the context. Right? There are people overseeing this footpath. There are people guarding this footpath without actually a CCTV camera. You're not actually looking for actual surveillance, but you're looking for passive surveillance in some sort. Right? For example, just on the topic of safety, you know the Nungambakkam railway station where this heinous crime happened a couple of years back, right? So there is one shot. In that same platform, there is one shot that exists, but that shot shuts at 8 p.m., but the last train arrives at 10 p.m. So what happens to a person who's standing there between 8 to 10 p.m.? So we're talking about the context and like sort of the environment of sort of creating the same footpath. And when you sort of think about the environment where the standards, of course, say 2 meters, uninterrupted footpath, place to walk, there is an environment that you create with it. Of course, the environment that the state and the city gives us includes the utilities, so your transformer comes right in between, your electrical boxes come in between, lampposts come in between. But what the environment also helps is with the vendors, right? So you don't really need a shop, maybe, if you have a vendor who's at least overseeing that place. But often what happens, and I think Pondy Bazaar was a great example, when the pedestrian plaza had come to be, the co-order had then moved to a particular building on Pondy Bazaar itself. And while this didn't cause the movement of the vendors themselves, the vendors become an important part, and the conversation turned around into a vendors versus a pedestrian conversation, while the actual fight is with the four-wheelers or the two-wheelers who are occupying more than what the standards demand. And this is not the car owner's fault. This is the fault of, again, the city or the state that has not decreed what the width of the travel lane needs to be anywhere across the world. Most of them don't take what doesn't belong to them. So they are all over the place, like on payments and all that, because they have not really demanded a space for vendors. I mean, Indian Road Congress clearly stipulates that that they belong to the street. That way, very often, when you're standing in a queue in supermarket, you can just quickly buy your stuff and all that. You save a lot of time, money also. It's a trade-off. As I'm saying, at the end of the day, we have limited space between a building and a building, or a compound wall and a compound wall. We have drivers, we have riders, we have workers, we have people who sell, and all of these people are equally important. And then you have to just find a way of and then therefore we have cycles, yes, definitely. But I'm saying at the end of the day, we have to find a way that all of them can equitably find space on that road, instead of having to sort of pick one against the other and say that, you have more importance because the value of what you rent is more important than otherwise. And also this is a very, Western idea that we move towards a very autocentric city, and, we've been chasing that dream very unnecessarily for a long time now. I think it's very interesting. I'm just going to like to go on some more time, but I think we've just come to 8 minutes. So I think it's about opening for the floor. Can we do that? Now that's left. Should we just open the floor for questions? Yeah? How do we go on for questions now and later? So, after 10 minutes. Yeah. So,
close to your town. Tell me what you want to convert on.
So actually, since we were talking about because Pavitra ma'am was talking about the inclusiveness, the first thing is like inclusive city design principles. So we have a kind of cross-disciplinary, cross-cultural, differently labeled as well as socially. So we have to include everyone. So what happens if we are talking about a street? Automatically, street is the conduit of social life. So automatically, everybody is like it is we have the as she was mentioning about. We have the power to walk, we have the authority to have a walking place, neat and safe. So automatically everybody has to be included in the street. So one of the things which I wanted to mention in this platform is like the research which I have done, which is very close to my heart and which has also been done as part of some projects in CMD also which I have done. Because what we were doing in the policy, because since we were talking about different kinds of policy, and we were at the verge of third master plan, my research was on the master plan, developing a newer master plan, and I have done as part of my research of 8 years of research, I've done a new master plan model. So I just wanted to give a 2-minute gist about the master plan model which I prepared. Because so far we were actually always having a tendency of copying things from the Western world. So that is why when they started zoning, we also started implementing zoning, and when they started going back to zoning with workable cities and mixed community cities and mixed use community development, we also started thinking in that line now. So in the master plan, what we were having is only 2 policies we have. One major is the land use maps, and the second one is the supporting development regulations for the land use maps. So what I was doing the research on the different policies and different theories by different people and the new urbanism concept. So I have done a context-specific master plan model for Chennai, where actually speaking, we cannot have a blanket development control rules at all for entire Chennai city. So we have a very, very specific social, economical, cultural, geographical, climatic city like Chennai, where we should be doing things in a very, very different format altogether. Because Manning panelist was talking about Palikane marshland, we have lost that important area over there. We have lot of beautiful temples and historic prisons in Chennai, which are at this stage of, even though we have a strong intact, all these people, so many people are doing their hard work to preserve our history and legacy, but still we are lacking in so many areas. So automatically, whatever the entire Chennai city has to be divided into different kinds of transects. This is also a concept which is done by the new urbanism concept, where each area has to be understood with the intensity and the density of the particular development. Because we cannot have because Chennai has been developed over the last 300, 500 years. So it has got developed over a period of time. So it has got its own pieces of art, architecture, buildings, culture, people and things like that. So we have to understand each area and then divide it and then do the development regulations according to that particular context. So that is becoming very, very important. So how I was talking about the TOD, the first centric places like, as I mentioned earlier, transit development-oriented development is not for transit, it has to be people-centric. So we will say that along the transit corridors, along the MRTS stations or metro stations, we will develop a multi-development or maybe multi-use developments. But they have to be the center of neighborhoods. It's not like they are part of or away from the neighborhood. So they become the center of people and they become the center of the places. And they around that, the design has to be done over there.
It is very interesting, very rich in organization. We are more trying to engage with this topic. Now we are throwing the door open for questions. You can ask the panelists any questions.
as a part of integrated design, I just wanted to know from panelists, is there any scope for bus a dedicated line for bus to ease the traffic? And now focus on cycling lane, pedestrians, vehicles. As of now, I think we have a very, very tight routes, right? So, unless until we change the policies and so if you look at it, you go to Bombay or Ahmedabad, the rule is very simple. Whenever there is a new approval in a congested area is coming, the approval, the building has to leave 10 to 20 feet based on the road width. And this is the next part of the road. And they give the additional FSI to the building. So, and they don't need to leave a setback on the building. Right? So, that also doesn't restrict the footprint. So, there is a policy decision which Bombay or Ahmedabad has it. So, this policy decision, if it shifts to Chennai, then all these things is possible. Today, our policies are very, very rigid and we don't allow any of these kind of adjustments. So, when we don't take these kind of adjustments, it's going to be very, very difficult. So, even if we take this kind of a policy today, all these things to implement will take 20 years. So, it's not going to happen before that. So, that much amount of time is required.
Just to quickly add, I think there is some kind of a plan for BRTS. I've heard this word going around, in different meetings, etc. So we don't know when, where, what will come about. But I think Chennai was one of the pioneering cities for having put out the NMT policy, so the non-motorized transportation policy. Unfortunately, from there on, we've not progressed much from a cycling infrastructure point of view, and there is a lot of blindness to that also, saying who's cycling without much data backing it. So I think there are moving parts. There are several advocacy groups, a lot of institutions that are working to bring about non-motorized transportation, infrastructure across the state, cycling infrastructure to be specific. I think Kanjanagar was one location where they tested it for the cycling infrastructure. I think the conversation is still going on, but I think the idea is still for leisure cyclists. So then thinking about how do you cycle along Marina till Besnagar, not so much for the livelihood cyclists who are doing it out of no choice. So that still has some more time for it to come to say.
I am asking a specific question because day by day within the city, because of so many cars with our limited road width, has traffic pollution going on. And like you said, areas where there was free pedestrian space for pedestrian walking, space for cycling. Now, so much crowding and traffic, you can't see cyclists. So many people, school-going children, elderly people, they all want to cycle, they all want to use pedestrians.
Sorry to be but when Chennai is concerned, cycling plan is always been an afterthought. It was never just planned into the design. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong.
I don't think anything was planned into the design. We just started developing all our
So, I just requesting from this is on the part of all the Chinese citizens that the developers who are dealing with the government to take this impact. Please do emphasis from pedestrians because it is obstacle, it's quite order. Pedestrian friendly and also cycling lanes. At least in the modern designs approach that we are getting.
Yeah, the cycling thing is very interesting because what happens is invariably all the lanes that are done are taken by civic. Sometimes actually a lane is created and all that, then the next moment you see some agency taking and all that, and all the effort and money goes down the drain. The PD doesn't say a lot of complaints have come about how it is being misused with a particular cycling. We're talking about anyone else? You have some time to go, I think, another 5 minutes.
So, I think Pakrama was talking about women's safety, surveillance, and, the safety of people.
Yeah, but louder, you keep your mic closer to you. Yeah.
So, Yeah, my question is, when I see in the other countries and in India, the regulations are not very up to the mark, I would say, right? It is up to the developer whether to implement certain safety systems and security systems in place, or it is always left to the private players, right? And the government infrastructure is also still catching up when it comes to the citizen safety, whether it be women, elders, or kids. So I want your comments and thoughts on that aspect with respect to the citizen safety aspect.
So citizen safety, you can look at it as two things. One is infrastructure. So what the government can actually be doing is, paving way for mixed-use development, makes the area safer, etc. But of course, also in physical infrastructure like CCTV cameras, so on and so forth. Police, increasing the force of police, giving more resources and, all of that for the police. But I think safety is something that is perceptual. It's not just infrastructural. It's not just that you need to have a CCTV camera. I need to feel safe. And how are you going to create an environment that makes me feel safe, makes anybody actually feel safe, is I think the more critical thing. Because of a lot of funding from, say, World Bank and ADB, so on and so forth, I think gender and social equity has become a very important component of many of the studies and projects that the government is currently undertaking. It is still, though, a cherry on the top. Like, it is still something that they would happily avoid if, it doesn't have to be taken into consideration. It is unfortunate, but then we can hope and pray that, along the way, in say another 20 years, we will at least see infrastructure that makes the city more, tend towards this infrastructural growth as well as natural surveillance wherever possible.
So actually, we just have only one time for only one question. So he went before you. Sorry about it. Actually, you can start with the timers off stage and
yes. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Thank you for giving me the opportunity. Somehow I have witnessed, especially in Cape Lake, there is underground metro rail network. So if you develop lakes on the ground, won't water seep into the soil and affect the structural integrity of the metro rail networks? Because even in Port, they are building a bridge above the road, and under the road also there is a metro rail network available. They did not take into account the effect, how it will affect the structural integrity of the metro rail network.
So it has an effect, and I think that is the future itself. So see, there are only two ways to decongest the road, right? One is we have to go to the river. See, we cannot take the water body out. It has to go to the river. See, today between London to Paris, you are connected under the sea, and the tunnel's integrity is not impacted. Right? So, and these are all done almost 30 years back. Okay, and we are doing it today, right? The technology has improved so much. You have to go and see one underground metro construction. It's phenomenal. The quality of construction as well as the amount of safety effort which has been taken into account. Right? And for us to decongest is also going to be half the things has to go below the ground, and there will be a 2 layers or a 3 layers flyover which has to come above the ground. This is the only way we will be able to decongest, because our cars are increasing every day. See, when we are talking about cycles and bikes, if you look at it, maybe because of the infrastructure the cycles have reduced, or because of cycle has reduced, the infrastructure has changed, we don't know which egg or chicken which came first. But effectively today everybody wants to drive in a bike or a car, and people who are in a bike have moved to car, and people in cycles and going in buses have come to bike. So your number of bikes and number of cars are increasing. 100% you have to do that.
Cost has been increased. So average monthly around 20,000 car loans has been sanctioned.
That's what I say. Because there are so many towns, there is
the income is from the middle class is increasing, so they want the luxury. So that's why they are purchasing.
That's a good thing.
So you have to do it.
I'm going to interject here very quickly. I think the city. Yeah, definitely. In 1 minute, I think the city should start getting used to congestion. I think we should stop fearing it, and therefore, definitely, I would not sort of subscribe as an urban planner. I wouldn't subscribe for double-decker and triple-decker flyovers because it's never going to be enough, right? We can build 10 lanes, we can build 50 lanes, and we're going to have that many number of cars on the road as well. And, it's never going to be enough, and, what are we working towards? And therefore, I think that the city should then invest that much amount of money in public transportation and hopefully, as most developed countries tell you, saying that the most important people of your city should be traveling by metros. Why not? And therefore find a way that we are going to all equitably move around. Correct. So that, therefore, how are we going to then move towards a place where public transportation is both efficient, on time, and world class, and therefore, we all inherently choose public transportation instead of thinking of the car being a luxury. I think balancing that and then finding ways to inhibit people from using more cars will only benefit the city. So the city should also, while the bank can do what it does best, and I think as a state which is driven by the automotive industry, I think the state and the city should still sort of power through for what is right at the end of the day for itself.
So we are living in a world where all of the things will have to come to an end this one too. I was really inspired by the ideas that came up tonight, and a lot of ideas are actionable. And I have given one suggestion to SBI on the phone. And the audience, people in the audience can feel free to connect with the panelists. They will be available to clarify any questions you have after the.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists, and thank you so much, Prince. Can we give all our speakers a big round of applause? That's a very, very interesting insights. Thank you so much. Thank you. As you can see, we have quite a power-packed day, so we're going to dive right into our next discussion, which is a fireside chat. Just give us a few moments to set the stage. Thank you. Destinations for global capability centers. World-class infrastructure, a highly skilled workforce, and an excellent business ecosystem are attracting global organizations to expand their operations across the state. Our next fireside chat explores the opportunities, challenges, and future of this exciting growth story. Please welcome Mr. Joey Kingsley, Head of Research, India, and City Lead, Capital Markets JLL Chennai, who will moderate this insightful discussion. Let's welcome him to the stage with a round of applause. He will be in conversation with Mr. Venkat Nelakantan, Senior Vice President and Head of Asset and Facility Management at KRA Mindspace REIT, with over 27 years of experience in corporate real estate and facilities management. A seasoned industry leader, he is recognized for driving operational excellence, asset optimization, and sustainable growth across large real estate portfolios. We're looking forward to an interesting discussion. Over to you, gentlemen.
Hello? Yeah, thanks. You got a mic?
Yes.
Excellent. Just a small correction. Mine is 30 years of work experience, which is my 3 years of my life.
we've got a few questions. We'll keep it freewheeling. So, just for the benefit, Venkat, if you can just introduce your group. I know that you are into multiple businesses, across different sectors. If you can just ask an introduction, just tell us about the group, and then we'll start straight into the discussion.
Absolutely. Good evening, good afternoon, everyone. I'm part of the Mindspace group. As you see the second logo on the top, we are one of the sponsors of the event, and it's a pleasure to be here. We are pan-India, and we are largely into commercial real estate, as you would see the brand Mindspace. Apart from that, we do have other brands across the globe, which we call the Chalet Hotels, which runs a lot of hotels across the country. The famous Innovate Mall, and of course, Shoppers Stop is all part of the group company. So it's a pleasure to be here.
Thanks a lot, Venkat. You just come from Hyderabad, you're based there, and your group has got a big investment, close to how many million square feet in Hyderabad?
We are about 15 odd million as we speak today, and definitely go up the chain in the next 7 to 8 months.
Got it. So, one of the largest office space provider in Hyderabad. So, when you compare both the cities, Hyderabad, Chennai, the topic which we have is why Tamil Nadu is emerging as a GCC powerhouse. A difficult comparison, but if I can put on a spot and ask you, Hyderabad and Chennai, from a GCC lens, how would you kind of view it?
Oh, you're asking me to choose between a wife and a girlfriend. I grew up in Chennai, and I've been living in Hyderabad for the last 20 years. So it's very hard to have comparison because the girlfriend had a play in your life, at some point in time. I've seen Hyderabad change. I've been there since 2006. It's changed right from the first building that came out in, we call it the Cyber Towers. You will know we have the famous Bill Clinton come and inaugurate that, and a lot of work happened. But over the years, that place has transformed significantly. And as we stand today, as a very good infrastructure, which is in line with the conversation we just heard, the panelists have spoken about the civic sense, the architecture, the pavement, the services, the amenities, so on and so forth. But in the last many years, I've also seen this city transform. So when I used to work here, I was, I think, one of the first guys to go to see the city and work in Cognizant. We used to travel for a long time, but it didn't take as long as it takes now then. It used to be shorter, but now with traffic, it takes a longer time. Things have changed. The places have evolved, both from a residential standpoint, from office space availability standpoint, and of course a lot of amenities that come along with it. So today, it's all balanced, and the gentleman in the earlier panel was saying, I think his name is Arun Bharati, he was saying, it's all about working in tandem with the government. Right? One cannot do it alone. So how much of handshake is there between the government, the governance, and what you want to achieve? That vision, I think that is essential for us to achieve what is needed. And I think one of his examples was a fantastic example. He specifically spoke about Hyderabad, and he said, and we have seen that change. When a township or an office space is being planned, and you're seeing the infrastructure develop before actually the township comes into play. Which means when you create a volume, you have a place to accommodate that volume. That makes a huge difference in the way we start using that place. And you feel good about it.
True. I guess from a civil perspective, from another perspective, definitely we need a high-tech city kind of a zone where somebody like you can not only look at just standalone other parts, but create the whole ecosystem in terms of having a mall, hotel, right?
It's all still right. I don't know if you remember when we started Tidal in 2005. 2004, 2005, and Tidal came. That was the intent. And that's what I went ahead, continued. And today you can actually touch Pondicherry and come back. It's that close to your journey state. So I think the development is there. It's just you have the ability to spread further.
And just to kind of dwell upon the same point, Venkat, in your Mindspace portfolio, if I'm not wrong, would be across the country about 30 plus, 30 operational.
That's very nice. 30 plus is a good number.
So, one of the things I was saying, we see so much of change happening in the office real estate. Everyone has seen astronomical increase in office demand. We just closed the H1 numbers and, most of the property consultants have again called out a growth in the H1 numbers. But there are global headwinds which are there. When we talk about how AI will probably impact office space demand, and your group especially has got a lot of senior leaders like you kind of study this space. What would be the impact of AI on office demand?
We have a lot more problems than just AI, ladies and gentlemen. I think today's political situation has an equal impact on some of the decision making that happens today. Things have slowed down. Nobody wants to put their money and say this is where we would like to be. And that's going to take a little time. And even this morning, I don't think anything has ended in that region. Even this morning, there was a lot of fighting that was happening. So that's going to put a spoke in the way we make decisions on investing in countries outside of your operation. But with that said, AI, much talked about. Sometimes I really don't know what I know, what I don't know. But at least I'm confident and modest enough to tell you I don't know so much. And the reality is, there is a fear of impact of job. Will there be? I don't know. Has it been proven? I really don't know. But has there been multiple conversations and fear around that? Of course. It has been. It reminds me in the mid-80s when the mainframe came, everybody thought we lose our job. Then mainframe came and suddenly year 2000 came, everybody had their job to transform mainframe to year 2000. So I don't know. Development is always, I feel, is an opportunity to do something differently, and there will be a need. The other aspect of the question that you had is, there is a lot of expectations from tenants. And it is not just about a floor plate I got this floor plate, I did whatever I want, and I made it exciting. And it is like an amenity in a residential area. Everybody has a lot of expectations when they come to work. It's not about 8 hours of sitting and working and leaving. People talk about wellness, people talk about an ability to have collaborations, conversations, an element of intimacy in exchanging ideas, the freedom of working from wherever, having an environment which makes them feel better, neurodivergence. There's so many factors that come into play. And how do you bring all of this in one square footage and give people an experience? I think that's the challenge we have today, Jay.
Got it, Venkat. That's well covered. And as you said, from the time you referred, the period where you referred to Toyota, which is 1995, 1998, right? And since then, the office space has evolved. We've seen so many highs and lows, so many market cycles. Even during COVID, there saw many companies writing off office space completely. Saying that, we're going to go completely work from home. And something which we will see is office real estate has always outlived the small bears, right? So many people quickly write commentary about the office space demand and things like that. I guess even the AI segment which we are looking at is something which will probably constantly impact the office space sector. And in that same context, I just wanted to check, during COVID, many companies went work from home model, now it's hybrid. In your campuses, especially Hyderabad, Chennai, Pune, got presence, of course, Mumbai, how are you seeing the return to work kind of trends?
It will be very interesting to say more than half a decade has gone after COVID. Right? We are in 2026, 2020. It's a long time. Things have changed. You see clients getting enforcing. This sweet talk is over. Please come. And then there's a movie, Shivaji. All that happened for 1 year, 1.5 years, and then that's it. You can't work that way. You need to have people come together, and that is when innovations happen. That is when you are able to do something better together. So it requires physical presence, and I think organizations are forcing it together. And today, as we stand, yes, I think the real estate demand hasn't gone exponentially, but I think the firms with the additional back-to-office pressure are revisiting their real estate plans, and probably that's why the GCCs are also looking at states outside of their parent country to see where else they can operate, and India seems to be a place of choice.
Got it. Good to know, Venkat. And in fact, we were quite fortunate to work closely with the group recently for a very large acquisition which the group did in Chennai. And through the process, something which was very, very evident, we had close to a dozen investors who were, buying for that asset. One of those, KRC Group, they were the most active, most aggressive, most professional, most researched, we would say. And they are very bullish. I think promoters are very bullish about the city. I guess the first investment for the city again dates back to early 2000, right? The major towers, which we all know, and probably beyond that, few residential as well. How do you look at the city? You've been tracking the city. If you are from here, now shifted to Hyderabad. How do you look at the city now, the prospect, and how invested would you be?
Absolutely, Jerry. I think this has been a blockbuster for us, right? And when we acquired that asset, it was absolutely crucial we get it because we see a lot of potential in the city and we see a lot of demand. Top clients, when you look at the industry, Chennai has always had a hub for automobile engineering. There was Ford and Hyundai and all that. And a lot of innovations that happen. Engineering industries were operating in Indian Tamil. And Chennai always was a hub for large industries. And we feel we want to be part of that ecosystem. And we want to give everybody the experience we have been able to give our tenants, be it Mumbai or be it in Hyderabad. As you mentioned, we have a large asset base in Mumbai and Hyderabad. We have clients who have been with us for 20 odd years. And why not? Chennai is a great place to be. And we were already there. There's only expand our ability to serve more people the way we feel. Tenants can have a great workspace combined with a lot of amenities that come along the way. And we have experience working in places like BKC as well.
Got it. And so, I've been fortunate to visit some of the parts, of course, in Pune, in Karadi and Arctic City. For the ones in Bombay, I'm sure Arun is aware, project like Alchemist, right? Top notes, if you go to that office, it will be like walking into a 7-star hotel, right? That's the premiumness which this group offers. And in the diversity of products, you kind of cater to diverse segments as well, right? So, in fact, the previous came to mind a lot of question about the aspirations of Gen Z, right? So, in your business parks, you host a lot of youngsters, Gen Z, right? And you're doing a lot of events to engage. So, apart from just providing office space, what are the youngsters looking at, and how is a developer like KRC?
It's a very interesting question, Jerry. You have pet lovers, you don't like, you have non-pet lovers, right? You have pet lovers or people who don't love pets, whichever way. You have to balance that. You have people who like top of the shelf coffee shop, and you have people who like a simple coffee shop which sells cigarettes and coffee also, right? Because with coffee comes cigarettes. So you have a balanced set of portfolio of people to deal with, and of course we constantly evolve our asset to support various elements, be it medical care, be it of course the cash are all mandatory today, be it a shop to buy their groceries or anything that they need. We also explore what is allowed to be sold in an office environment as an amenity. We try and bring top of the cooperatives for gym. We try and bring top restaurants into our campuses, and we are constantly evolving. We are partnering with various promoters to see how we can engage with them and give that experience. we have to balance, Jerry, because you can't always say today's meal is going to cost you 1,000 rupees. Nobody's going to come. You've got to balance it. I mean, if somebody wants to eat a meal, they want to have it in, say, a couple of hundreds or less than that. So you have to have a good cafeteria which caters to that wide population. So it's not cast in stone, but it is something we evolve every day. We study, we do a net promotion score, we get feedback. We get some interesting feedback. And I think there was one interesting conversation in the last one with Frederick about last mile connectivity, although nobody used that word. But there was conversation about, I think they asked you, can you extend your services to outside of the wall or wherever it is, the last mile connectivity. That makes a huge impact. If I can have a good connectivity to a metro, to a gas station, to I don't know, probably to a car park where there's a multi-level car park, those things sell. And it sells really well because people want to comfortably come. Nobody wants to walk in the heat for even 5 minutes and then come tired to work.
Got it, Venkat. And from an asset management perspective, there's so many things which are changing, so many trends which are changing. How do you see technology, automation, kind of affect or impact the asset management front?
Oh, it helps us massively, Jerry. Without technology, I don't think I can manage the volume of assets that are there. It's practically impossible to know the health of an asset without looking at the information or the data that it is. So we constantly upgrade our assets. We understand, where it is, try and do predictive maintenance, try and manage, prepare ourselves for the eventuality that can come our way. And of course, all these also helps us towards sustainability. Because if I emit less, it's good to the planet. If I consume less, it's good to the planet. If I leverage the source that God has given, which is the sun, it's good to the planet. So if there is a way we can understand, analyze, and leverage the information and taking informed decision, I think it's a collective benefit for everybody.
Got it, Venkat. Yeah, of course, you touched upon sustainability, ESG, right? So that's no longer privilege. I guess that's a mandatory now. Others are also looking at it. And, just from a talent perspective, how are they looking at the ESG standards? And I'm sure your investors, the group, if you look at some of their partners, they've had Blackstone, Government of Singapore, which is GIC, is a partner with them. Recently for the Chennai acquisition, 361 was a partner, right? So a lot of these institutional investors are backing the group. And from an investor talent perspective, how are they looking at the sustainability and the ESG?
I think we are constantly challenged. There is no sitting in the back seat and waiting to work what we do. We want to achieve our scope 1 and scope 2. And we have done that, and we have a plan to do what we need to achieve by 2030, and we rigorously track and target every action in line with that vision. And then we also work with our tenants to see how that aligns with their larger goals in terms of their program or progress towards emission or leveraging renewable energy or using electric vehicles. We have got constant support, and all our parks today, support electric vehicles. All our parks. So tenants are very happy about it because they're able to charge their vehicles, and it encourages people to come in electric vehicles and less dependency on fuel.
Got it. Again, next up, I'm just going to put you on a hot seat. You have a global, let's say, a Fortune 100 company looking at 3 cities where you have presence: Pune, Chennai, Hyderabad. How would you position Chennai for the tenant to come here?
Boy, currently there's a lot of vacancies in Chennai. It's part of a pragmatic statement. It's all about the talent they want to bring in Chennai. And each city has its strengths of talent. I think Chennai has always had its engineering colleges, technical institutions, which is able to churn out a lot of technology, people with technology background. And the firm, if that meets the objective of the firm, it's easy. It's not a problem. See, the real estate is the process, but the one that they're truly looking for is the talent. Right? And if they get the right talent and they are able to achieve or meet their larger goals, I think that's a win-win.
if you can just speak about the new project, also when the one radio, how much would be the availability now?
That's promotion time for me.
No, not promotion for you, but just understanding the process.
There are two large buildings. I'm at the top of my, I don't know what is the vacancy, but the reality is we have Fortune 500 firms already working from there. And it's I think, pretty close to the metro that is under development, good access. And we are also we are working towards creating a community where all the amenities are available. We are trying to see how we can bring an ecosystem of restaurants around, give a better experience through what we think is a good time. And we believe the citizens and the population of this city will actually enjoy it. We are working towards that. We are also looking towards getting some nice sports amenities there. Whatever else that we can bring.
And what's your view on other asset classes, like for instance, I guess data centers? Is that something which you are looking at?
We do. I think we already have a lot of projects running in our Mumbai facility. We already have two of them operational from the data center perspective. We are looking at other partnerships as well. I think we like to change with the time. Yeah. And today that's where large organizations have demand and they want us to support, and we are there to support.
Got it. And China definitely has a scarcity of malls, so we definitely want to innovate here. I know land is a challenge, but I'm sure that's also in your plans.
I will take this to the promoters and see what they say, but malls are always welcome.
Yeah. So definitely I guess there'll be good demand for good quality malls. And Chalet's presence in Chennai, Chalet hotels, looking at any hotels?
No, at the moment I think we are looking at expanding the portfolio across the country. We do have good presence in Hyderabad and Mumbai, and of course we do have in Lonavala as well. So you will hear a lot of interesting progress on that.
And your view, Venkat, on cities like Coimbatore, other emerging cities from a Mindspace KRC perspective, how would you view the opportunities?
Coimbatore has been a hub for engineering. Even in my earlier organization, we did look at Coimbatore as a site for technology initiatives. It was definitely a place of interest for us. Of course, opportunity and need have to come together. And that's when a business position can take place. But at the moment, it is all we are surfing the net and to see what actually falls in the net.
Got it. Yeah. So emerging city is something which there is opportunity, especially places like Coimbatore, where we've seen office space demand actually double, right, in the last couple of years.
But I do see that there are grade A buildings missing there. I'm not sure whether it is still true to this day, but last year when I was there, I did not see much of grade A buildings in Coimbatore.
Correct. Yeah. Supply is a challenge there, right? So we would definitely need the big developers look at opportunity there. So from a global capability center's perspective, cost is no longer the driver, when we are deciding. What could be the other factors when they are choosing?
Really, at some point, cost will become a driver. It cannot be a feature that can sit aside for a long time. Today, firms are coming to India, they have a vision, they have a plan. They start with a reasonable number, so they start with 300, 400, 500 people to begin at GCC. It operates well, they design and work space, they hire a lot of people, the compensations are competitive. But the reality is, the success of a GCC will depend how they expand beyond that first phase. Right? You start with 500. What does it take for us to take it to 1,000, to 2,000? That's where the scale comes. And when there is scale, there is opportunity. And when there is opportunity is when you try and do different things. So that's the challenge. But in reality, it's a combination of how well as a country, as a state, as a city, we are able to deliver to the talent that they want. And our talent and their business objective meet, and we have a success story to tell.
Okay, just few concluding questions, more as rapid fire. What do you think, in terms of the opportunity, right? In case if I ask the biggest opportunity for Tamil Nadu, if I can ask you in one or two words, what could that be?
I mean, I don't know about Tamil Nadu, but there is a big opportunity for everybody who works here. It's an industrial grown state, or Chennai as a city has always been ahead in the race. It's about time we come down. I completely align with you, is that, if there is a vision, and if that vision has to come to fruition, you need the support of the government. There has been a change that has come into place, and hopefully that change will pave way for modernization and infrastructure that supports the growing demand.
Yeah, and in case, I'm sure the group is involved in various policy initiatives in Hyderabad. In case if you have an opportunity like that here, which I'm sure you would with your amount of investments happening, what could be one or two takeaways from Hyderabad?
We can always build campuses, we can build large buildings, beautiful campuses, everything can be done, Jerry. But the reality is, how do they reach there? How do they come there? That is important. Spending 1.5 to 2 hours, like you say, in certain cities to reach your workplace really won't work after a certain period of time. You need to have an infrastructure which supports the growing demands of a working population. That is essential.
Got it. And just as a closing comment, Venkat, what would be your suggestion, or what's your key takeaway, concluding comment?
There's no takeaway comment. I'm also learning from everybody today here, listening to people. But yes, we see Chennai as a firm that I represent. Chennai is a promising city, and we see a lot of opportunity for us to do something right together. And we can't do anything about the weather. It is going to be hot. That's Chennai. But there are other good things that we can do together to make it beautiful.
Thanks, Venkat. On that note, we'll conclude this discussion. Please do, spend time with Venkat to understand more about the group and address any questions which you may have.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I appreciate the time. Thank you.
Thank you so much, gentlemen. Can we give both of our speakers a big round of applause? Mr. Kingsley and Mr. Nilakantan for taking the time today. Thank you. Well, as I was saying earlier, we have quite a tightly packed schedule today, so we're going to move right into our next discussion, which is also a fireside chat. This one is titled Land as the Next Asset Class, where 30 developments are leading Tamil Nadu's growth. To discuss how this segment is evolving and what investors should expect in the years ahead, please welcome once again on stage Ms. Sandhya Preeta, Deputy Chief of Bureau Coimbatore, The Hindu, who will be moderating this conversation. We also welcome Mr. M.D. Manikandan, Founder and CMD of Additional Developers and Founder and Managing Trustee of NK Foundations. He's a first-generation entrepreneur and respected real estate leader, and is widely recognized for his contributions to entrepreneurship, youth empowerment, and social impact. Looking forward to an exciting discussion.
Good evening, everyone. Here is a fireside chat with a person from my city, Coimbatore. Welcome, Mr. Manikandan.
Thank you for the opportunity.
So, sir, just wanted to ask you, why don't you tell us about Aditya? It's a new brand in just a couple of years.
My name is Visionaries. I represent Aditya Developers. Aditya Developers is a 2-year-old company formed to the city of Coimbatore, and just in 2 years we have made a brand today at Coimbatore, Trichy, and now we are going to shift our headquarters to Chennai. Currently we have 450 people, and currently we are at 520 crore turnover per year. So hoping by next year we will be a 1,000 crore turnover company in 3 years. I think we have made something very fast and built a brand just in the market.
ஸோ இன்னைக்கு நம்ம பேச போகிறது வந்து அவங்க கொடுத்துருக்கிற டாபிக் வந்து பிளாட்ஸ் அப்படிங்கிறது. ஏன்னா நீங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூரில் வந்து பிளாட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் இஸ் வாட் நீங்கள் ஸ்டார்ட் பண்ணி டெவலப் பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. பிளாட்ஸ்னாவே நார்மலாக வந்து ஒரு வெரி அன்ஆர்கனைஸ் அந்த மாதிரி ஒரு செக்மெண்ட்டுன்னு தான் அட்லீஸ்ட் எனக்கு அப்படிதான் ஒரு ஃபீல். ஸோ நீங்கள் எப்படி அதை வந்து ஒரு ஆர்கனைஸ்ட் மார்க்கெட்டாக எப்படி கொண்டு வந்தீங்க, அதில் என்ன சேலஞ்சஸ் ஃபேஸ் பண்ணீங்க?
பேசிக்கலி நம்ம வந்து பிளாட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் பண்ணணும்னு நினச்சிட்டு இருக்கும்போது ஃபர்ஸ்ட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ரியல் எஸ்டேட் நம்ம பிராண்டாக எஸ்டாப்ளிஷ் பண்ணுவோம்னு சொல்லும்போது வி ஆர் ட்ரைங் டு ஃபைண்ட் அவுட் வெதர் வி கோயிங் லக்ஸரி ரியல் எஸ்டேட் வேறு அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் பண்ணுவோமா வில்லா பண்ணுவோம்னு பார்க்கும்போது வி ஃபவுண்ட் தட் தேர் ஆர் மெனி பில்டர்ஸ் டு டூ அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட்ஸ் as a brand, but there was a vacuum in the market. There was no certain promoter in the context still to do it or proper development. மேஜராக வந்து ரெண்டு பேர் தான் இருக்காங்க, மேஜர் காம்படிட்டர்ஸ் இல்லை. அது வேக்யூமாக பார்க்கும்போது டூ-டயர் சிட்டியில் ரொம்ப மெஜாரிட்டி தேர் வாஸ் மெனி வேக்யூம் ஃபார் a new corporate to launch and we can capture the market in a very big way. So we thought, how can we do it? அப்படி தான் உருவாக்கப்பட்ட brand is additional developers. So we started in Coimbatore. We bought very good pieces of land. We did 15 projects in 2 years. We brought all people from Chennai to Coimbatore. We made a structure, we made everything in a digitalization way. We made everything into a systematic way. Data people process system or culture கொண்டு வந்து கோயம்புத்தூர் மாதிரி ஒரு சிட்டியில் ஒரு 450 பீப்புளோட ஒரு இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் கொண்டு வந்து பீப்புளுக்கு ஒரு கரெக்டான ப்ராடக்ட் அரேஞ்ச் பண்ணும்போது நம்ம கோயம்புத்தூர் மாதிரி சிட்டிலையும் ஒரு ப்ராடக்ட்னு ஒரே ஒரு ப்ராடக்டை வச்சு ஒரு பெரிய டர்ன் பண்ண முடியுங்கிற ஒரு பிலீஃப் இந்த சிஸ்டம் வந்து நம்ம we thought that we will capture the market. We have captured around 15. கோயம்புத்தூர் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு வருஷத்துக்கு ப்ராடக்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட்ல 3,800 crores பண்ணுறாங்க. where we alone sell around 16 to 17% of Coimbatore market by a single company. That itself is a very big achievement.
ஒரு ஆவரேஜ் பிளாட் சைஸ் எவ்வளோ?
3 to 7 cents average.
அது வந்து கோயம்புத்தூர் மாதிரி மார்க்கெட்ல பிளாட்டுக்கு டிமாண்ட் இருக்கனால அது சக்சீட் ஆச்சா, இல்லை உங்களுடைய ஒரு அந்த நீங்க சொன்ன அந்த கார்பரேட்டைசேஷன் அந்த பீப்புள் அந்த ப்ராசஸ் அதெல்லாம் கொண்டு வந்ததுனால அதுக்கு அந்த ட்ராக்ஷன் வந்ததா?
கோயம்புத்தூர்ல வந்து டிமாண்ட் ஆஃப் பிளாட்ஸ் பட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நீங்கள் கோயம்புத்தூர் அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா 5-6 கம்பெனி தான் இருக்காங்க பண்ணுறது. பட் பிளாட் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 200 பிளேயர்ஸ் இருக்காங்க, இது எல்லாமே அன்ஆர்கனைஸ்டாக இருக்காங்க. ஸோ அந்த அன்ஆர்கனைஸ் செக்டர்ல சிங்கிள் கம்பெனியாக ஃபார்ம் பண்ணி இப்படியும் பிராண்ட் பண்ண முடியும்னு சொல்லி உருவாக்கி ஸோ we made the people there is a trust to bring into a brand ன்னு பண்ணதுக்கு நீங்கள் அங்கேயே பார்க்குறோம். கோயம்புத்தூர்ல இன்னைக்கு ஒரு நல்ல குவாலிட்டி பிளாட்டாக கூட 10-20 கம்பெனி இன்னைக்கு உருவாயிருக்கு. இப்படிதான் பண்ண முடியும்னு ஒருத்தர் நம்பிக்கை நிற்கும்போது there are people who are there to follow it and do it. So today there is a change in the market. இன்னைக்கு பார்த்தீங்கன்னா நம்ம நல்ல காம்படிஷன் இருக்கு. We also welcome that there is a competition, there is always a growth in the market.
சார் இப்போ ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி வாங்குறாங்கன்னா மெயினா வந்து ஈவன் இஃப் இட் இஸ் an end user ஆனா கூட they look at appreciation. அப்போ ப்ராப்பர்ட்டியோட அப்ரிசியேஷனும் ஒரு பிளாட்டோட அப்ரிசியேஷனும் எப்படி இருக்கும்? அது ரெண்டும் ஈக்குவல் இருக்குமா இல்லை ஃபாஸ்டரா இருக்குமா? பிளாட்டுக்கு எப்படி இருக்கும்?
ஆக்சுவலி இங்க பாத்தீங்கன்னா பிளாட்டோட அப்ரிசியேஷன் எப்பவுமே இருக்கும். பிகாஸ் பில்டிங் வந்து அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் வாங்க இல்லை வாங்கணும்னா இட் இஸ் எண்ட் யூசர் ப்ராடக்ட். நீங்க என்ன பர்பஸ்க்கு வாங்குறீங்க இருக்கு. ஒரு வீடு வாங்கி நம்ம குடிப்போம், இட் இஸ் எண்ட் யூசர். ஸோ தேர் ஆஃப்டர் 10 years the depreciation starts flowing in. Whereas பிளாட் வந்து பாத்தீங்கன்னா it is always an appreciating product உங்களுக்கு. இப்போ 1 crore உள்ளாக போட்டோம்னா அதுக்கு 10 years பார்க்கும்போது கண்டிப்பாக டிப்ரிசியேஷன் ஸ்டார்ட் ஆகும். Whereas you invest 1 crore in a plot, அது கண்டிப்பாக 2 crore ஆகிருந்தால் it will not depreciate. So that is always good for investment. When you want to go something and do something, you can go out for apartment or villas.
பட் இந்த கான்செப்ட் வந்து அக்ராஸ் தமிழ்நாடு ஃபிட் ஆகுமா?
அக்ராஸ் இந்தியா the concept is
இருக்கும். ஓகே சார், இப்போ நீங்க சென்னை லான்ச் பண்ண போறீங்க. such a young entrepreneur. எனக்கு எங்க ஆஃபீஸ்ல வந்தாலே சொன்னாங்க only 32 years அப்படின்னாங்க. ஸோ எத்தனை வருஷமா நீங்க ரியல் எஸ்டேட் ஆண்டர்பிரினரா இருக்கீங்க?
Real estate we are into 6 to 7 years of real estate. But we got into real estate business once more about it. But to establish brand awareness, it's in 2 years from in the brand building.
So, எதனால அந்த ரியல் எஸ்டேட் செக்டருக்குள்ள போனீங்க?
எதனால என்ன தெரியுமா பண்ண அளவுல நம்ம தெரிஞ்சதை பண்ணலாம்னு சொல்லி just follow what we are good at.
அதை வந்து மற்றவங்களுக்கு டிஃப்ரெண்ட்டாக பண்ணணும். இப்போ வந்து நம்ம இன்னைக்கு மார்னிங் வந்து நிறைய கான்செப்ட்ஸ் பேசணும், சஸ்டைனபிலிட்டி பற்றி பேசணும், இன்டகிரேட்டட் டவுன்ஷிப், அந்த மாதிரி கான்செப்ட்ஸ் இருக்கும்போது நீங்கள் பிளாட்ங்கிற ஒரு டிஃப்ரெண்ட் கான்செப்டை எடுத்து அதில் க்ரோ பண்ணியிருக்கீங்க. அது why did you choose that?
Because plot is a very market. Plot is actually the residential. And the industrial plot, 165 acres, we are identified with land. We are going to put an industrial layout. So, plot is the industrial layout, commercial layout, residential layout. All market, like the plot layout, it is very easy business. Once you consolidate and you do a right type of marketing when you reach people, the plot selling is easy. So, if you want to enter the market, do good numbers, make the brand trust, then multiple products we can bring into the line. So, it is what
ஒரு மார்க்கெட்ல அது பர்சனல் சென்னை ப்ராப்பர் சென்னை
ப்ராப்பர் சென்னை எடுத்து ப்ராப்பர் வந்து ஈஸியாக நிறைய இது பண்ணலாம். அவுட்டர் சென்னை பண்ணலாம். ஆனால் திருவள்ளூர் காஞ்சிபுரம் அதர் டிஸ்ட்ரிக்ஸ் பண்ணாங்க. திருவள்ளூர் காஞ்சிபுரம் சென்னை கம்பேர் பண்ணுறாங்க. அது செப்பரேட் 2 districts. பட் தேர் ஆர் குட் திருவள்ளூர் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராஜெக்ட் லான்ச் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். காஞ்சிபுரம் அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணியிருக்கோம். ஸோ அந்த மாதிரி அவுட்ஸ்கர்ட்ஸில் லேண்ட்ஸ் ஆர் அவைலபிள். இங்கே வந்து பீப்புள் ட்ராவல் பண்ணி தயாராக இருக்காங்க.
ஒரு ஸ்மாலர் டவுன் நீங்க மதுரைக்கு போக போறீங்க.
மதுரை ஃபர்ஸ்ட் ப்ராஜெக்ட் லான்ச் வச்சிருக்கோம் 10 days.
ஓகே. அங்க என்ன மாதிரி
மதுரை திருச்சி அதாவது சென்னை சிட்டி the rest process is very easy to aggregate land. இந்த ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி டெவலப்மெண்ட்டுக்கு பெரிய ஒரு மார்க்கெட் இருக்கு.
இப்போ லேண்ட் அக்ரிகேட் பண்ணி ஒரு பிளாட்டா வைக்கும்போது உங்களுக்கு வந்து இந்த மாடர்ன் கான்செப்ட்ஸ் அண்ட் பெட்டர் லிவிங் என்வாயர்மெண்ட் அது கொண்டு வர முடியுமா? ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி டெவலப்மெண்ட்டை விட இதுல ஈஸியா கொண்டு வர
என்னோட கான்செப்ட் என்னன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, நீங்க ஏதாவது வெளியே ஆகும்போது ஒரு அதே 5 cent பிளாட்டுக்கு 1 crore rupees வாங்க 1 crore rupees கன்ஸ்ட்ரக்ஷனு, பட் அந்த வில்லாவுக்கு 1 crore ப்ரீமியம் வச்சு 3 crore வாங்குறாங்க. பட் என்னோட கோல் என்னன்னு கேட்டீங்கன்னா, சேம் அம்யூனிட்டிஸ் வாக்கிங் வெக்கான வில்லா அடிஷனல் ஸ்டாண்ட் ஃபார் உங்களுக்கு வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு வில்லாவில் வந்து உங்களுக்கு என்ன அம்யூனிட்டிஸ் எல்லாம் கிடைக்குது, சேம் அம்யூனிட்டிஸோட வில்லா வில்லா டிஸ்போர்ட்டல் நிறைய ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் கட்டிங் கொடுத்துருக்கோம். பட் வெரி பிக் காஸ்ட் சேவிங். இந்த 30% ஒரு மார்ஜின் கண்டிப்பாக எக்ஸிஸ்டாக சேவ் பண்ண முடியும் இந்த கான்செப்ட்ல ஆகும்போது. ஸோ அதே ஃபீச்சர்ஸ் ஆஃப் வில்லா பட் அதர் ஸ்கேல் டெவலப்மெண்ட் இல்லாத போகும்.
சார் இப்போ ஆஸ் அன் ஆண்டர்பிரனர் அட்லீஸ்ட் என்ன மாதிரி ஒரு காமன் மேனுக்கு வந்து ஒரு ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி வாங்குறது அப்படின்னா ஒரு லைஃப் டைம் சேவிங் இன்வெஸ்ட் பண்ணுறது. அப்போ நாங்கள் ஃபர்ஸ்ட் பார்க்கறதுன்னா கிரெடிபிலிட்டி. நீங்க வந்து ஆஸ் அன் ஆண்டர்பிரனர் நீங்க சொன்னீங்க பிளாட்டுக்கு வந்து நீங்க வந்து யூ பிராட் இன் ப்ராசஸஸ் அப்படிங்க. How do you bring in that credibility and confidence in the public? அது எப்படி பில்ட் பண்ணுங்க?
Previously, 5-6 years முன்னாடி பார்த்தீங்கன்னா அன்னபூர்ணா ஸ்கீம் இருந்துச்சு. there was no credibility of property developer. அதாவது நிறைய ப்ராப்ளம் இருந்துச்சு. இன்னைக்கு வந்து the credibility is all about the brand trust creation இருக்கு. அது இல்லாமல் கூட வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா டிடிசி பிளாட்ஃபார்ம் இருக்கு. உங்களுக்கு வேற அப்ரூவல் வாங்காமல் உங்களுக்கு வந்து ப்ராடக்ட்ஸ் எல்லாம் நீங்கள் செல் பண்ண முடியாது. The area is very stringent today. The government is taking very strong actions on the property developer also. நீங்கள் வந்து பண்ண முடியாது நம்ம. ஸோ ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் கம்ப்ளீட் பண்ணி நம்ம கனெக்ட் பண்ண அம்யூனிட்டிஸ் முடிக்காமல் நம்ம வந்து நீங்கள் அப்ரூவல் வாங்க முடியாது. ஸோ நீங்கள் வந்து நல்லா பயப்பட வேண்டியது கிடையாது. ரேராக இருக்கு அப்படின்னு சொல்லி செக் பண்ணி நீங்கள் பையோ பிளாட் தட் இஸ் ஸ்ட்ராங் 10% 99% வேறு நோ ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு. லீகல் பார்த்து நம்ம கிளியர் பண்ணி வாங்கிக்கணும். மற்றபடி நீங்கள் பயப்பட வேண்டியது சார்.
சார் மேபி நாட் இன் தி அந்த லீகல் இது வந்து உங்களுடைய டாக்குமெண்டேஷன் அதெல்லாம் பார்த்துக்கலாம். ஆனால் ஒரு பிளாட்னு போகும்போது வந்து அந்த தண்ணி இருக்குமா, ஃபியூச்சர்ல தண்ணி இருக்குமா, அந்த மாதிரி இஷ்யூஸ் இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இஷ்யூவும் இருக்கு இல்லையா?
இன்ஃப்ராஸ்ட்ரக்சர் இஷ்யூ நீங்கள் செக் பண்ணி வாங்கணும். இப்போ வந்து பிளாட் இப்போ நாங்கள் வந்து எங்கள் பிளாட் செல் பண்ண கூட நாங்கள் கிவிங் சாயில் டெஸ்ட் சர்டிஃபிகேட், வாட்டர் டெஸ்ட் சர்டிஃபிகேட் எல்லாமே கொடுத்துட்டு செக் பண்ணி வாங்கணும். நம்ம வந்து ஒரு ப்ரொமோட்டர்ஸ் தான் பண்ணாங்க. பட் சர்டிஃபிகேஷன்ஸ் வாங்கி once you scrutinize to a proper revenue agent or legal agent கூட நீங்க செக் பண்ணி ப்ராப்பராக வாங்கும்போது அதான் டிஃபரன்ஷியேட்ஸ் பிராண்ட் அண்ட் நார்மல் ப்ரொமோட்டர். நம்ம கம்பெனிக்குள்ள வரும்போது எல்லாமே பார்த்து ரெகுலேட்டரி தான் வாங்குவோம். பிகாஸ் ஏதோ ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட் மிஸ்டேக் ஆனால் நம்ம வித்தியாசம் இதுவாக பிராண்ட் இஸ் ரெப்யூட்டேஷன் இஸ் பாயிண்ட். ஸோ தட் இஸ் அ பவர் ஆஃப் அ பிராண்ட்.
The general talk is that the real estate market is now slow ஆகுது அப்படிங்கிறாங்க. இது வந்து பிளாட்ஸ் வர்சஸ் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி அந்த மாதிரி இருக்கா, இல்லை இது ஒரு சைக்கிளா? How is the market இப்போ?
அபார்ட்மெண்ட் அண்ட் வில்லாஸ் there is no downfall in the brand. பிளாட்ல கண்டிப்பாக 5-10% இருக்கு. பிகாஸ் கேஷ் ஃப்ளோ இந்த ஸ்டேட் வந்து கொஞ்சம் டவுன் இருக்கனால கண்டிப்பாக பிளாட்ல கொஞ்சம் இருக்கு. மற்றபடி இட் இஸ் ருட்டீன் ப்ராசஸ். new government has formed, it will come slowly pick up.
So திரும்பவும் பிக்கப் ஆகும். பிக்கப் ஆகும்போது அதோடைய ஒரு ஸ்பெசிஃபிக் செக்மெண்ட் ஆஃப் ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி போகுமா இல்லை அகைன் இட் பி ஒரு வைட்
ப்ராப்பர்ட்டி பிஸ்னஸ்னா உங்களுக்கு அந்த டிப்ரிசியேஷன் ஆஃப் காஸ்ட் அதோட அப்ரிசியேஷன் உங்களுக்கு வந்து 10 lakhs இருக்கும் தவிர 9 lakhs போகாது. இது அப்ரிசியேட் பண்ணி as a temporary arrangement in selling our flats for கண்டிப்பாக டிடக்ஷன் இருக்கு மேடம். லாஸ்ட் 3 months 4 monthsல தமிழ்நாடு மூலம் மார்க்கெட்டில் மார்க்கெட்டு கம்மியாக வருது. பிகாஸ் மார்க்கெட் இஸ் இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் மார்க்கெட், இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக இருக்கும் ஃபிளாட்டில். மற்றபடி அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் வில்லாஸ் இஸ் செல்லிங் த சேல் பிகாஸ் இட் இஸ் அன் இண்டிவிஜுவல் மார்க்கெட். இப்போ எக்ஸாம்பிள் அப்பார்ட்மெண்ட் பிளான் எடுத்தீங்கன்னா 90 to 80% வந்து உங்களுக்கு இண்டிவிஜுவலாக இருப்பாங்க, 20% வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா இன்வெஸ்டாக இருப்பாங்க. வேற ஃபிளாட் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 50% இண்டிவிஜுவல் 50% வந்து இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் இருப்பாங்க. இன்வெஸ்ட்மெண்ட் மார்க்கெட் இஸ் லிட்டில் பிட் டவுன் டுடே.
சார் ஒன் லாஸ்ட் கொஸ்டின். இப்போ நார்மலாகவே வந்து பிளாட்ஸ் நீங்கள் சொல்லுங்க, யூஆர் லுக்கிங் அட் இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் பிளாட்ஸ் சொன்னீங்க. இப்போ கோயம்புத்தூர் சைடு மற்ற ஏரியாஸில் ஃபார்ம் ஸ்மால் ஃபார்ம் ப்ராஜெக்ட்ஸ் கூட வெரி அதுவும் ஒரு பிக்கிங் அப் கான்செப்ட் தான். ஸோ அந்த பிளாட் டெவலப்மெண்ட்டுங்கிறது வந்து என்ன மாதிரி கேட்டகரிஸில் க்ரோத் பார்க்கும் ஃபியூச்சரில் அக்ராஸ் தமிழ்நாடு?
ஃபார்ம் பிளாட்ஸ் சொல்லுவாங்க. ஃபார்ம் பிளாட்ஸ் இப்போ பெரிய பீப்புள் ஆர் ப்ரிஃபரிங் டு ஹேவ் செட்டில் நோ. ஸோ இப்போ அந்த இன்ஸ்டியூஷன்ஸ் லைக் ஊட்டி கொடைக்கானல் கோயம்புத்தூர் வந்து நிறைய ஆட்டோமேட்டிக்காக வில்லேஜ் இருந்துச்சு. அதில் ஃபஸ்ட்டு அக்யூர் பண்ணும்போது 50 lakhs per acre அக்யூர் பண்ணேன். இப்போ வித்தின் 2 yearsல 3 crores அக்யூர் பண்ணுறோம். ஸோ இட் ஹஸ் 4 times. ஸோ ஃபார்ம் பிளாட்ஸ் ஆர் வெரி வெரி மூவிங் இன் தமிழ்நாடு now. ஸோ பீப்புள் prefer second homes today. So the farm market is also rising very much.
So company நீங்க வந்து would you stick to plotted developments or would you look at a multiple?
Now we are trying to bring up premium apartments in Chennai. So hopefully another 6 months I think we will have land soon. So we are diversity as a
what kind of
luxury apartment which sells above 5 crores in the city, pure Chennai city launch பண்ணிட்டு minimum 5 crores to 25 crores வரைக்கும் இருக்க மாதிரி ஒரு மார்க்கெட்டிங் கொஞ்சம் கம்மியாக அந்த மாதிரி சொல்லிங்க இருக்காங்க. ஸோ சிட்டிக்குள்ள பண்ணுறது we are trying to come into the market.
So as an entrepreneur ஒரு 3 years கழிச்சு where do you see Aditya?
Our aim is to go public in another 7 to 8 years. So we have to rush very fast. So I think Aditya will be in all 2 cities of Chennai, 2 cities of Tamil Nadu, especially in Chennai. We will have good market cap and will be estimated turnover. We focusing on is 2,000 to 2,500 crore turnover in the next 4 to 5 years. That is what is our goal. I think last 2 years what we plan we have achieved, and we will achieve the next targets of 3 to 5 years.
Okay, thank you. So we can have questions if anyone has. There are any questions? No?
Good evening. So actually, plot coming to the service there are many plots like pan India level market agreement. In the remote areas, I have seen people not with an intention to anything construct. Okay, one reported for 10 years, 15 years, we are also hearing about encroachments. Okay, and the plot encroachment how do we safeguard ourselves? Like, what problem we can't simply go and construct many constructing accommodations. It will be project many plot. The encroachment set is proactive, number one. Number two, or a peria villa in the plots in the Umamari or Modu. Public generally underline plot choose like the corner plot, east facing, north facing. Umara observation body, either on the popular article. So, in the question to answer with. The brain வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா சில்வர் வரைக்கும் கான்சன்ட்ரேட் பண்ணி எல்லா கம்ப்யூட்டர் கொடுப்பாங்க. பட் ஒரு பிளாட் ஆனதுக்கப்புறம் பில்ட் கம்பெனி விச் will give us a post purchase assistance for a plant. They take care of that plant for 5 years. அவங்களுக்கு மொபைல் ஆப் கொடுத்தோம்னா they can see their plant through CCTV. The plant is entirely fenced. அந்த டீடைலிங் பண்ணி ஒரு பிராண்டை கொடுக்குறோம். ஒரு நார்மல் பிளாட் விற்கிற
ப்ளஸ் எக்ஸ்டென்ஷனாக 3 years பண்ணாங்க பேர் சர்வீஸ் வாங்கிக்கலாம். ஸோ இது இந்த மாதிரி பண்ணால் எக்கனாமிக் பண்ணும்போது எவ்ரி கஸ்டமர் கம்ஸ் அண்ட் சே லாங் டேர்ம் பிளாட் and the next pricing is a preference for every client. So now வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா split into standard premium அப்படின்னு சொல்லி நம்ம நிறைய கடைக்கு வச்சிருக்கோம். ஸோ பிளாட் வந்து we call it as a premium plot. Premium to standard there will be a 2.5 lakhs difference on plot itself. இதெல்லாம் அதிகமாக டிஸ்ட்ரிபியூட் ஆகுது. ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் ப்ரீமியம் வந்து பிடிச்சிருக்கோம். ஸ்டாண்டர்ட் 15 lakhs ராயல் 17 lakhs இருக்கும். Premium வந்து ஒரு Royal will be 17 lakhs, Premium will be 16 lakhs, and the Standard will be 15 lakhs. Even distribution selling happens, so we are this conversation of selling the products.
Is there any other question?
எல்லா பர்பஸுக்கும் பார்க்கிங் இருக்கு சார். இண்டஸ்ட்ரியல் பார்க்கிங் இருக்கு, கமர்ஷியல் இருக்கு. நம்ம பண்ணுறது ஹவுசிங் எக்ஸ்பர்ட் பில்டிங் வில்லாஸ். என்னதான் சார் கொஸ்டின்? இப்போ நான் ஒரு ஃப்ளாட் வாங்குறேன். இப்போ மை கசின் சார் பர்ச்சேஸ் ஃப்ளாட். ஆடியோவில் சார் one of our cousin brother has purchased a flat. Almost 10-15 years back. Again, multi-story building. I don't want to name the building. And he has gone for housing. So suddenly there is a court judgment stating that the particular land belongs to a temple. Okay. இப்போ பேங்க் என்ன சொல்றாங்க, முழுசா கட்ட சொல்றாங்க. என்ன விஷயம்னா எப்படி ஐடென்டிஃபை பண்றாங்க பில்டர்ஸ் இது டெம்பிள் லேண்ட் இல்லை இருக்காது. அவங்களுக்கு ஒரு ப்ராஜெக்ட்ல ஒரு டெம்பிள் லேண்டுன்னு கூட தெரியாமல் பண்றாங்க. முன்னாடி பண்ணும்போது என்ன 1 year ஈஸியாக எடுப்பாங்க. ஸோ 25 years இருந்தால் அப்போ வாங்கிடுங்க. சிஎம்டி போகணும், டிடிசி போகணும் வாங்குறேன். 25 வருஷத்துக்கு முன்னாடி நடந்த விஷயத்த எங்களுக்கு எப்படி ஐடியா கொடுக்கும். பேங்க் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஏபிஎஃப் பண்றது 40 years டாக்குமெண்ட்ஸ் இப்படி ஏபிஎஃப் கொடுத்துறாங்க சார் பேங்க்ல. பட் ஒரு ப்ரொமோட்டரோட இது வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு ரெக்கார்டு 1917 ஆர்எஸ்ஆர்னு சொல்லுவோம். 1917 செக் பண்ணா மட்டும்தான் அந்த ரெக்கார்டு வேலிடேட் பண்ணி நம்ம இன்னைக்கு இருக்க இது வரைக்கும் கிளியர் ஆகினா மட்டும்தான் நம்ம வந்து because it is not a single person problem, it's a individual problem. Target கொடுக்குறேன். So anybody who purchases a plot or any property first 1917 ISR வாங்கி ரெக்கார்ட் அது வந்து செக் பண்ணும்போது இந்த மாதிரி மிஸ்டேக்ஸ் தான் நம்ம தவிர்க்கலாம் சார். ஓப்பன் ரைஸ் பவர் செக் 1917 செக் பண்ணுவாங்க சார். That is why the record keeping of the government started. 1917 ISR அப்படின்னு சொல்லுவாங்க. Survey record. 1917 எல்லா கவர்மெண்ட் இருக்கு கரெக்டாக போனீங்கன்னா 1917 ஐஎஸ்ஆர் பார்த்தீங்கன்னா 1917 எல்லா டிரான்சாக்ஷன் திரும்ப வரைக்கும் கவர்மெண்ட் இருக்கும் சார். ஈஸி வந்து 50 years தான் கரெக்டாக வரும். இந்த மாதிரி செக் பண்ணி 1917 ஐஎஸ்ஆர். Myself Sri and going on to Ireland promoters. நீங்கள் ஃபார்மிங் பிளாட்ஸை பற்றி பூமி பற்றி சொன்னீங்க இல்லையா, அது எப்படி? ஸோ எல்லா பிளாட் டு செல் மோர் தென் 21 cents இட்ஸ் கன்சிடர்ட் டு பி a farming plots. anything 21 எத்தனை டீலர்ஷிப் வைக்க முடியாது, இன்னைக்கு ரூல் இருக்கு. ஸோ 21 cents and above if you sell it is considered to be farming plot. அதுக்கு வேறு பண்ணணும் சார். நிறைய பேருக்கு ஒரு ப்ராப்ளம் இருக்கு சார். அதாவது ட்ரைவேக்கும் ரோடுக்கு டிஃபரன்ஸ் இருக்கு. anything you do in a group housing or apartment it is called highway. Anything you do in a private development is a road which is under the corporation or local body. இது local body. அதாவது நிறைய பேர் வந்து private development போட்டு advertisement பண்ணுவாங்க, group housing வாங்க. anything moved out to government or compound wall போட்டதுனால ஒரு சிங்கிள் petitioner
கன்சர்ன்ஸ் பிளாட்ல வீடு கட்டணும் அப்படின்னா எப்படி உட்காந்துவாங்க. ஸோ எக்ஸாம்பிள் ப்ரெசென்ட் இப்போ வந்து நாங்கள் ப்ரெசென்ட் டெவலப்மெண்ட் பண்ணும்போது 10% ஓஎஸ்ஆர் லேண்ட் கொடுத்துட்டு நாங்கள் ஓஎஸ்ஆர் கொடுத்துருவோம், ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணிடுவோம். ஸோ எங்களால் கோல்ட் பில்டிங் கட்டும்போது ஸ்ட்ரெயிட்டாக நீங்கள் வந்து கல்குலேஷன் வீடு மட்டும் அப்ளை பண்ணி கட்டிடலாம். இப்போ இந்த மாதிரி 21 சென்ட் நீங்கள் நிலத்தை வாங்கி வீடு கட்டும்போது உங்களுக்கு கொடுக்குற டிடிசிபி அப்ரூவல், டிடிசிபி அப்ரூவல், பட் யூ ஹேவ் டு பே தி ஓஎஸ்ஆர் ஃபீஸ் 10% வந்து நீங்கள் அந்த அப்ளை பண்ண வேண்டியது. கான்செப்ட் புரிஞ்சா சார் உங்களுக்கு? புரியல சார். டிடிசிபி ப்ளான் பண்ணால் நீங்கள் 10 acres பண்ணுறோம்னா இப்போ நான் பண்ணும்போது 10 acres minus 35%, எக்ஸாம்பிள் 350 cents ரோடு போகிறதுனா பேலன்ஸ் இருக்கக்கூடிய 650 centல 10% போட்டு 65 cent நான் கால் கொடுத்து டெவலப் பண்ணுவேன். இங்கே போகும்போது நானே வந்து கார்பரேஷன் லோக்கல் பாடி வேக்கன் லேண்ட் டேக்ஸ் கட்டிடுறேன், எக்வாட் ஃபீஸ் கட்டிடுறேன். ஓஎஸ்ஆர் சப்போஸ் 1 acre கீழே ஓஎஸ்ஆர் பைபேக் பண்ணிக்கலாம். நான் பைபேக் ஃபீஸ் கட்டி நான் வந்து எல்லாமே ரெகுலேட் பண்ணிடுறேன். எல்லா டிடிசிபி பிளாட்ஸ் ஆர் காஸ்ட்லி. ஃபார்ம் லேண்ட்ஸ் அங்கே வந்து ரோடு மட்டும் கார்பரேஷனாக ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணிட்டு பஞ்சாயத்து ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் பண்ணியிருப்பாங்க. ஸோ நான் என்னன்னு கேட்டேன், ஏன்னா லேஅவுட் இப்போ 10% ஆகுது ஹேண்ட் ஓவர் டு தான் லோக்கல் பாடி. அந்த லோக்கல் பாடி 10% எனக்கு ஓஎஸ்ஆர் ஃபீஸ் கட்ட சொல்லுவாங்க. நீங்கள் ஹவுசிங் டெவலப்மெண்ட் சார்ஜஸ் வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா எக்ஸாம்பிள் நீங்கள் 25 cents வாங்கிருக்கீங்கன்னா 25 cents into 436 போட்டு அதில் கவர்மெண்ட் என்ன இருக்கோ அது 10% ஃபீஸாக நீங்கள் போய் கட்ட வேண்டியது இருக்கும் உங்களுக்கு வீடு கட்டும்போது. அது கட்டணும்னா ஆர்கனைசேஷன்ஸ் கிட்ட நீங்கள் டிடிசிபி அப்ளை பண்ணி கொடுத்துருவாங்க.
So it's not a layout.
It is not a layout.
That is the OSR charge.
OSR charge pay பண்ணுவாங்க. இது
21 cent அது ஒரு individual.
It is not called as a site. It is a land. Anything unplatted is called as plat. Anything above 21 cents register is called land. But plat 21 cents இல்லைங்க. Plat development 50 cent போடுவோம், plat போடலாம். But unapproved land is unapproved land.
Is that it? Can we close? Are there any other questions? Thank you so much, ma'am. So actually, perhaps it's a new concept. Technically, doubts. Since you are there in that as a successful plot developer, I think even after this, if they have doubts, you can clarify.
Thank you for the wonderful session.
Thank you so much to both our speakers on stage for a very interesting discussion, and thank you to the audience for your questions as well. We have to keep that enthusiasm going for our next few sessions. So we're moving from a fireside chat into a panel discussion. Just give our team a few moments to set the stage, and then we'll begin. The next panel discussion is titled Luxury Housing Boom: How Architecture is Redefining Premium Living. Ladies and gentlemen, luxury housing today is about much more than just premium finishes and prime locations. It reflects evolving lifestyle, sustainability, wellness, technology, and architectural excellence. Our next panel explores how innovative design and architecture are shaping the future of premium residential living. To moderate this discussion, please welcome on stage once again Ms. Sangeeta Kantanel, Senior Assistant Editor, The Hindu. Welcome, Sangeeta. Let's welcome our panelists, Mr. Faisal Mansoor, founder and principal architect of enthusiast, known for creating timeless interiors that beautifully blend art welcome. We now welcome Mr. Prithviraj, Managing Director of President Properties Private Limited and President-elect of CREAT Chennai, a respected entrepreneur with over 25 years of experience in Chennai's real estate sector. Under his leadership, President Properties has delivered more than 170 residential and commercial projects and an strong reputation for quality, trust, and customer-centric development. We also have with us Mr. Deepak Jalahar, architect and co-founder of The Architecture Story, a Chennai-based design practice known for creating contemporary architecture rooted in context, climate, and culture. Having worked with the studio across global cities, he brings a unique international perspective to architecture and design in India. We also welcome Mr. Visionary, Executive Director of Seavers, a leading property development company with over 4 decades of excellence across residential, commercial, and hospitality sectors. A graduate of the Rhode Island School of Design and has a thoughtful interdisciplinary approach to architecture, design, and urban living. Let's give all of our panelists a big round of applause and hand this session over to Sangeeta. Thank you, Paloma. Thank you all. Thank you for being a part of this panel. So the word luxury is extremely different to each person. So for a developer like Shruti and Prithviraj, I think it's more to do with the pricing and PIN codes. Whereas for Faisal and Jawhar, it's more of designs and multiple other aspects. So if you could all quickly share what does luxury mean to each one of you over here. So who wants to start, Shruti? Thank you for having us. To me, I think luxury in space is about elevating lifestyle. It's about delivering uncompromised design and genuine value no matter where you build. So be it either a prime city center property or an emerging neighborhood. Thank you, Nathan. Prithviraj, you wanted to?
Yeah, so I think luxury is a word that's been very used often these days in the industry, along with words like exclusive, premium, and all those. So if everything is luxury, then I don't think it is. So I think luxury is one exercise. That's where luxury begins. And the homes have to be emotionally comforting. They have to age well along with the people who live in it. That's true luxury.
Deepak, what about you?
Actually, second, what you were saying is that yes, craftsmanship, timelessness, they all matter, they are very important. But what truly matters is that it has to be a place that you're comfortable to come back to, especially at home. Comfortable to come back to one. And that's just something that makes you feel yourself. So now we're in this era of not template luxury, but more personalizing for each way of living. So I think that's luxury in my view.
Faisal, over to you.
It's literally what it is just said. I think it's more to do with how you made the homes and the homes. It's to bring out the homeowner's personality into these spaces, which is very hard to get to managers get the best show. And I think that's when as designers come in and we split things together.
So, Shruti, who's driving today's luxury market? Is it the entrepreneurs, the CXOs, or are we seeing more family businesses getting into this? So, what is the general profile of these people? And luxury has been around in the market for the last decade or so. So, how has the profile of luxury changed over the years? We can talk about the Chennai market as well as the national market as well.
So, I think, as we all know, Chennai is a conservative and a end user market. But I think there's been a huge shift after COVID, especially in luxury real estate. If you look at all other Indian cities, I think luxury and upper luxury has surpassed in terms of sale value to mid-segment homes. And I think
what we've seen is in Chennai, we have seen legacy wealth owners, and that has shifted to entrepreneurs and corporate leaders. I think that's a big shift. The source of the luxury homes has changed, but I think the nature of the luxury home market in Chennai still remains grounded, end-user heavy, and non-speculative.
Okay, thank you, Shruti. My next question is to Mr. Kriti Vars. So you've been a part of CREDAI and the Dominican community and all these things. So what is pushing real estate firms to work on luxury homes? Because if you see many of the old companies which have been in the market for quite some time, everyone wants to enter this segment now. And what is giving people the confidence to spend so much money on a house?
So actually, luxury is in micro markets these days. The land price is crazy. So a developer who wants to do mass housing, who wants to accommodate housing infrastructure needs for a value, is not going to be able to do it inside the city, inside the core city parts. So obviously the prices are going to be like that, and developers who want to be grown, seen, have to do a bit of projects inside the city to have the tag on them. So that's also sometimes a pressure for them. I know a few developers who actually call me and tell me, you know what, I'm doing all these 200, 300 apartment units outside the city, but I'd still like to do something like what you're doing because that gives you more recognition, name, and all that. So that's something that drives a developer. But I think, like what Shruti just said, it's an end-user-driven market. It's not like the other markets. It's a very highly end-user-driven market. And I think Chennai is not moving towards luxury to show off. It's more towards to have a good lifestyle and something like that. So it's a very different market here.
Faisal, if you, from your perspective, luxury is totally different. It's more of design and magic and other things. If you look at people not just in Chennai, in India, they don't want to experiment. They just come to you with a social media picture or a Pinterest picture and say, hey Faisal, why don't you do this for me? So how easy or challenging is it for you to convince such people, or how do you look at it?
That's a tough one. This is so easy that nowadays. I think it's something that we have to get used to. People now are clearer with what they want, but also when they know about what they want, they are also sometimes confused as to how to go about it. So, normal has to kind of pictures. But
how do you convince them? Because, see, it's like, a tailor and a boutique. A tailor can do anything. But when you go to a boutique and you want somebody to customize it, you expect them to do the creativity part of it. So how do you handle such things?
I just go scream against the pillow. And then I come back and then we sort of like some parameters whatever we want. We look at all of the pictures where the reference images that they have. We have an opinion about it. So I'd like to understand from them what they like in those pictures. Is it the lighting? Is it the proportions? Is it the color schemes? We don't look at the whole thing holistically. Once you start asking these questions to them, that's when they're a bit lost. They need some sort of direction, and that's where we come in. So we keep that as a base, and then we start our conversations through the books. And our conversations go for a very long time. I ask a lot of random questions that really bore them, but it's for the benefit of the project. And somehow we try to put those together based on our conversations and show our market. And I think I'm able to kind of understand that. And that's how I get it forward.
So what kind of questions do you ask them?
It's like basic things like how they wake up in the morning, what's the first thing they do. I realize that people wake up in the morning and go sleep and they say that very good. This is, I don't know what this is. Is it just, against time? I know that also has an impact as to how the circulation of the bedroom would work. And when they do that in a bedroom or go to a living space, it makes some things like this. I would ask them about a star sign,
garden, but
does it really matter?
It sort of does. It sort of does because you can also understand a little bit of the traits. Because you can't get everything in the first few sessions of having basic conversations. So I have very random approaches. I think the more I say something like this, I think people are just going to question not this approach. But yeah, it sort of helps. And a lot of times we talk about colors right. There are some clients who like it in the pH tones, and also we've been experimenting a lot with colors. And that in itself has brought a lot of the homeowners' personality. So, I feel with pictures, it could only get you a certain way. You can never replicate someone else's house. You can only use them as an inspiration. But towards the end of it, it has to evolve to something unique of your personality. So that's what we at least start doing.
So you seem to be reading a lot of Linda Goodman. All right. So Deepak, moving on to you. If you look at trends in India, a lot of people suddenly want to have a Balinese home, they want to have a Mediterranean style home. We see a lot of tropical, we see a lot of people looking at Zen themed homes. At least I've seen a couple of them in Chennai. Of course, Chennai has over 250 Japanese companies and a large Japanese community also. So why are people so inclined to all these trends suddenly? Is it social media, or do they really want to do it? What are you reading?
It could be, but trends is not just India specific. It's always been there, and different places have lived. They also represent, they also want the ambition to show like, we want this type of villa here, that type of villa here. And historically also this has always been there. In America they built English cottages in the early 1900s. In China they built a copy of palace in the early 2000s. So, in today's context, if you actually go to Bali, they are building more Mediterranean-inspired architecture, and we are doing more Balinese-inspired architecture. So, architectural ideas do travel, and it's always been there. Just that now it's more amplified, and the pace of change is more, for one. But I think to do a project here, one doesn't have to choose, do I want to be Indian only, or do I want to have it an international outlook only? What really matters is that it just has to belong. It just has to belong in the weather. It has to age well. The patina has to do well. And the materials are chosen for longevity of the project. And it also really has to address the family typology. Indian houses, by and large, house 3 generations, so which is not the case in different places. So it has to address those things. Once it addresses those things, then the rest is an aesthetic preference that, that's up to one's individual choice.
Mr. Pratibas, how supportive is the government when it comes to luxury homes? Because luxury means a lot of space and multiple other aspects. How supportive is the government?
They could be more supportive, for sure.
So if you could probably tell us what is working well now and what is not working, or what more could the government do? Because we have a new government also.
It is not working well. See, my floor height in Chennai is 10 feet. I don't know what it is in Bombay and other places. Today, in a luxury home, everybody comes in with a VR AC. It's mandatory. So my fall ceiling becomes mandatory. So you lose about 8 inches to about a feet, if not. And then you ask the Italian marble, that's another 6 inches at least. So what do I get? I get 9 feet in a luxury living. So this is a typical thing that we have kind of gone to the government many times, represented to them many times, telling them that you have to increase the floor-to-floor height. This is not going to work going forward. Hopefully they do something about it in the third master plan, which is yet to come. We are all hoping something happens.
What was the response when you went earlier?
They have a CIG so if it crosses that, then it becomes a multi-story building. So it just a that stage. So the only other option that they're giving is, instead of doing a 5-floor, you do a 4-floor and increase your height of the roof. But no developer is going to do it, because if he does something like that, then he's going to
use FSO space? Who's going to do that? So there are fundamental things that the government has to look at. It's not just luxury living. I think in general they have to do all that. It's done today. I still remember we had 7.5 feet car parking, street floor. Now it's become 10 feet. So we had to fight for that for about at least 6 years till the government actually made some change, thought about it. The government always looks at it differently. They look at it like, what if you violate it? See, one of the reasons when we went for the car parking, when we told them you have to give 10 feet car parks now, you can't do 7.5, 8 and all, because all the cars are becoming all SUV types, they're all becoming dollar and dollar. So their immediate response to us back then was, what if you put a shopper and start using it as commercial tomorrow? We'll stay here for the long run. So you can't do any of that anymore. So I think, the government has to look at certain things like that, which will help in giving you better buildings, which will help in giving you better homes to your players.
Kriti, do you want to add something to it? Because you also represent street dogs.
I completely agree with what Mr. Pitwas has said. But I think there has been a change in the recent months, and we have seen it, we have experienced ourselves in regards to sanctions that have become much faster. So I think we should give them credit where it is due.
This question is to both Faisal as well as Deepak. Luxury is not about homes alone. It can be hospitality, it can be a retail space. If you look at down south, we don't have a luxury retail space. It can even be a spa, which is spectacular. So what can be done, and what are you guys doing in that space?
We work a lot in the retail space, and then there's something interesting that evolved over the last 10 years is that, relatively speaking, there's more sales. I mean, you can literally buy a car off your phone, and that's what companies are pushing towards. So then why do you go to a store? So solving convenience is not enough anymore. You have to really address the experience. But, the click of a button, the food is at your door. The restaurant is not sweet. The food is at your door. So it's all about how do you address experience and just pushing towards solving the basic requirements and convenience. That's not enough anymore. So you really have to address. It has to be experience-led. It has to say something about the brand. It has to be narrative-driven. So these are all changes that.
Can you probably give us one or two examples of your own projects?
Yeah, so the narrative-driven one is that we recently finished a small retail store in Pondicherry for a fashion label. So the context is that it's set in a 70-year-old building. It is in Pondicherry within the White Town area. And so we have to really absorb what the label suggests, because most of his clients are basically online orders and abroad and all that. But the store has to say something about the designer. But not just the historical version of the designer that most are not interested in it, but what is his or her taste, what do they like. It is less about us as designers, but more about as interior designers and more about them as fashion designers. How do you absorb certain things, how they present? Is minimalism important for them? Do they work with a specific Indian weaves? Do they import their fabric? Or do they take the pains to go to Calcutta and deep down south to work with specific ways of doing things, which he does not have. So we wanted to present that in the store. All his clothes are less crowded, simpler cuts. So we wanted to show that also in the store. So it's basically essentially a combination of three things coming together. One is the label, the other one is the building, is the context, which is a 70-year-old. So we did some very few things to just, let it breathe and let it live and not really bring many expensive finishes and things like that, but let that show. And the third one is actually the atmosphere of Pondicherry as well, which is other project that we're currently working on is also a retail project that's on Genius Road. So the approach for that is that can it be, it's a slightly larger square feet. So the approach for that is that can it be less of a mall and more of a neighborhood? And obviously because of the commercial pressures, we can't really create a G plus or one or G neighborhood. But how can you volumetrically bring that feeling of neighborhood? There are offices, there are retail, there is F&B, there is landscape. So in a neighborhood, all of these things stick to each other. So how do you create that feeling of it's open to sky, that's where you walk into, and all of these things communicate with each other. So that's one approach that we're currently working on that one.
Faisal, what about you?
I think we've come a long way in terms of commercial design, especially when it comes to retail and even hospitality. I remember that before COVID, a lot of people wouldn't really experiment too much or would not even spend as much. But I think it's all moving into a direction of experience, and it's come to a point where, without showing that this is the brand, like this is the color, you have to bring some sort of subtlety into a space. This is something that there are multiple stakeholders that you've got to work with. And I think, the minute that comes into play is when the branding works the best. We've done a project which was, I think, 4 or 5 years back, which was a restaurant in King Park. And the whole idea to that was you leave all of your difficulties, if you had a bad day, you just leave all that at the door and you come into this one space which is really very private, very nice, and also to bring a little bit of Madras into it. And we converted this 30-year-old building into like a very Madras family influence space. And we managed to also source a board that was really prominent for trying to actually pull out the branding part of it. And I think, that was done, at least I would say, it was done very subtly. But people actually come and tell the owners that, this is what they actually feel. And, they name the thing. So, in a way, I think, now people are moving more towards coming with strong sensibilities spaces. When it comes to retail, like we've recently done a men's boutique on Karanawaz Road. And he just made a big turnaround for the project because he was functioning from the place. And it comes to a point where it's a 900 square foot space, but it has a beautiful ceiling height. And it's just like he has a lot of people coming and waiting, and there's not many places, there's no space for someone to change or to try and clothes. So, we have to work around in such a tight space, but often now what is happening is we also work with smell, with the fragrance, the music, to just match the space. And that's something that we work very closely with the clients as well. And they have a huge role to play with that. So I think, investing in something like that is actually luxurious for me. It doesn't have to be the most expensive materials. The whole place is just clean with curtains, that's about it. And it's just a display of his mannequins. And, I think people just wait there. I remember that people just having no place to wait. But they actually may walk around and look at the art around. And actually the art has a huge role to play. So that starts a conversation in a way. So retail is moving towards the good luxury segment of things. And at least there are higher budgets there to work with compared to most residences nowadays.
So how do you decide on the fragrance part? Follow Linda Goodman again or no?
The fragrance. So we work with 3 prominent companies based up now. So again, it has to stay in the brand, right? So we come and we work with customers, and then we try to fix the smell for the space. We were also, for this men's boutique, we actually came, the client actually came up with a particular smell. So he mixed a couple of things and he came up with something. So that credit would go to him. But that has a massive role to play in the whole experience of the retail space. And right now, we are restoring a 250-year-old building in Malacca and converting it into a sari store. It's all dilapidated, but we're working towards it. And because it's a sari store, we're trying to bring in a very South Indian essence into it, to bring in a little bit of Marico, to bring in that sort of nostalgia into that space. So that's something that I'm really looking forward to right now.
Mr. Krithiwas, if you look at the South market, though we talk about luxury, we seem to be very conservative in accommodating ideas what Deepak was talking about. So what is happening? Why are we so inclined only about the buildings and not about the other aspects?
It's a very conservative market in the sense that it's an end-user-driven market. It's still not that investor market. It's a purely end-user-driven market. People have moved in the sense like the home buyer has moved to an acceptable luxury price tag today. Your Ananagar area and all these places are today costing 3 crores upward. Anything less than that is not there. Okay. And that is okay with the client today. People are saying that is okay. That is an acceptable price point. Yes, when it comes to, we are also having your anti-attached tie-up. You are having today Gauricon designed anti-rise projects. You have all those coming in also. Chennai market, I feel they will still go to a developer who is willing to target at 10 crores if need be, and the buyer will look at things which are not flashy. They still want functionality over flashiness, over architectural spectacle things that probably Bombay or Delhi is looking at. That's also probably one of the reasons why Chennai's luxury stock is sold. And it's the fastest selling stock in the country. Compared to any other city, we sell it faster and we don't have stock.
Is there some number or data to it, sir?
We have our Chennai data which we keep comparing with other cities. So we always keep, because every time somebody comes and says that Chennai is not selling as much as, so we keep sitting and making sure that whether these data is right, when Anurag gives it or JL gives it, Chennai starts recording over it to understand what actually this means. So we sit and see what sells, what doesn't sell. So I have developed friends in Hyderabad who call me and tell me, boss, you guys are doing much better than us.
But again, in terms of volume, in terms of numbers, the actual price, if you compare the prices, I'm sure the other cities will be much higher. Because what is being sold for 25 crore in Chennai would definitely be 50 or 70 crore in Bombay. So the value terms would vary.
Absolutely. We only have a few pockets in Chennai which you can come and price like that. Probably Boat Club and Rose Garden. Every other place would still be in the 25 to 30, maximum 30,000 rupees per square feet. Only these two other places that we mentioned probably will be above that, 30, 40, 45,000 rupees per square feet. So, yeah.
Right. So, this question is to Shruti. Maybe Deepak and myself could also add to it. India has a vast heritage. We have the Chettinad style, we have Kerala's architecture, the Jaipur. We have so many styles over here. Why is it we always look to the West and not to our own culture and other things? Of course, now we see a lot of people going down south and picking up doors, the old Chettinad doors, and implementing all those things. But still, we are stuck to the European style and things like that. So, what's happening?
So, I think India's rich heritage architecture itself is intensely global. So, if you talk about the Chettinad mansions which were built by the merchant traders in early 20th century, they traveled globally. They borrowed from international architectural influences. So you'll see a mix of Belgian glass, Burmese teak, Italian marble, European architectural details that are infused with South Indian design. So I think they definitely got influenced by global architecture, but rooted it to the local microclimate. So today when we look, I don't think we have definitely pivoted away from a mere copy-paste of international themes, but we're looking into, I think, what would be cultural modernism, where we're looking at using local craft, local materials, but definitely taking some influences from, globally. But I think this has been given more importance today. Deepak or Faisal, you want to add to?
The honest answer is how the education system is structured. If you see the syllabus Mr. Fletcher, which is very heavy emphasis on European architecture in your first year or second year, and then there's just one subject that's vernacular architecture. I think the emphasis has to be more on field trips, going there, sketching, studying. That's a golden opportunity that we have in India, where there's such a rich ways of dealing with the climate. So everything is some way or the other of handling locally available materials and dealing with the weather, the climate there. So, so that's my take on it. And also, in terms of us always looking to the West, is definitely waning away. There's a lot of very, very interesting practices, including the people on the panel here, that really explore what it means to have modern Indian. You don't leave the roots away, but also you're not stuck in nostalgia. You're present a future that's appealing and interesting, and there's a lot of innovation. And to go down and source products is also, as easy as it sounds, it's also not easy, because then it becomes a template that all projects starts to look the same. So any good designer, obviously needless to say, wants to differentiate their product, wants to differentiate their project. So given that, I think it's not a one-line answer of like, if we do this, it's going to be different. It's a concerted effort, and those young practices are very serious about it.
So how easy or challenging is it to procure the raw materials that we're talking about? Because I've seen so many houses completely made of stone. There are some designed with mud, but even that is very expensive. It is not that easy.
Yeah, because a lot of these techniques, which are focused on on-site, locally available techniques, have gone away because the craftsmen or crafts people were not valued. So once that's slowly going away, then obviously the techniques wane. And to make a handmade thing, it is actually feasible in India as opposed to a lot of other Western countries. And if you look at a lot of interesting young practices, they really explore a lot with handmade techniques, handmade stones, to whatever degree that they can. Because sometimes scale of the project doesn't allow you, because there's a time factor, there's a commercial factor that's involved, so you can't make everything handmade and all of that. And also there's risk factor. If that one person is sick or has a family emergency, everything goes for a toss. So given all the parameters, within the scope and scale of the project, the young practices today are definitely making a lot of emphasis, a lot of effort.
I would agree with what Deepak just said. It's also like the craftsmen and the artisans are going extinct. And to get the good ones, they come with their baggage. And I think it's also in this day and age, I feel like everything is very fast. You need to turn around projects really fast. You have your studio to run. You have the clients are also like running on a time crunch. So say for example, if you get like the concrete people from Pondicherry, and you know for a fact that the project is at least under design for another 1.5 years at least. But that's something that you want to have to stay authentic to. And there was a point where you were saying now we're moving more towards westernizing our designs. Yes, that is happening a lot right now. But also instead of being very authentic with our Indian materials, you don't necessarily have to source, Italian marbles. I think India by itself has like amazing marble. If you look at down south, we have Kolkata and Goa, and I think there are many ways to like use the stone that way. If you go up north, I think the Makrana white marble that itself is so much more sturdy than the Italian marble. So I think it all comes down to how you stay authentic to local materials. It could work out much cheaper, but it's also something that one needs to be mindful about. Let's give the artisans a chance to work around with it. It's easier said than done. I think one needs to be educated about something like this.
So this question is to Shruti and Mr. Krithiwas. So what role is AI and technology playing in luxury homes? Mr. Krithiwas, probably you can talk about it from a developer's perspective, and Shruti, you represent both the communities, so you can talk about it from that perspective.
So AI is now coming to pretty much everything we can think about. Your marketing department is using it day in, day out. We're all running on ERPs today. The data that we collect is getting analyzed. It kind of helps us make decisions to understand with the previous data where the mistakes are. What kind of a contractor, is it a contractor for, is it something else? So it helps you make decisions which are much better when we plan for the future projects. It's also helping the client. Client's using AI too today. Before he comes to your doorstep and before he knocks on your door to buy an apartment, trust me, he's done so much of homework through AI, you'll be very surprised. And you give him a draft copy of your agreements today. I think before he goes to his advocate, he does pretty much everything on AI. So it's kind of helped us both. It's not the home buyer, it's also helping us.
So I think it's a great tool, and I think if you know how to sort of use it to the strength, you can get great output, right? And it's also what you use it for. So I think in construction, definitely in terms of analysis, performance, while design, it helps a great extent. But I think also as a designer, it does help you to sort of even in terms of renders and things like that, I think there's been huge improvement on it. So I feel like those are certain areas you don't really need to depend on a person, but once you have the structure in place, it really helps to refine it to a large extent.
So both of you, AI cannot replace your creativity. So how do you both use AI and technology? Because however forward-thinking AI is, it really needs absolute creativity to come out with projects like what you would do.
One could only hope so. We are quite active on that front. We start with different platforms right from the design process itself, optimization of flow plates so that you get the maximum of the site, because no two sites are the same. So even if the shape is the same, the road condition and the width of the road or the lighting conditions are not the same. So we actually use it from that stage. We are able to generate way more massing options than we used to otherwise. Then currently we're also experimenting with integrating that with our BIM workflow. So we are also able to bring that to the construction drawings. So we are very, very excited. I'm personally very excited about it. So we are actively exploring how to integrate that within our workflow.
I'm technologically challenged. I'm someone who still sticks to doing sketching papers like any of us do. But I think AI is something that we use extensively in terms of organizing workflow. I think even scheduling, budgeting, trying to understand how we can work, get things done faster outside. As much as we just want to stick to just design,
in a way, sadly, project managers do. Glorified project managers, I would say. Yes. But I think that has sort of helped us a long way. And I feel we started doing ethnic vendors to that because, a lot of decisions happen through the course of our project, right? And we just can't go back maybe sitting with our banking person and trying to make them do something. We started with no vendors at all, and I always believed in the evolution of design through the course of the project. But I think the clients now want to see what happens. And in a way, it kind of respects sort of any development or anything new that could be added, because it's still stuck in mentally in my mind to work around with it. But I think it's a mix to work with it. I have a long way to learn. I think I have to sit with people with the massing and all of that to learn a little bit of AI. But it's sort of helped managing the projects at least.
So, Deepak and Faisal, how easy or challenging is it for you to convince a developer to incorporate your work? Or is it easy to convince an individual, which is more easier?
The kind of work we do, I think, we personally like working with individuals because the decision making is, the decision maker, developers, if our practice has not grown enough for us to sit with the key decision makers, we work with the project manager levels, so on the developer side. So what happens is, they say something, we don't know why they say it, but then when you are on the call with the CEO or the executive, and they are clearly able to articulate, this is what I want, and then you okay, I get the point. Before that, they were learning. But on the scale of our practice, we find it easier to communicate, because with all of these tools and everything, communication is actually a challenge. WhatsApp is, I personally find it's tone deaf, because you say something, the person reads it in a different way. You meant it politely, they meant it if you was rude, or the other way around. So we really like this conversation, so it's easier to communicate one-on-one. If there was any apprehensions to what they're presenting, we know what is the reason. With larger companies, we're just learning the language of, when they say no, is it a cost factor, is it a taste factor, where we're learning.
I think we do a lot of projects with builders and everyone, when we do the apartments for interiors, and the only part where I would see a challenge is when the builders have already spent a certain amount of the tiles for the toilets, the marble for the flooring, and we personalize homes based on the client's personality. I think that's where, a little bit of a problem comes, because the client looks for a date and then you end up working with something else. And I also understand from the builder's perspective where when they sell a home, it's just ready to move in and you're good to go with everything. But I feel slowly that's also changing now. I think builders are giving homes with a bare shell. And it's sensitive topic.
Mr. Kultivas is already looking for more answer.
It's not easy working with the day. I'm going to get into trouble now. Sorry. But no, I think it's because you're also dealing with many stakeholders. You have the client on one side, you have the builder on the other side, you have the services that you have to deal with. I think it has to be a collaborative process. Only then will get a good product.
So, Mr. Kultivas and Shruti, definitely want to hear your side of the story to whatever they're doing now.
You can't customize it like the way you want to customize it when you do an individual home. It's absolutely not possible. We're working on RERA timelines, and people will go and complain to RERA today if the timelines suit. So if I have to finish the project in 15 months, then I have to go in 15 months. And if I let the my home buyer, for example, I've had instances where buyers come to us and say, no, I don't want your Italian marble, can I do lime flooring? Yes, we do get all this. We want to do a Apangudi flooring, we get all this. We tell them that we will finish it as per spec, hand over the apartment to you, and then you can do what you want with your interiors. Because if I start allowing one person, then I'll have 100 people coming to me and saying, I would want to do the same. Then what happens to your project? I'll have a timeline to complete. So I'm pretty sure that both of them will be very happy to work with the individual client than to work with the developer. The only reason why we have constraints is not because we don't want to allow our home buyers to do what they want to do. It's because we have a timeline to stick to. And these timelines are today that are monitored.
Shruti, what are your views on this? So I think I see that more in the ultra luxury is a problem. And I think Chennai is still new because personally we've also just started doing their shells where they can customize everything. But again, who finishes first? Are you going to be a problem to the neighbor because somebody may not have the need to finish it on time? So I think those are things that we're still learning. But I think in the luxury segment, we are flexible, but we also handhold. Where, one of the buyers would say, I want to replace my tiles, I want to replace the marble. But for the interest of the project, we help them and we get it done. Because I think at the end of it, the community cannot really work if there's a problem amongst people. And that happens when one is probably troubling the other while they've already moved in, which happens quite a bit. So I think going forward, there's more awareness. People are getting more picky, not only for their home, but also what you're doing as a neighbor. So we're also trying to, keep the policy straight while you're buying the apartment that you need to finish it within this timeline, and only if you agree, we sell the apartment.
All right. Thank you so much. We'll open the floor for questions. Any questions?
Greetings in the evening. So my question is related to home automation. So I guess you would know it as you're from big companies that home automation has been growing a lot in India, I would say. So how is it affecting Chennai? That's one. Number two, what are the unit economics customers are looking for these days? Because a lot has changed for the past 6 years after COVID, as you said, and people are more aware or they're more sure of what they're investing in, what they're not. So what are the USPs they're looking for? These are my two questions. Thank you.
So who wants to take this question?
Well, home automation today is, I don't think it's mandatory. Everybody is using it, and I think most of our apartments will have it. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 crore client, I think he looks at it like it has to be there. So, luxury is usually a micro market. A guy who's been living in Adyar or the south of Chennai will want to go and live only in the south of Chennai. He wouldn't want to come to Ananagar. It's the same. A person who is in Ananagar would prefer Ananagar. So it's a very micro market thing. They've already made up their mind when they want to go buy an apartment. So they have a checklist in their mind, and pretty much that's what they do. They come out before they can get to your doorstep.
I'd like to add something to that gentleman's question. I think one USP from our point that we are speccing things for a client is that the confidence of you can upgrade it. That is a really key factor because we spec it and we are responsible for putting the brand and the name on the table, and tomorrow if things are not working or there's minor issues with it. I'm not talking about after sales, I'm just talking about the technology itself. In 5 years, we're talking about buildings, so the car is different, but when it comes to a building, in 5 years if the technology is not, the updates are not there anymore. So the ability to update, if it's possible, that would be great.
Thank you. The lady there.
Hello everyone. I am actually a student doing my research in product differentiation in premium housing. I did take your intake in what luxury is, but I wanted to understand the clear line between what is expensive and what is genuinely luxury. That was one of my questions. Another question that I have is, according to Knight Frank reports, I saw 47% of housing market has been focused on 1 crore plus house. So apart from price, what else do you have that you can capture a client? Is it the brand, is it the amenities, or is it the architecture, the experience that you provide? So I can answer that question.
I think when I started off, I said genuine value, and I think if you ask me to define luxury, not by price tag, that is what genuine value means. Because it is what you're getting, which is, lifestyle, wellness, community, everything that's integrated, that's what makes luxury. Because obviously, I think price tag is driven by location, but to me, what is important is you define what luxury is for that micro market. If you're able to influence that micro market and deliver a great product for value, I think that's luxury. And in terms of, when you're talking about the price segment and what are we doing in the luxury segment, right? I think more and more it's about what are you offering. Earlier, it was always, homes, the apartment, probably 10, 15, 20. Today, people want a community. And I think that's probably where things are headed, right? And as we go, especially towards Gen Z, I'm guessing in 10 years down the line, that's a completely different mindset. I think they're looking for super compact homes and expansive community. It's all about lifestyle, connectivity, productivity, I think all combined together. I think there is going to be a huge shift. And I think we are the stuck generation. We're neither Gen Z, not...
Any other questions?
Good evening to all the panelists. I just wanted to understand from the design perspective, Feng Shui, Vastu Shastra, this kind of principles, is it applied only based on the customer demand, or the developers are applying it for all the entire project as a whole?
I think it's applied on the whole, and right from the time we can pick up a property, we figure out, what facing it is and everything. And today, without Vastu, I don't think anything is getting designed. Even a guy who's coming to rent an apartment is coming in with a compass in his hand. So, if we have to sell, then we have to keep that in mind while we design it. So, yeah.
We just have one last question, the gentleman there.
Luxury housing, is it concentrated only in the heart of the city, or is it also moved to the peripheral areas?
I think it's moved away from the city now. A lot of people have second homes towards the East Coast side, and they travel between 2 homes. So I think people in the city are more, willing to be sustainable with the design approach versus the expense what they get on a weekend home is far more different from what you have in the city. So it could be that they spend more time there and lesser time in the city. But it is slowly increasing that side. And there's a lot of, I think, development happening down ECR in the American right now. So, yeah.
Thank you so much. Thank you, Deepak, Mr. Prithviraj, Shruti, and Pfizer. Thanks a lot. And thanks the audience also for being so patient.
Thank you so much to all of our panelists, and back to you, Sangeeta. Thank you. Next, we move on to our fireside chat titled Beyond Bricks and Mortar, Why Risk Protection is Critical to Modern Infrastructure. As projects become larger and more complex, effective risk management and insurance have become essential to protecting investments, ensuring business continuity, and building resilient infrastructure. To discuss this important aspect of the industry, let's welcome our speakers on stage. We have with us Mr. Kunal Shankar, Deputy Business Editor, The Hindu, who will moderate this discussion. We will be in conversation with Mr. V.L. Sandeep, Deputy General Manager at United India Insurance Company Limited, Chennai, with over 24 years of experience in insurance, risk management, and underwriting. He is a respected industry leader and he oversees one of the company's largest regional operations and is widely recognized for his expertise in insurance and infrastructure risk management. We welcome them both to the stage. And I know you.
Looks like the crowd has already thinned out considerably. But thanks for all those who are staying back, and welcome to Hindu's second iteration of the Real Estate Summit. I'm quite excited about this panel. As a business journalist, insurance as a sector has fascinated me. And so, a small introduction, maybe before we get into it. Insurance has traditionally been viewed as the last step in a project, something that after a building is completed. But that thinking is rapidly changing as Indian cities become denser, climate events more frequent, and infrastructure becomes more valuable and technologically complex. Risk management is moving to the center of project planning. Developers today must think not only about construction risk but also flooding, heat stress, cyber threats to smart buildings, and business continuity. As we were discussing just before this session started, India, as we know well, among the G20 countries, has one of the lowest insurance penetrations. In fact, it is less than 1% for non-life insurance penetration, and the building and construction sector making a subset of that. So how can insurance evolve from being a compliance requirement into a strategic tool for project investment and improving resilience? That's sort of a broad framework of what we would talk about. So maybe I'll ask the first question, and then we can speak about United India's particular products as well. India has become one of the fastest growing real estate markets, but insurance penetration, as I mentioned, is low. Why hasn't insurance become a mainstream sort of direct property ownership?
So, you are correct, stating that general insurance penetration is very low compared to Western countries. It's a fact. But this penetration is measured by a factor. Total general insurance premium divided by GDP for the country. GDP is followed up of many questions. If you see in that manner, insurance penetration is only 1%, general insurance penetration. And life insurance hardly 2.7%. It is better than general insurance because of Indian psychology. However, if you see the insurance has penetrated into the urban areas, especially when we talk about projects, big projects, infrastructure projects, or factories and plants. Having said that, it is not penetrated into the rural segment of India, where if you talk about MSMEs or micro, industries, where that awareness is less. And even if you talk about the home insurance, awareness is extremely low. So that is a fact. But as a whole in urban areas, wherever huge projects are coming, and when it involves manufacturing sector, all these sector insurance has penetrated. Yes. Because as an insurance company or one of the insurance companies in Indian market, we are experiencing fierce competition from a lot of people. To get insurance premium today is a very, very hard thing to do. But I agree that penetration is less, and as an insurance company, we are taking steps. Being a responsible government of India company, we are taking steps to have more penetration. We have opened offices, we call as macro offices or one-man offices in various parts of country where population is very minimum. And IRDA, Insurance Regulatory Development Authority of India, has announced a program, Insurance for All, by 2047. Yes. And all insurance companies are working towards that. There are various states being allotted to insurance companies for penetration.
Yeah. So, if we consider that being a goal, what are the sort of policies that say United India is offering with the home ownership as well as our businesses? What are the most useful, let's say, policies that one could think about?
See, as a company, we are here from 1972 after nationalization.
It's also a corporate company.
Yes, company was there before that also, but it happened to be a PSU, one of the PSU companies from 1972. And we have more than 200 products to offer to customers, including retail and commercial lines of product. I don't know whether you will believe, we have got a policy wedding well. If the wedding is planned, if it is not happening, the loss, financial loss, which we are incurring, we are ready to indemnify. So,
it's a very useful product considering the wedding market in India.
Yes. Nowadays it is very relevant. We are spending lakhs of rupees for wedding. Anticipating wedding will happen.
I mean, if we consider destination weddings and then there's a climate spoiler, then what happens then?
Yes, so it's included. Yes, type of calamities are included. Yeah. And the better form of that is event insurance. You have planned an event on behalf of Hindu here in this Grand Chola. What would have happened to this event if some flood happened yesterday?
Yes.
You will have to postpone the event, you will have to cancel the event. There are some expenses you would have incurred which you cannot get back. Yes. So in that case, insurance will help. There are event insurance. We have been covering various events like Kabaddi, cricket tournaments. Coming to retail products, starting with home insurance, which is a basic product. Yeah. We have products for SME or MSME segment. We have products for shop owners. And coming to the cyber market, we have cyber security policies for individuals as well as commercial. There are different segments to talk about. Health is, everybody knows health segment, so we have got a lot of health policies as well. So, policies are there, but the main challenge is how to create awareness among the general public. So, if you talk about insurance awareness, we are trying to sell insurance products through various intermediaries. Of course, direct walking customers, direct sales are also happening, but it's very low in today's market. We have intermediaries like insurance brokers and then insurance agents mainly. So the penetration depends on their hard work. Insurance agents are there in every nook and corner of our country. Brokers are there in main cities. So we try to sell the products through these intermediaries.
And that was supposed to be sometimes a hindrance, or is that supposed to be
No, it's not a hindrance. Actually, see, insurance is based on trust. Yes. If you see like Amazon, Flipkart, you want to buy a shirt, or if you want to buy a product, you search through various websites and then you select based on the color or the material, whatever it is. But insurance should not be purchased in that manner. Insurance is like a product which you have to purchase based on the trust. The company, who is that company, and how long they are here in India, how many policyholders they are servicing, what is their experience, what is the claim settlement capacity of that company, and what is the claim settlement ratio. If you ask me, my company, United India, we have 95% claim settlement ratio, as we are publishing every year. So, insurance is not like any other product or a tangible product which you feel you can buy. Insurance, you cannot see that physical product there, you will get a piece of paper. It is based on the trust. So, based on that only, people should purchase whether it is through online platform or through agent or broker. So, the advantage of brokers or agent, you will get human interaction. You will have a number of banks. If you want to take a health policy, what type of cover you are giving, which hospitals I will get treatment, at what limit. So, these things matter.
So, coming back to home insurance and back to the real estate sector specifically, just before we came to the session, we spoke about climate events, which are now increasingly affecting large infrastructure. For instance, what happened in Wayanad, the fires in Delhi. What are other specific products now in the market which target climate-oriented disasters or climate-impacted insurance? And is that something that United India is also offering?
So, climate has become totally unpredictable.
Yes.
You can tell. Heavy rains are happening in rain shadow regions and the vice versa. So, anything can happen in a moment. That is the situation now. See, when you talk about climatic losses, we call them as actually active code. Active code perils, rather, active code. So, there are two types of insurance available for this. A conventional form of insurance, which we offer with almost all property lines of insurance, to be specific for project insurance also, where we cover the active code perils. Let me use my term, like earthquake or a landslide or a flood, inundation. So these or a lightning, especially it's even part of motor vehicles. I think this is part of almost every insurance policy. Yes, this is part of almost every insurance policy, including project insurance. But in all these policies, the speciality is that the event should happen, and then there should be a damage. The damage will be assessed by an independent agency. We call them as surveys, insurance surveys. And based on that assessment, insurance company will make the reimbursement. This is the system. But nowadays, a new product has emerged. Even United India has also got a product. We call it as parametric insurance. So, parametric insurance for retail segment, we have recently launched a product, Paramitra. In a parametric policy, let's take the example of Chennai, Hindi. We have a measurement of rainfall of this particular pin code for past 30 years, 50 years, the data is available. Based on that data, pin code basis or area basis, let's assume in the last 5-year or 10-year average rainfall is 30 mm. And if the rainfall is 32 mm, there will be some discomfort. You may not lose your business. Still, you will be able to conduct this event. But If the rainfall is 40 mm, suddenly everything changes. Then you will not get your regular business, or you may not, you cannot conduct an event. You have damages also. But in this policy, the damages are not mandatory. What is important is the event, the parameter. So when the rainfall parameter reaches that mark, threshold mark of 30 mm, when it reaches 35 mm, a payout is given. There is no assessment.
Yes, this is globally now
picking up.
Yes.
So here the convenience is that you need not wait for the assessment and calculation of actual claim amount. You have to establish the loss. Here no questions will be asked. If the parameter is breached, you will get covered.
So if it is, for instance, heat,
yes,
and let's say the threshold has been kept at 40 degrees Celsius.
Correct. We have covered a certain group of workers in Gujarat for heat waves. So if they are not able to go for their regular work, if the heat is 32 degrees, then their daily income we are reimbursed.
Oh, I see. So in India's case, especially for parametric insurance, is there, I think there's more of a regulatory vacuum. Is that something now well established in India?
No, it is established.
And in the construction sector, let's say.
Yes, it is established in property insurance as well as individual insurance, retail insurance. Earlier it was not very popular. Now, as insurance companies, we have been seeing policies, everything awareness is the issue.
Yeah.
And in fact, we have reinsurance support also. I think you are aware about insurance of insurance. We also want some protection. So we used to take the protection from reinsurers. So now a lot of reinsurers are offering these type of products. So that is coming up. People are taking it.
So recently India announced the Energy Conservation Building Code, ECBC, things like that. Several developers have started investing in what are called green buildings or energy conservation parameters, etc. Or, for instance, disaster mitigation. If a builder invests in all of these things and they're still choosing to insure, can his premium come down? Is there a direct link between that and what you would address as risk or consider as risk?
See, you ask me whether there is a direct link, it is not. See, in Indian market, if you take your car insurance, we ask very few questions, what type of model it is, whether it is 2026 model, 2025 model, and then what is the engine capacity. These may be the 2-3 questions, the value which you want to cover. But in certain market, they used to ask what is the color of your car. Because that study shows that red color car versus model. For example, so that level we have not gone, that type of minute details we have not gone. For infrastructure also for building, of course we consider the material of construction. Material of construction, if let's say instead of a normal RCC, if you use only wood, then definitely the premium will go up because the risk of fire is more. You use a flammable item. Or if you use only glass and steel, then again, like our corporate building, glass and steel. So then the premium will be different. And again, if the design is not proven, the prototype design, then definitely the insurance premium will vary. But other than that, your aesthetic design parameters, or if you have some modification, that will not affect the premium. But again, if you have some risk mitigation measures like your fire extinguishers, the hydro systems, and water facilities, then definitely there will be a reduction.
So, I mean, if you are going by that technology and parameters, right, that is almost counterproductive for a. So, if a builder is, say, using a novel construction material that has not necessarily been proven to be, resilient or not, but it's a technology which is upcoming. Even though it might be carbon neutral technology, it might be an actually earthquake resistant technology, we might still have to incur higher premium because it's not been tested.
Yes, chances are there, but we also have our own methods to do the risk assessment. We have got experts, or we may appoint some third-party experts also. So if it is proved that these changes are actually good for the building, the construction method or the strength of the building, then definitely the premium will be almost same.
Right. Now, speaking about large projects, particularly, it was just the earlier panel was on luxury and how, there's a housing boom in major tier 1 cities. So if you had like a single message to every developer, beginning a say 100 crore project, what would it be about managing risk over the next decade?
When you talk about risk management as such, insurance is one of the options or best options for risk management. We call it as financial risk transfer.
Yes.
So the financial risk of that project you are trying to transfer to the insurance company by way of paying. So before, my message would be for a 100 crore project, definitely before launching the project or before starting the construction, you should have your homework on risk mitigation measures and then take adequate and proper insurance.
So what would be the insurance that you would suggest for a project like that? Let's say it's a 100 crore development of some project in Ambattur in Chennai. What would be the policy that you would suggest from
Basically, I think this contract is for infrastructure project. To explain slightly better, to cover the calamities or risk during project phase, we have got two types of policies. One we call it as contractor's old risk care policy. The other one is erection old risk EIR policy. Both these are international well-known policies we adopt in India. So mainly our policies are given where civil construction is more. So we are talking about apartment construction or home construction, where our policy will be the most suitable policy. Whereas EIR policy or erection policy will be more suitable for a planned erection or industrial erection, where plant and machinery is also involved. The cost of machinery will be more than the cost of civil structure itself. So then you should opt for EIR policy. The basic difference between these two policies, when you have a civil construction like a dam or bridge or road or an equipment, it is only construction phase is involved. After that you are going to hand over the project to the principal from contractor side. But when you talk about the plant and machinery or a plant or industry, then you have to test the plant. Before handing over, there should be a performance test.
Right.
So if you want to cover that phase also, that is rather risky, then the EIR policy,
right,
because EIR is having both these covers, testing and erection. Otherwise, both policies cover almost all risk associated with the project, like when we are talking about AAG perils or fire, even human negligence, causing some accident on the project site, or a third-party liability you are getting from the project, or your property getting damaged by the project. So all these covers is a part of this contractor's own risk.
What is the maximum value that can be covered under these?
As such, there is no restriction, but having said that, every insurance company will have some capacity. If you ask me 100 crore projects, immediately I can sign the policy now itself.
I see.
But the same thing, if you ask me 10,000 crore, then I will have to have a cross check, because my capacity as an insurance company, there is a limitation. I should ensure that I am having protection. Capacity which is going beyond my limit, I will depend on the insurers. So once that is fixed, protection, I will come back and give a cover. So there is no limit as such.
Right.
You can have any some insurance.
Right. I think we've sort of covered much ground in the insurance and infrastructure space, and we have just about a minute and a half left. I wonder if there are questions. We can probably have like a question or two if anybody would want to ask. Okay. I think in that case, maybe we'll give you all back 1 minute. So that was a very insightful conversation, sir. I think for those who have participated, particularly for builders and construction sectors, might be useful to know what sort of policies. Thank you so much for your time with this.
Thank you.
For that session, I believe we're also doing the last session, so we'll have you hang around in this vicinity while I introduce our panelists and we take a few moments to set up the stage. So, ladies and gentlemen, thank you to our wonderful audience for being here today. We now move on to the final panel discussion of today's summit, titled Building the Future, How AI and Emerging Technologies Are Transforming Construction. Artificial intelligence, automation, robotics, digital twins, building information modeling, and data-driven construction are transforming the way that buildings are designed, constructed, and managed. This session will explore how technology is reshaping the future of construction and enabling smarter, faster, and more sustainable development. We'd like to welcome our panelists, Mr. Anson Sandel, co-founder and director of Elementech Software at IIT Madras, who leads AI-powered innovation across infrastructure, the built environment, and sustainability. With expertise spanning clean energy, net zero strategies, and technology-driven transformation, he is a strong advocate for indigenous innovation and sustainable development. We also have with us Mr. Santosh Raj, managing partner of Keystone Spaces, a premium real estate developer known for creating quality residential communities across Chennai and its rapidly growing suburbs. With over 17 years of industry experience, he is recognized for combining real estate expertise with technology-driven innovation to enhance customer experience and business excellence. We welcome them onto the stage, and we welcome Kunal back to the stage once again. Can we have you all join us on stage, please? Our panelists, we have Mr. Kunal Shankar, Deputy Business Editor, Bloomberg. Let's give them a round of applause.
Hello everyone, I'm back and hopefully less insufferable than as the last session before we wrap up this lovely one-day event. I was just thinking AI has been in the news now often for the wrong reasons. Some products have gone rogue and they've had to be reined in. Unfortunately, but it may not be the case in the real estate and construction sector. It sounds like around the world, it seems to help predict project delays, optimize procurement, etc. So, I thought firstly to sort of set the stage, maybe we can talk about whether there is much hype about AI and its deployment in the sector, how much of it is hype, how much of it is really based on what's going on. So maybe Santosh, I can begin with you and maybe also just speak about some of these terms. What do we mean by PIM and various other metrics that are generally used to consider it to be artificial intelligence in the market?
Thanks for the question. It's a good question. The different models that we are talking about are models that are available. Specifically speaking about the hype versus the case scenario. As on that, if you take our industry specifically as a developer, I can say we have extensively started using the data from a decision-making point of view. If
it comes to the execution point of view, if people are thinking that, robots have taken over into construction or automation of an entire construction process, I don't think that has started yet in India on a large scale. But in terms of analytics, marketing, sales, capital infusion, and decision making, definitely AI has come in very handy. And what we used to spend large amount of time and probably strategists and data accumulation and pages of data has become probably minutes right now for us. That is what the real is about.
So, I think this has also been, we specifically spoke about how much of this can be, consumer facing, right? Like from a developer's perspective, there are many things that may make your project efficient. But from a consumer perspective, does this lower one's anxiety, and are you able to give more predictive, timelines for completion of projects? And does that, can you give us like case examples where that has actually helped?
Sure, thank you. Thank you firstly for having me and having this conference and session. I think it's a very interesting question, and I think you touched upon what I'd like to sort of just introduce as AI. We've been looking at AI in terms of two things. The way we look at it is that AI can, on the one hand, be used for efficiency. So something that you're doing can be done a lot faster, more exhaustive, comprehensive in nature. The other piece is predictability. Can you sort of predict something before it happens? And I think that's where we've not spent enough attention, there's not been enough progress in educating people. But we see incredible benefits for that. You sort of alluded to one being, can we predict project delays? And there's an interesting sort of exercise that we're doing right now. Because we're an academic institute like IIT Madras, we've got the resources to try out some of these things. And I'll give a small example. There's a project that we're working on. We can't talk much about it because there's government involved in it. But the market rates for some of the materials that we use are constantly varying, as you would have seen, because of various global economic factors. Right. And so we've built an AI model that is sort of listing out all the materials that we use, and then identifying how the price varies. Right. And even to today's extent, we've looked at purchase actions all through the AI model just to ensure that we get the best price. The collaboration between these vendors are happening automatically. In fact, we've even plugged in WhatsApp into the mix just to make it seem like, okay, there's an Indian mentality of getting a WhatsApp message to remind the vendor. Even that has been plugged in because we have APIs now. And the entire process of finding, shortlisting, and purchasing that material has all been automated. And so that is something that we're very excited about. I think it's a lot of data. Yeah, it's a lot of data. Again, it's probably not applicable today in the wider application scheme of things, but that's today. 5 years down the line, you can see the kind of progress we've seen with AI in just the last 2 years. I don't think anyone in this room would have ever heard of ChatGPT Cloud a few years back, and now everyone is sort of talking about it and using that in their lives almost on a daily basis. And so when we're seeing these things sort of take shape, I think there's immense potential it shows. So the predictability piece is something that we're very excited about. But as my colleague just mentioned, I think the analytics piece is where we're finding more application in the here and now.
Right. So coming to data collection, and Santosh, we were talking about this before we came on to this panel. When we think of AI, we really think of privacy now increasingly. And we were just talking about what that means when it comes to the construction sector, just the amount of data that you're collecting. how much does this impact how AI is deployed in construction? And is this still an evolving area? And how much do we know is detrimental and how much do we know is beneficial?
We had a quick chat about that tonight. As I said, the deployment is much faster than the regulations currently. The regulations is just catching up. Yes. So with respect to privacy, I would take your question into two parts. One is when it comes to construction, that is what we use in our in-house, the material procurement or the staff management, any of these analytics. I don't think a lot of people are worried about data privacy of that. Yes. And when it comes to custody, yes, the amount of data we collect, end user sort of, yes, the end user data. Yeah. And over there is a lot of attention that would be required from us in terms of protecting the data, because the amount of data that is currently collected, behavioral profiling, to the what are the interests in people, to projects, to what are their lifestyle changes. There is enormous amount of data, not only in real estate, but in every other aspect. Almost every sector now, almost every sector. So the privacy policies of the government are just catching up. If we have to draw a parallel, it was very similar for Facebook and Instagram, say 15 years before. And the policies are caught up right now. And I'm sure that in due course of time, it will come to that extent that even AI is regularized. But for now, it is our responsibility to use it wisely, within the regulations, and also for the customers who enter into anything on the website, it is also their responsibility to make sure that they don't enter anything that is not necessary.
Right. So that's what I'm saying. I'm just thinking, what happens when you're sort of like, at that stage when you're beginning to take a home loan and then just starting, I'm really thinking about it from the end customer point of view. Just how much data do you part with becomes really, really important.
It is used in terms of analytics for future projects by various departments, from your interior to the appliances you're buying, to the home loan you're taking, to the location you're searching. So I think Vincent can add on to this. The amount of data that is craved by the competitors also is humongous. If somebody is specifically searching for my brand or for my project, so these one spaces, it would end up landing in my competitor's page as well. So that is the amount of data that is being taken online. So there's a huge amount of ethics which needs to sort of actually. It also borderlines on something where if I am not willing to do it, there are other people willing to do it. Others who do it. Yeah. So it is also losing out on a competition. And AI has come and just speeded that up to 100x. Right. That is where we stand today. Even with a common typing knowledge, you can ask it to do things. You really don't have to know much of a coding knowledge. You can just use your connectors. Right now, your postings in social media have become more or less automation with cloud. Yes. Yeah. So we are at a point where the policies are lagging behind, but I'm sure that they will catch up. But in the meanwhile, it is our responsibility to be aware of those things and use it wisely.
Let's come to something more pressing, and which is very relevant to the construction and building and construction infrastructure sector, which is extreme weather. And extreme heat has already impacted India greatly. We are seeing unprecedented fires in Europe ongoing. We've just realized that much of Europe is not air conditioned, and it's undergoing, it's probably sort of an essentialist dilemma. So with this becoming the new normal, homeowners would be looking, I'm looking at very specific home, but it could really be commercial establishments as well, would be really looking to lower the power bills, and particularly just how much thermal comfort they're able to provide and things like that. Are there, deployment of, say, smart thermostats or other sort of AI methods which are now being considered to reduce material usage and power usage, and just how does that work in real life situations, particularly now in sort of built environments,
Sure. That's an excellent question. One of the building this across the sort of board, I want to say it's about some quick statistics just to paint this in another light. India, and this is just India numbers that I want to paint for a second, is adding 1 billion tons of air conditioning over the next decade. Right? The additional energy demand only for air conditioning is going to be equal to the entire continent of Africa. That's just the sort of scale of the problem that we're looking at. And that's just India, as I mentioned. I mean, Europe has just gone through what is probably our worst summers, with even loss of lives being reported because of the extreme heat events. And I think that's absolutely going to be the single most pressing issue that collectively all of us are going to face because of climate change and all the impacts. And we've sort of been looking at this for several years now. In fact, I'd welcome any of you to come visit us at the Research Park campus, where we've exactly tried to address this piece around how do we make cooling affordable. Right? Because, the larger, I think the statistics that we've received a couple of years back was only 1 in 10 households have a single air conditioner in India today. I know many of us have the liberty and luxury of having one in all of our rooms, but spread that across the entire country of 1.4 billion, and you sort of look at a number that's much smaller than what we'll ever have realized or understood. And so what we've done is essentially looked at all kinds of applications. A simple one, which I can sort of detail here, is that you're sitting in this large room, and there's a centralized air conditioner. But the problem here is that there is only 1 second for the entire room. That's right. Yeah. When you are actually cooling the whole place, when it really doesn't have to. Exactly. Yeah. And so what have we done? We've essentially installed these smart, intelligent energy sensors. It does just 2 things very simply. It looks like a large room like this, and we've split this into about 8 smaller pockets or grids. And in each grid, like say for example, the stage portion, you have 1 sensor that's looking at the occupancy and temperature in that particular zone. And only providing air conditioning and cooling that's required for the particular zone as opposed to the entire room. And that alone, we've done in extensive. We have about 1.2 million square feet of commercial leasable space in our facility. We've installed this in about 150,000 square feet so far. And we're seeing a 30% savings in energy bills just by doing these smart, intelligent. Instead of just looking at occupancy again, and then, what's the temperature in that particular zone, cutting it off or turning it on as and when it's required. So I think if we can scale this, across all commercial complexes, we're working with the major, developers that are looking at doing the large knowledge cities and fintech cities. We've recently sort of signed up with the state government here to sort of look at district cooling. The term that they use is district cooling. And that's where we're implementing these smart, intelligent, AI-powered solutions that can really just look at the problem and say, hey, this is just criminal leakage that we're just letting happen, because what it's also doing is it's also making the person uncomfortable. I mean, if you've first and most, say, malls or theaters, you're either feeling too cold or you're not getting any air conditioning at all. Then still in between it in the comfort. So the solution here addresses both energy efficiency as well as thermal comfort. And I think the potential opportunity for it is just such a large one that we have several startups now incubated that's just trying to meet this.
Wow, that's amazing. But coming from an implementation point of view, is this, the 30% saving that you mentioned, that's a future saving that I'm looking at. You have to still convince a customer who is very cost conscious, who's sort of at the project stage telling you, I really don't know if there is this 30%. That is your estimation. It may or may not work. How do you, in that scenario, sort of, convince Santosh, customers, and where are you, what are you seeing on the ground in terms of deployment of these sort of smart technologies?
It is a big challenge for me, honestly speaking, because any additional cost which is passed on to the customer, it is not something that is easily accepted in the beginning. So, my opinion is that it has to be driven in the form of government. For example, the solar panels that have been adopted all across the city have taken off in a much bigger way when the government started giving them subsidies. The same way you would have seen with rainwater harvesting. Jayanta sort of gave mandatory, and then there was also some subsidy and there was a certificate policy. And as we speak, the hotel we are sitting in is actually a green certified hotel. There are enormous amount of tax benefits given for making them green. It is a net zero consumption industry currently. And if the government can come with initiatives for home buyers and for developers on this particular energy saving concepts, then definitely it will be acceptable faster. Right. The same way, I would also like to add on to another point, what along with what Anson said. We are talking about energy consumption inside a building. But with the amount of technology that is available right now, it is something that AI should be implemented when a design of a city itself is taken into account. Right. You have your wind directions, you have your wind outflow directions, and then you have the high-rise buildings. There is a certain places where you are not supposed to build high-rise buildings. Hence, we have CRZ, active zones, different ones. And with this modeling being used in AI, it can very much be accommodated into these are the zones where these developments can happen, these are the zones where these developments should not happen. Which makes it even more easier as a city to have energy consumption rather than to have it as a single building. Along with that, if you implement your sensor-based energy mechanisms, there are a lot of places where facial recognition has come into place right now, including every industry. So the same way sensors can be implemented in multiple places where a person walking across is being tracked and very similar to what Anson said. If we can add along with that a bit of subsidies into home buyers, then definitely this technology will be accepted and even the cost bearing will come down.
So it has to be a policy level decision that the government takes, which will sort of catalyze. I mean, and you were mentioning it has to be something that the end user tangibly feels in his pocket. Right? Like you sort of this PM Surya Ghar, which is what you are alluding to, the solar panel. The Surya Ghar is of course the rooftop panel thing, but if we were to, when we were talking, my mind went to the electric vehicle subsidy, where initially when FAME 2 thing I think happened, it was like 45,000 rupees that suddenly went down from your, ex-showroom price. And then that suddenly made it much sweeter for you to think about, going and getting that electric vehicle. And you're sort of suggesting something like that.
Even I think is a great example. Along with that, there are more subsidies given indirectly. You have on an EV vehicle, you can claim 40% depreciation from day one. Yes. Whereas on a regular vehicle, you can only claim 15% depreciation. And hence, a lot of business owners jumped into buying an EV vehicle. The same applies, in a policy change, even for a hybrid vehicle. In UP, the registration is waived off, similar to your EV vehicle. So the hybrid vehicles are sold more in a state like UP. So the policy will always drive these things faster, and the consumer also adapts to them much faster. Right? So,
so that is sort of a state level measure. But let's switch gear now again to sort of the personal realm a little bit. In Tamil Nadu, after the famous finance minister, earlier finance minister, when he sort of mentioned about the discoms making major losses, and then there was this brief moment when common area electricity bills were increased by 12%, and there was like this progressive rate that was supposed to go up for about 5 years or something. There's major backlash to that, of course. But that was suddenly a moment when, housing societies and apartment complexes woke up and said, hey, we've got to do something about this. And suddenly some people started talking about solar panels and then, about smart elevators, lifts and things like that. We were just discussing. So is there a sort of an AI opportunity there that could be deployed for I don't know, energy consumption or building construction, retrofitting maybe old buildings which use material which probably take up more energy? Is there an AI sort of deployment opportunity there?
No, it's a very great question. I feel like there's a lot of parts to this, and I want to try to break this down. At the face of it, and I don't know how many of you guys know this, but India no longer has an energy generation problem. It's really a distribution problem that's really coming to effect. And that's primarily because of two things. One, we have variable generation. Solar is providing too much energy during the days. I mean, I just admitted to curtailing 1,133 megawatt hours, gigawatt hours in Parliament. Yeah. And because of that, the real problem is not sort of energy. The availability when you need it. And so, just to back that up with some numbers, if you look at the India Energy Exchange rates, the price of electricity has gone down to 0.2 rupees per unit at 12 p.m. And on the same day, 7 hours later, when everyone goes back home, turns on their air conditioners, washing machines, and air conditioners, the peaks, and then sort of 10 rupees. 10 rupees price average. Some people what we call demand supply time of day tariff. That's what it's called. And so what those guys are doing is essentially trying to build solutions that can help users to do things when there's better availability of power. That's my example of a pilot that we're actually right now doing in Andhra Pradesh. Commercial contractors, industrial, to shift that concept, not please. I see. Because there's a kind of demand. And I know that is the demand and supply in the air instinct. Can I put this instead of 6 p.m. Instead of 6 p.m. Incredible 6 p.m. Income is in the consumer. And the reality to be built is just trying to predict, okay, what's going to be the demand? Understanding what's the generation across, just selling segments. We're under about 400 megawatt which kind of as it gets stimulated from peak hours to non-peak hours. So that's sort of one of the angles that I want to highlight. The other piece, like you mentioned, is can we use better materials? Absolutely. I mean, I lived in the US for several years and I know why they use glass in a lot of their construction, but there's no reason why India has to follow a similar path. I mean, all it does is bring in more heat and heat it down. We've done an analysis, and this is obviously known to many, but I'll sort of provide this as a specific example. There are 4 blocks at IIT Madras Research Park. We modeled what is the impact of solar heat gain. And we found that the west-facing facade, obviously because the sun rises in the east and sets in the west, is exposed to the most amount of sunlight and therefore gets heated up 30 to 40% more as if it is kept in cool compared to the other blocks. So, same room, same number of people, just because I'm on the west block, I'm paying 30% more in my cooling. And so, can we design that? I mean, as Santosh mentioned, we can So we look at this at a planning stage and identify these problems, and then the idea is suggesting we just use better materials. Do we really need glass across every facade in every commercial complex, just letting in more heat, that we're spending more? I mean, the impact is twofold. One, we're spending more capex because we need more air conditioners, and then second, we have more capex because we're running these industrial air conditioners to meet the requirements. So I think all of these can be sort of very well optimized and thought through to implement large-scale impact across the board.
Santosh, before, we sort of had at least a debrief, which I didn't get to have an answer, but when, and that was an interesting point that you made, and maybe for our audience here, comparing tier 1 cities in terms of adoption of these AI technologies. If you were to rate them, how would you, and why do you think, because I know what you told me, why do you think the cities which appear to be those that ought to be cutting edge are not quite accepting it?
Yeah, see, Chennai as such, the question you asked is to rate the cities. I would take your Indian cities because of my knowledge about the cities. Sure. Bangalore, of course, is extremely open to adopting any new technologies. A close parallel would be Hyderabad, who have adopted advanced technologies in constructions as a base. That is where the challenge comes for any developer. The developers are ready to deploy any new technologies. To give you faster deliveries, to give you transparency, or to give you not richer comforts. But if the buyer is not willing to accept it, it becomes a big challenge, which is somewhat of a challenge in Chennai market. Any new technologies that come in, for example, a precast building, 100% cannot be sold to a buyer in Chennai. Whereas a semi-precast building, we have seen in Hyderabad being done on scale. I'm talking about 1,000 plus units in one particular location. They are being sold at pre-launch and launch itself. In similar way, with respect to materials and with respect to technology, the reason I feel for that rating, Bangalore, and next year, even for that matter, even Vizag is more receptive than Chennai. Really. It is a very deep answer in terms of not related to AI, but our buyers are more of end-user buyers. They are not speculative buyers, one. Second, they are very practical. They want to see it work. They are not willing to wait 6 months to see it work. They are very comfortable with familiarity, and even if you explain them the new concept of the technology, they are very well aware of it. They know everything that you are talking about. They are like, this is a house, this is what we want. Even from a brick change to a flooring change to a DMP rod to any of those things, they are very well aware of every single item. But accepting it is a little difficult, and I will rank Chennai as the fourth in terms of maybe I cannot change it.
No, it's fascinating. That's why I wanted you to sort of bring in the reasons for it. Chennai appears to be the most informed among the cities, and yet the least receptive. How is that possible? See, one of the reasons may be that this is why I asked you if the FSI, FAR, and the fact that regulations are not as robust in Madras as in
Chennai is one of the most robust regulations, at least what I have come across. For example, if you take a multi-story building, you need a minimum of 60 feet road, 100 feet frontage, and a 7.5 towers. If you go to Bangalore, you will see a 15-plus story building on a 20 feet road. This is the traffic problem over there. Over here, it's a well-thought-out master plans that keep rolling out after a decade. Your CSF zone is very well covered with respect to no high-rise buildings coming over there. Coming back to the previous thing that we spoke about, the wind flow. That is the reason that is there. And your aquifer zones exactly about the FSA, but I work on FAR. There is a floor plate they are allowed to build and up to a height. And there is not much restriction on FSA like ours, where it is 2 or a premium FSA is going to go to 8. We probably are the lowest in the entire of India. So if you take as a city, the population density per square kilometer would be low in Chennai. And it is even more lower in the NCR region.
No, it still doesn't explain why we are slow adopters. So there is robust regulation, there is robust real estate market control. There appears to be, say, less fraud, if you want to use that term. Why are we not adopting latest technologies? We have the best research parks in the country here. What's the reason people are not taking the reason to a very simple fact that I think for an Indian market where since the speculation is extremely low, and people are buying it for living over there or for their not necessarily investing, not necessarily investing. What's the reason it's going further in other markets? Like if you have a net of report, Canada is down by 17% from the highest peak of the price. Whereas China is extremely stable. You wouldn't have come across the cycles of up and down in China. And maybe that is one of the reasons of a mindset that we are not very receptive to change, whether it be price or regulation or technology. Right. So that's a big distinction. I hadn't thought of that. Okay, on that note, we have just about 4 minutes. If there are people in the audience, I know it's the end of the day, you probably just want to leave. But if you have a question or two for our panel, that'd be great. Yeah, sure.
Thank you so much, Hindu. I'm a fan of Hindu. Well, I think you're all tired. In the lighting end, I'll let you laugh. So, I asked ChatGPT, by the way, do you understand Tamil? Sure. I asked ChatGPT a simple question. ChatGPT, you know that? Video buzz. Thank you. Now, this is in a serious way, concern. Are we opening up too much? Will it promise? Because we are planning, I'm a developer in investing services and also recruitment. I'm thinking of making a much simpler exercise. The first piece is automation. Right? My question to you is, are we opening up to ourselves is really good for us? And what are the strategies in which we can adopt to minimize the risk? Thank you so much.
I'll give you my take on this. I do believe that there is a innovative that is happening. I mean, we get tremendous using ChatGPT for even the email responses. And I sometimes wonder, is that really required? And so, on the other hand, people are lazy. I don't know if I can put it that way, but once they get used to a certain habit, they sometimes want to continue without even thinking twice. Because that's actually the more efficient way to do it. But on the other hand, I think there's so much potential that we're still uncovering, how big this ocean is or how big it gets. It's very early days. I think from our work at least, what we found is that we're still just scratching the surface. I've given a couple of examples of how we find more tangible benefits that can provide a steady stream of returns that are providing very ROI-friendly investment to most investors. But at the same time, we're not doing that. In fact, in all the work that we've done, we've automated today all of the energy generation, consumption, storage of our facility to an AI-powered system. But we've ensured that there's a human in the loop for every critical aspect that needs to have oversight. I think that human in the loop is something that's not probably talked about as much. But we have, for example, 8 massive 400-ton chillers that are operated to cool the occupancy of the facility. And we can effectively run it 24/7, 365 days without an operator. We've successfully done it for the last 1 year. But still, we are employing a team of operators that's just sitting there, looking over what's happening, and ensuring that at any point, if something goes wrong, they're there to stand, correct, and operate those equipment without any human getting impacted, and second, cost being optimized. So I think there's a lot of ways through which we can look at this whole AI onslaught, but for certain applications, I think there's certainly something that we can do to reduce the time down the AI portion, and certain others there's still very much scratching the surfaces when taken on it if others want to put in. Santosh?
I have a different perspective, not a bigger perspective from mine. And I think the AI advantages is going to apply to this. What was probably 15 years before has become part of our life today. It's going to be very similar to this. AI is going to be part of our life. And nobody is sure of the cost today. Because it was free for the last 2 years, everybody has started to get abandoned with it. Just now people have started seeing what is the token cost, how much is it going to cost us to utilize it. Eventually, there is going to be a cost added to it, and people are going to use it less and less and less, and it's going to be in their hands everything. And the regulations will also catch up to it eventually. I think that is really key, right? That eventually, as an end user, what you're pointing out is what I want to see is results now. Not really realizing that what is being done now is actually results for the next 10 years or for a whole generation. And that's something sort of like a mentality change that needs to happen when we think about homes and our infrastructure in general. And that hasn't yet probably caught up. I think humanizing things will be coming into trend. There is going to be a separate market for it. But I haven't read email with a grammatical error in the last 6 months. I don't think in 15 to 20 years I will open my class. Continuously not means which I have not read with a grammatical error. So eventually humanizing things and your own creativity, it will develop a market. But in terms of risks, that is completely up to us. We need to be careful until the regulations catch up to it.
This is something that I actually had as a question, particularly as something that is of interest for everyone. One of the anxieties about AI is job loss. I sort of mentioned it, but we didn't really touch upon that. How much of that is a concern in the real estate infrastructure sector?
In terms of execution, I don't think we are there yet where AI is going to do anything to the job loss. In fact, I would say,
robotics and things like that in terms of construction are being deployed.
We are very far away from the past. So we are at the stage where even if we are trying to deploy a robot to do a construction job, the person was saying, we are going to have a person to see whether it is doing correctly. We are still not at the stage where we can elevate the function freely. And that is not the stage where we are. And with respect to marketing, sales, admin, your regular office duties, definitely there are jobs which have been taken over by AI, or at least if I need 4 people, it is not able to run. That definitely is not.
Not the actual implementation.
The actual implementation, I don't think we are anywhere near in terms of AI coming and taking over into the construction industry. And with respect to the overall industry, it was a very similar fear when internet was introduced. Yes. And I think today more people are working than what when internet was introduced.
more pricier and much more rarer. Those are the skills to learn. Right. That is not going to be replaced for sure.
Okay, on that note, on that positive note, one question, can we ask that question? Do we have time? Not close, that's it. You can ask that question after.
So I have too much curiosity, so just 2 minutes. Sure. Sir, is there follow any person strong ethics role to protect biodiversity?
Biodiversity?
Yeah. And also any composite project that I have been doing to
biodiversity in the
properties.
It's sort of not AI related, but it's not for the panel, I think.
No, it's related to the panel. Because
from an AI perspective?
No, using all the technology which have been existing right now, because when I go in a road, I saw a lot of the guys like buy a flat like that. So this thing made to buy a flat and simultaneously the biodiversity and the landscape has been lost. Because for example, just see the polygonators, right?
Yeah, no, it's an issue. The window has extensively covered it, but I think it's a wrong panel to ask the question.
And also another one, the industrial base that have been developing and you constructing a new project, you have been doing any separate plant to take in the control of the materials that have been going through?
I think specifically these issues were already covered in the previous
Thank you so much for your time and thanks, for coming on to this Hindus ASL.
We give all our speakers a big round of applause. Thank you so much for your audience as well as we come to the close of the Hindu Real Estate and Urban Infrastructure Summit 2026. On behalf of the Hindu Group, we thank all of our chief guests, our speakers, moderators and partners, especially Tesla Brand, our presenting partner, Adisa Developers, our in association with partner, the Global Mindspace REIT associate partners, State Bank of India, a banking partner, United India Insurance, our insurance partner, Savita College of Architecture and Design, our academic partner, Prudential, our industry partner, Purdue Palomar, our TV partner, and the Federal and Digital News partner. Thank you once again all of you for your participation, your valuable insights, and your continued support. And we welcome you to many more thought leading events from the Hindu Group. This is myself, Paloma, signing off. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you.